Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Naruto Uzumaki was elemental god in Avatar? Long ago, before the divine spirit descended upon the mortal world in human form, there was only one nation, instead of merely the earth and wind tribes, and the kingdoms of water and fire. Before the Avatar, all people of all worlds could bend a fifth element no longer available to humankind, and there were no non-twisters, for all of us possessed the power of spirit. This changed when humankind came upon the corporeal forms of the gods. Tui of the sea and La of the moon, in the form of fish, taught the tribes at the North Pole how to twist the waters to their liking. Agni took the form of a dragon and taught the people of the western continent the ways of the sun. Likewise, Susanoo took the form of a bison and traveled the world, teaching peoples from the different cultures the art of windsnoring. Kishar, in the form of a badger mole, taught the people of the kingdom of Omashu. At first, the people rejoiced at these gifts, but then when each culture saw that the others had received different gifts, they became jealous of each other and began to war with each other. Eventually, a group of 10 people from around the world gathered together and journeyed into the spirit world to seek a spirit who could help them. They asked many spirits, but none knew how to stop humanity from destroying itself, and not many cared to try. It was their own fault, they thought, for abusing the gifts the spirits had brought them. However, one day they came across a powerful and wise spirit and knew that this being could help them. They begged and pleaded that the spirit would come with them to the mortal world and stop the endless wars. The spirit said that he would not leave his home for them, but would train them, provided they could offer a worthy sacrifice. The leader of the group immediately fell on his sword, giving his life to the spirit. Therefore, the spirit became the 9 remaining mortals' master, and for 100 years, he taught them his secrets. When the 9 returned to the mortal world, they were no longer mere mortals. They traveled the world, defeating the armies and forcing peace among the various tribes. They were praised for their heroic deeds and became kings and queens among the people. However, soon the 9 themselves became jealous and tainted by power. The priest, Shukaku, challenged the strongest of them, Ono, to a duel right away. Ono beat Shukaku soundly and exiled him to the desert, where he died of thirst. However, his spirit had become so strong, and his soul so wicked, that the sand around his dead body took the shape of a raccoon dog and began to ravage the peoples of the desert. After another 100 years, Bast was burned alive after a great coup, and the flames of the pyre became a raging cat. 100 years after that, Zanwu was killed in battle, and his body thrown into the sea, where his spirit took the form of a dragon tortoise. Over the next 400 years, the rulers died, until finally, 800 years after they had originally undertook their mission, the world was divided between Ono and Listric Sapi. The two had warred on each other since they had jointly destroyed their mutual enemy, Septima. Ono was too powerful for Listric Sapi to overcome. However, the red-haired ruler's armies descended upon his northern castle, and Ono defeated him personally before having him quartered. Then there was only one ruler of the world. One day, Ono found a woman in a forest near his palace and fell in love with her beauty. He took her and made her one of his many concubines, and with her fathered a child named Genryu. The child grew to become a strong warrior, and Ono decided to send him on a quest to subdue the wild beasts his old friends had become. Ono waited for his son for a long time, nearly losing hope that his son would accomplish his mission. However, he soon heard that the beasts' appearances had ceased, and soon after his son returned. He had changed much in his travels. His body had been pierced, his temperament had been cooled, and his eyes burned like hot embers. Genryu recounted his tale of the 6 realms of the world where he had met his past lives. He told his father that he had brought them back to the human realm, and then they appeared before him. Ono was shocked and called for his army to help him, but his son's mother restrained him. She revealed to him then that she was his old teacher, and had decided to come to correct her mistake. Their son was the last of a series of reincarnations, whose original form Ono recognized as a man who had sacrificed his life for their sake. His old master stood before him, as well as a tortured creature from hell. A wraith from the realm of hungry ghosts, a beast that Ono had trained himself as an entertaining means of execution, and a demon that he had crossed paths with before. Ono, enraged, shed his mortal form and became a nine-tailed demon fox. The 6 incarnations of Genryu and Ono's lover fought him fiercely, and in the end he was also sealed, but not before casting a poisonous blow upon the woman who was his teacher. As Genryu's mother lay dying, she felt regret that she had used her son as a tool. As the spirit had lived as a human, she had become more and more like them. And now was the first time she felt the true pang of loss. She wished that she could have understood humanity better, but her life was at an end. Genryu, however, heeding his filial duty, cked her soul from the wind and caused it to be reborn back into the human realm as a true mortal, ignorant of her past life as a deity, so that she might have her wish. Genryu, meanwhile, Gaara replaced the scroll on the shelf. The rest of the ancient manuscript had been burned away long ago. However, he could hardly believe what revelations could be made into the past with the reading of a few passages from any of these scrolls. He was glad that he had come to the library. He picked up another scroll, this one more recent. Yangchen Avatar, of spirit bending. Furthermore, one member of the P attack trapped one of our numbers seemingly by extending his shadow. Another could earth bend without seeming to deliver a strike while the other could firebend by the same manner. In lieu of actual strikes, they seemed to summon their abilities by a form of hand signals. We know that somehow the knowledge of spirit bending was lost to all but the avatars, and that in only the most crude form. However, it seems as if clans of spiritbenders have appeared in the various nations, and while some seem to possess the ability to bend the classic 4 elements, it seems to be in addition to spirit bending. Thus implying that all benders have this as a common link, an element that binds all humanity as one. After questioning the shinobi, as they call themselves, the only thing we know about the source of this rediscovery of the elusive 5th element is its name, Rikudo-san 9, or Sage of the 6 Paths. Gaara stopped reading the scroll there. It seemed odd now that at one time the ninja were truly hidden from society. Some did not even believe that the ninja existed, but that changed after those who used chakra energy, otherwise known as spirit bending, were proven to exist, and the evolution of the ninja into what they were today began. Of course, even as recently as 100 years ago the ninja were heavily fragmented into secretive clans, and many were able to conceal their knowledge of the ninja arts from the world. However, when the war started, Fire Lord Sozin wanted all of his available countrymen involved. That was why he became the patron of the most powerful ninja clans, and helped organize the various clans into a single entity, founding an entire village based on Nindo. Gaara grimaced. His own village, much like the others, was based on this model in respawn. Say to the deadly effectiveness of the huge Hidden Leaf organization. His great-grandparents had been fully fledged air nomads, and his grandfather, one of the few trainees to escape the initial attack that wiped out the majority of the airbenders, helped found the village Hidden in the Sand as an organization dedicated to revenge on the Fire Nation and the Hidden Leaf. The young Wind Shadow recalled the most recent attempt at revenge, when his father the Fourth had allied with the Sound to destroy it. He was particularly interested in destroying the last of the Uchiha, as it had been a man named Ed Uchiha Madara who had finally killed the first Kazekage. However, now it was possible for the Sand and Leaf to truly live in peace, even as the war between the nations raged on. After all, the fifth Kazekage would never harm the man who brought meaning to his life, the man who would become the Hokage of the Leaf. I trust you are finding everything all right. Gaara was broken out of his reverie by the interruption and he turned to face the curious owl spirit, Wan Shitong, who ran the library. Yes, thank you. It's too bad that the wing about Fire Nation history has been destroyed, though. I would be curious to read of it. Yes, it is unfortunate. I've found that all too often humans seek only to abuse knowledge for their own benefit in their petty conflicts. I am glad to meet anyone who truly wants to learn. I am glad to learn, Gaara said. I have a lot of learning to do if I am to become a good human being. Rogues. Fire Lord Ozai sat stiffly examining the parchment before him. Here was a report from the front lines, and the news contained within was not pleasing. The siege on the Northern Water Tribe was a failure. His most loyal admiral was dead. His own son was reported to be Zhao's murderer, tossing him into the angry sea. His older brother, of course, had a very large hand in this. He pondered the question of his traitorous relatives. He would prefer to keep this particular family squabble in-house. Sending Azula, his more talented and, more importantly, more loyal child to bring them in for questioning would be best. He knew without a doubt, of course, that Iroh was a traitor. After all, he surely knew Ozai had usurped his throne and connived to take it back. He may have influenced his son, manipulated him into this foolish action. If this was the case, perhaps he could convince young Zuko of the error of his ways. Once Zuko had learned his lesson, Ozai would welcome his son back. After all, Zuko had defeated a master, even if he was merely a second-rate one. So perhaps he was not quite as useless as he had thought. Ozai scowled. There was another problem, though. It was reported that waterbenders were not the only opposing troops at the North Pole. There were apparently several squads of those people there. He grimaced at the thought. While his grandfather had been quite enthusiastic in uniting their tribes and using them against the other nations, his father had realized the danger in utilizing such wild cards. He had discontinued the practice several years before his unfortunate demise, letting the village of weird mystics live in peace, separate from his nation's war. He had brokered a treaty which would prevent the 5 major villages from attacking each other or their patron nations. This, however, was troublesome. If the Avatar could bring the other major villages to break the treaty, even the power of Sozin's comet would not make it an easy battle. This is most likely nothing to be concerned about, one of the generals in the war room commented, interrupting his internal reverie. After all, he reasoned, the Air Nation's rogue village broke the treaty once before, hoping that by destroying our own hidden village he would garner favor and work among the nations. It was taken care of without us having to lift a finger. Was that not instigated by one of our village's own? A rogue, another advisor responded. That snake even impersonated the Air Nation village's leader. A truly devious trick, Ozai smirked. Yes, if there is one thing you can be certain of, it is that you can never trust a ninja. Atara walked softly and soundlessly on the crisp polar snow, glowing in the pale moonlight. She had been training in the morning with Master Pakku for weeks, now, and had all but mastered the basics of waterbending. During the evening, though, she was in for a wholly different form of training. Her friends and she had come across the ninja not long before they had found the Northern Water Tribe. After a brief skirmish, the Water Ninja had agreed to bring them to the city. Katara had been lucky, as well, for the leader of the group they had encountered was also the granddaughter of the leader of the hidden village of Ninja, the Water Shadow. When Pakku refused to train her, the Mizukage himself came at his daughter's behest to train her in the ways of the ninja hidden in the mist. She learned enough then to surprise Pakku greatly when she confronted him again, though he still managed to defeat her. She caught a shadow in the periphery of her vision and she shimmied to the side, dodging a shuriken. While she was now officially a student of Master Pakku, her training with the Mizukage and his daughter had intrigued her enough to take on 2 forms of training at once. Now she was in the middle of a characteristically bloody training session. But she had learned well. She used her water affinity to throw up a veil of lace, maneuvering about her opponents, all adept ninja. While a few shuriken managed to gouge her flesh, she managed to avoid the watery bullets that were slightly more lethal. Finally, in the course of battle, she saw Tenko, the Mizukage's granddaughter, come at her with a long, double-serrated blade. She dodged. She parried with her hand against the flat of the sword. There was another quick slash and she once again clouded her surroundings with sparkling diamonds. Knew her teammates had everything under control. A wall of flame surrounded Tenko, melting the ice as it passed through. She was fortunate to have a ninja on her team with fire affinity, quite rare in the Mist Village. Her other teammate tried to ensnare the girl, but she was quick. Tenko watched as her 2 comrades struggled with the girl. She was relying heavily on waterbending techniques. But she had certainly learned enough ninjutsu to qualify as a genin. However, she could see that the girl was wearing down and the 2 chunin were quickly gaining the upper hand. That's enough, came a gruff voice from the darkness. It was Tenko's father, the Water Shadow of the hidden Mist Village. He peered out at her from the deep shadow behind the veil that hid his face. You have done well this night, Katara, he praised her. For a beginner to hold her own so long against 3 chunin is prodigious. Thank you, Master Mizukage, the girl said. You are leaving soon with the Avatar, the Mizukage stated. I have something for you. He removed a scroll from his robe. These are more advanced techniques for you to study. You will study these as you travel. They will be of much help on your journey, I feel. Katara bowed to him. Thank you, Master. Meanwhile, in a small village in the Northern Earth Kingdom, two travelers strode through a dirt street. Both agreed the place seemed like a good spot to rest for a few days. The villagers seemed unusually confident and content, unflinching even from vicious animals. Though they certainly raised an eyebrow at the man in the loud red shoes. They were hardly the men to talk to concerning fashion. Don't feel too bad, Naruto, the old man said. You've made some great progress in your training, even if you weren't able to fully master the Kyuubi. Yeah, Naruto replied. I wish I could have stayed at the Eastern Air Temple to finish, but at least I don't have to drink onion and banana juice every day. Yeah, I know, the older man agreed. I never would have thought when we went there that we'd find. He paused as he caught sight of a short old woman. Would you like your fortune told, handsome? She asked the white hawk. I read traveler as she stood in front of a lavish house. The older man laughed and said, Lady, I already know my future, and from a very reliable source. I'd rather not hear it again. The man patted his young, blonde companion on the head. How about you, Naruto? Che, I dunno, pervy sage, the young man said. You believe in that stuff. I think I'd rather shape my own destiny. You can shape your own destiny, the old woman said. For the most part, but it's nice to know what might be up ahead. Maybe there's a girl in your life you might want to know more about. The fortune teller asked coyly. Oh, boy, Naruto exclaimed. You can tell me about, he trailed off. Yeah, I guess that might be interesting. Come in, the fortune teller said. My name is Wu, by the way, but everyone calls me Aunt Wu. Single quote. Naruto, the blonde boy gestured to himself, and then he pointed a thumb at his older traveling companion. And this is the perverted sage. The older man cleared his throat loudly and interjected. That's Jiraiya, the toad sage. Yes, well, Aunt Wu continued, taking an urn filled with bones once they were inside the fortunateller's inner chamber. Here, this is the most reliable method. Cast one of these bones into the fire, and the heat will cause it to crack. I will then interpret the meaning of these cracks. Naruto started hesitantly, still not exactly convinced. Okay, he took a nice, thick bone and threw it into the fire. In a few moments, a large fissure opened up down the center of the bone. The young man jumped at the loud pop. Wow, that was a big crack. As he finished his statement, the bone responded by exploding into myriad tiny pieces. Holy, Jiraiya interrupted. Is that supposed to happen? Aunt Wu wore a shocked expression. Her hand placed over her heart. This is, she clapped her hand to her forehead. An incredible coincidence. She sighed and began to recite her prediction as if she had said it 1,000,000 times before. You will be involved in a great battle, an awesome conflict between the forces of good and evil, a battle whose outcome will determine the fate of the whole world. Oh, Naruto said, wow, but, I don't suppose you have anything in there about a girl, do you? Aunt Wu frowned. I don't suppose you have any bald, airbending friends, do you? Naruto shook his head. Well, I didn't see anything about a girl. I'd suggest you trust your own heart in matters of that sort. However, she picked up a larger chunk of bone. I can tell you that your current journey must soon come to an end. You should go home as quickly as you can. The two travelers looked at each other. Well, we were planning on heading that way, Jiraiya said. And I'm not one to question fate. I guess we can pick up our pace a bit. In a hidden base in the former rice field country, a hawk landed deftly on a perch outside the window of a fortress carved in the side of a mountain. A ninja handler took the bird and removed from it a note. Looking it over, he gasped and turned to dash toward his master's lair. Orochimaru stood with his young apprentice and instructed him on he finer points of shaping lightning jutsu when the sound ninja barged in. He hissed. What is the meaning of this? Interruption. Lord Orochimaru, the subordinate demurred. A message has come for you. It's from the Fire Lord. The snake ninja's interest was caught. He knew the Fire Nation government had officially washed its hands of the ninja community almost 16 years ago. Now he Hidden Leaf Village was mostly used discreetly by individual clients in the Fire Nation and abroad. However, Orochimaru realized that smaller ninja organizations were not bound by the treaty between the villages. That had to be the reason the Fire Lord was contacting an S-class criminal. He took the parchment and read over it. Ozai wanted to hire him as backup for his little princess, apparently. As she went to apprehend the former Crown Prince Iroh and the errant Prince Zuko, he pondered, I see, there are other ninja involved in this. The normal bender is at a disadvantage when ambushed by a skilled squad of ninja. Unless there is someone there who can spot any traps laid. Sasuke looked over Orochimaru's shoulder at the note. The pay is comparable to an A- class mission. Orochimaru scoffed. It's far too little. Any mission that involves Iroh is easily S-class. Before Azulon banned ninja from participating in the war, I fought alongside him. He was fierce and cunning, a new GH to take down the Earth's Shadow and his Black Ops group. Orochimaru grimaced. Granted, he had the support of the Sannin of Konoha at the time. It sounds like a difficult mission, Sasuke determined. And good training. I'm tired of being cooped up in one hideout after another. I think I would like to sharpen my skills in real combat situations before I complete my true mission. The snake ninja looked amused. I believe you're right, Sasuke. It would be good for you to have more first-hand experience. He gestured to Kabuto, who had been sitting off to the side in the shadows, as was his usual preference. Get ready. We shall meet our princess in 4 days. Azula waited patiently aboard her ship. She had come into the harbor early in the day where her brother and uncle were reported to be hiding. She should have guessed that the fat, lazy oaf would seek refuge in a spa. She would soon go to see Zuko, convincing him that their father wanted him to come home. That was no lie, but she had chosen not to reveal the real reason behind the Fire Lord's change of heart. She would allow him to believe what he so desperately wanted, that he would go home to a loving Fath and take his place at his side as the Crown Prince of the Fire Nation. He might indeed still reattain his place as the next Fire Lord, and she would be happy for him after all. He was certainly manipulable enough that she would practically be ruler herself, without having to trouble herself with dealing with assassination attempts. However, he would be in for a rude shock when he arrived and found himself in an interrogation cell. She smirked. It was cute when Zuzu squirmed. Those ninja, though, she couldn't believe her father had hired ninja to hog the fun. Not only that, it was almost sundown and they weren't even there yet. She had received the message from them that they would be waiting for her when she came into port, but they had the audacity to stand her up. I'm tired of standing around, she decided. Dismissing the guards, she stood at the center of the open deck. Under the watchful eyes of her twin teachers, Lo and Li, she began the movements for her basic lightning technique. She crackled with power as she felt the imbalance of energy build within her. She then unleashed it and the arc of electricity left her fingers, soaring into the sky as a thunderclap reverberated across the ocean. Almost perfect, one of her teachers said. One hair out of place, the other added. She could see the offending hair right between her eyes. Imperfection. She could not abide by it. Almost isn't good enough, she grimaced. Perhaps she should be shown how it is done, the other old woman. She thought it might be Lo, though she could never quite tell, rasped. Come here, child. What? Azula shouted. What are you talking about? I don't need to be shown like a child. Besides, you two can't actually firebend. I will just try again. Nonetheless, their glares cowed her Ino. That she reluctantly ambled up to them. So, what is it you're going to show me? Suddenly, she found herself in the coils of a large, powerful snake, its scales rasping against her cheek. The pent seemed to be coming from Lo's mouth, and Li pulled what looked like a scalpel and held it to her throat. What is the meaning of this? She growled as she struggled to free herself. The snake Owly turned the princess about and she saw one of her royal guards further down the deck where she had been standing, facing her. A demonstration, Princess Azula, Li said smoothly. The guard, meanwhile, began her lightning kata, mimicking it perfectly. In fact, it was indeed even more perfect than she had been able to manage. Energy poured from him as his own imbalance built. Azula could feel her hair standing on end and a strange nauseated feeling in the pit of her stomach wash over her. He struck. Azula's world was bathed in white. She heard the loud roar of the ocean in her ears. Or was it a crackling campfire? She felt pins, needles, and broken glass all over her body, but she didn't scream. She wouldn't look away, either, though at what she was even looking she could no longer say. She was not such a weakling that she couldn't take what she dished out, regardless. After several more seconds of remaining conscious, she realized that the white light which had blinded her seemed to have faded to a smaller glow in the center of her vision. After a few moments more, she realized what was happening. The lightning, as impossible as it seemed, had stopped inches from her face. The arc was, in fact, trapped in a current created by the armored man's own physically manifested spiritual energy. One should never underestimate a ninja, Lee said in a suddenly more masculine and youthful voice. Azula glanced to her side as the arc of electricity dissipated to see the old woman peeling off her face. She looked to her other side and saw Lo doing something similar, revealing a pale, serpentine face and onyx black hair. The armored guard removed his helmet, revealing a young man about her own age with raven hair and eyes more cold and lethal than any she'd seen outside a mirror. Soup didn't lift a foot as he easily dodged the flames, and when the captain came close in for a physical strike, the young Nukenin caught his fist, squeezing hard enough to evoke a wince of pain from the man, and twisted his arm before landing his knee in the older man's gut. The captain squeaked a little before passing out, still perched on the boy's knee. My, Orochimaru said. Quite the detective he was. Sasuke, weren't you the one who was to dispose of our doubles? You should have just thrown them overboard. Sasuke grabbed the captain's helmet as he let him fall to the deck. I like this, he said, putting the captain's helm upon his head. I think I'll be captain for now. Well, Azula said, calmly, her composure regained. You must be the ninja lackeys my father called for. This is Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto introduced, and I am Kabuto, his doctor. He gestured to the young man now garbed as captain. This is Sasuke, youngest of the two remaining Uchiha. Azula remembered hearing of the Uchiha clan. Her great-grandfather had been a bit supporter of their leader, Madara, before they were made subservient to the Senju of the forest when the various clans joined together under Fire Lord Sozin's banner. She also knew they had a special trait that allowed them to copy any movement they saw. Some even said that they could see the future, though she certainly didn't buy into that nonsense. So, since we're allies, would you mind letting me down? She said in a faux sweet voice. The serpent unwound itself from the princess, and she stepped away from her former captors, her body now on high alert in case they tried anything again. She turned to Sasuke. All right, you can play captain, if you want to, she told him. But first you'll have to practice with me. He boy looked toward Orochimaru, who nodded imperceptibly, and he joined her in the middle of the deck. I'm happy to help you. Azula scoffed as she began the movement of her lightning technique. Don't be ridiculous. I'm helping you. The young ninja supposed, in a way, she was right about that. And thus the ninja spent the rest of the evening training with Azula. The next day the three staked the spa as the princess baited the two men with promises of forgiveness. The older one, they could see, was suspicious of the tale, and told his nephew as much once Azula had left, but the young NCE seemed quite eager to swallow the story. Ultimately, the next day the two were on their way to the ship. Brother, uncle, Azula greeted the two as they approached. Iroh was still suspicious, Sasuke could see. He eyed the soldiers lined up on either side of them as if preparing for an ambush. The Uchiha wondered if he had come across ninja before, though from his age and reputation, he had most likely fought with them back when the Leaf Ninja were still Sozin's pet assassins. The old general brought his eyes to him and he could see his suspicion deepen. Understandable, he had taken no precaution to disguise himself. And seeing a 15-year-old captain must have been incredulous. Welcome, Azula continued. I'm so glad you decided to come. Ready to depart, Your Highness? Sasuke asked. Azula smiled pleasantly. Set our course for home. Captain, you heard the princess, he called to the other soldiers. The two unwitting prisoners ascended the ramp behind him. Raise anchors. We are taking our guests home. Once the procession was completely aboard, they lifted the ramp and began to move away from the port. As they left, the gray-haired firebender was still alert for any treachery. Greetings, General, a person dressed in noble robes said from Iroh's side. I see you've gotten much fatter since our last mission together. This was the sign he was looking for. He reeled as he turned his head to look into familiar golden, snake-slitted eyes. Shinobi, he gasped, it's a trap. And his body was in instant motion. Orochimaru leapt out of the way of the surprisingly quick attack from Iroh. His hands blurred as he shaped a ninjutsu. He pursed his lips and flame shot out of his mouth. Iroh realized right away the flame was too powerful for his normal attacks to work. So he worked his hands in an identical manner and exhaled, combining his normal dragon's breath firebending technique with the fire chakra energy that flowed from his gut, creating a fireball that rivaled Orochimaru's. The attacks collided, creating a beautifully violent blossom of light. Zuko had already lunged at his little sister, his mouth curled in rage. You lied to me, as if I've never done that before, she quipped as she dodged the flame daggers with which her older brother lashed at her. She easily caught his arms and kicked him back. Oh, Sasuke, I'm already bored. Would you mind? Zuko angrily flailed at her again, but this time the young captain caught his arm. Chidori Nagashi, he whispered into his ear, and the young man was stricken. It felt as if fire was flowing through his veins and gushing from his pores. He stumbled back. Sasuke drew his sword and slashed at the cued teen. Zuko dodged the lightning-quick slashes, but as he ducked the blade cleanly lopped off his hair, almost down to bare skin. Putting a hand to his head in shock at the loss of an important piece of his body, he next found the tip of the blade gouging into his cheek. He fell back, again precariously off balance. Sasuke pressed his advantage, using his great speed to dash behind the firebender. You're finished, he said as his blade cut its path toward Zuko's side, intent on running him through his gut. A stream of flame boiled behind Zuko, taking the ninja with it. The prince turned toward the source, his uncle who had fended off the disabling blow as he was fighting off a squad of soldiers as well as a master ninja. Then he looked toward its victim, the carcass engulfed in flames. But then as the flames diminished, he realized that it was nothing but a large post with rope coiled around it. Sasuke hit the deck, unsynced and eyes red. Electricity crackled about his right arm and he lunged at Iroh. Zuko moved to follow, but Azula was suddenly in his path, palms blazing. Iroh batted two soldiers off of him as Orochimaru stood back, seeing his apprentice coming in for the kill. Iroh also saw the young ninja coming, baffled at his technique. He could see that, ouster, etched before the boy was something like a blade infused with lightning. He smiled internally, though. He knew one technique to counter this that no one would see coming. The Uchiha drove his fingers toward Iroh's heart as he came into striking distance, but the old man was fast, and caught his hand. A foolish move, Sasuke thought, as the lightning that would course through his body would now be just as likely to kill him. Or at least incapacitate him. However, as he watched his foe, his Sharingan eyes saw him draw the electricity into his stomach, letting it build there for a moment before providing an alternate path out of his body, and toward the snake sage. Orochimaru's eyes widened for a moment and he tried to dodge, but fast as he was not faster than a bolt of lightning, and the electrical energy struck his shoulder, coursed through his blood stream and down his feet into the ship. He convulsed and fell to the deck as Kabuto rushed to his aid. Iroh twisted a shocked Sasuke's arm, then, and drove him into the deck as he cartwheeled over his body and headed for his nephew. The fallen young ninja, however, still had fight left. He tossed a barrage of shuriken at the retreating figure. They passed him, but he tugged on the strings and they curled around him, restraining him. Zuko, the former crown prince, shouted for his nephew, more out of concern for the young being brought to task by his younger sister than for himself. Zuko, however, turned to his uncle's cry and broke off his own furious fight to help his uncle. He saw the young captain purse his lips and send a giant fireball down the length of the wire, and he quickened his pace, leaping over his uncle and sending a wave of flame cutting through the wire. Then, standing between the oncoming fireball and his uncle, he summoned more heat and power than he had in a long time, fueled by his extreme anger, and let loose a fireball that perfectly countered his opponent's. "Zuko! Go!" Iroh shouted, having just freed himself of his bonds. Zuko looked up to see Azula aiming her deadly lightning directly at him. She had just finished the form and was poised to strike. However, he then felt a mighty push from his uncle. Just before the attack struck, he stumbled back and fell overboard, crashing into the water below as his uncle managed to once again redirect a bolt of lightning, this time into a mountainside on the steadily drifting shore. When the Fire Prince resurfaced, he could see his uncle fighting off advancing troops near the retreating ship's edge. He could also see that red-eyed youth. He was staring right at him. He shuddered as he looked into those eyes, as merciless as his sister's. He felt almost as if they were growing larger and larger, taking up his whole field of vision. And then they broke away. He saw the captain draw his sword, and in a quick motion his uncle's head freed itself from his body, a red mist trailing behind it. Zuko almost forgot to float. Suddenly overcome by revulsion and fear, he turned and swam as hard as he could. He could still feel those eyes on his back. He could still see red mist in the air. Power of love and hate. Power of love and hate. Akka floated atop a giant leaf in a calm lake as he and his younger comrades rested in a peaceful meadow. It was a much-needed rest after the fiasco they had undergone just recently. After leaving the North Pole, they had stopped at an Earth Kingdom outpost, and the general there, in a crazed effort to end the war quickly, had tried to find a way to control Aang's avatar state. To that end, he had attacked his own younger sister, Katara, and the release of the avatar spirit's fury had been quite enough to quell the Earth Kingdom soldiers' desire to use it, even if he and his boomerang had had to personally convince General Fong. Of course, relaxation could only go on so long before it became downright boring. "You guys are gonna be done soon, right?" he asked of the two bathing-clothed benders a small distance away. "We've got a lot of ground to cover if we want to make it to Omashu today." Katara and Aang stopped their practice and the former turned toward him with eyebrow arched. "What, like you're ready to go, now?" Naked guy, Sokka considered. He was indeed sparsely clad, and that was apparently inappropriate for most public affairs. "I can be ready in 2 minutes. Seriously." He kicked back again into the leaf. "Whatever." Aang and Katara went back to training, the young waterbender lightly correcting the boy's form while he did his best to pay attention. Though he was a bit embarrassed at the girl's close attention. They put the octopus waterbending form into practice then, with Katara launching icicles as Aang used 8 liquid arms to parry. When they finished, Katara put her hands on her hips and acknowledged, "You make a fine octopus, pupil Aang." Indeed, the airbender was making a fine representation of an octopus with his newfound waterbending skills. The 3 travelers found their attentions diverted by singing in the distance. They heard it as faint musical background at first, then the voices and words became comprehensible. "Don't fall in love with a traveling girl," a man's voice sang. "She'll leave you broke and broken-hearted." As the singing troupe came into view, they could see there were 5 of them. The lead man looked long in the face but quite cheerful. He was wrapped in blossoms and he strummed on a pear-shaped pipa, producing lazy yet entrancing steps. The woman to his left had large hair adorned with a bloom and wore black pink raiment and was currently blowing shrill, expressive notes through a flute. Beside her, a very large man with a cobalt complexion and black robes with red clouds printed on it played a large jung, giving a background accompaniment that sounded like the rippling of waves on the ocean. A wide man to the leader's right wore pink and white robes and had a coolie hat and he drummed out the wandering rhythm. To his right was a man with long black hair dressed in dark gray clothes, and he cried in a plaintive shout tone through his suona trumpet. A splash was heard by the musical troupe as KKA fell from his leaf boat and into the lake on their arrival. The lead man pointed and exclaimed, Hey, river people." "We're not river people," Katara denied. The man looked confused. "You're not? Well then what kind of people are ya?" Quote. Aang returned his answer hesitantly. "Just people." The man laughed. "Aren't we all, brother?" Sokka, still clad only in his underwear, pointed suspiciously at the other group. "Who are you?" he questioned. "I'm Chong," the man replied. He gestured toward the woman. "And this is my wife, Lily. We're nomads, happy to go wherever the wind takes us." FFED, a series of random notes on his pipa. You guys are nomads. Aang burst. That's great. I'm a nomad. Hey, me too, Chong said in amazement. I know. You just said that, Aang replied, confused. Oh, the nomad replied, his eyes seeming to unfocused. Then, randomly, he pointed out to Sokka, nice underwear. The young Water Tribe warrior again assessed his state of dress, or, rather, undress, and took decisive and completely appropriate action. He grabbed Momo, placed him over his sensitive area, and booked to find an appropriate dressing area. Aang and Katara settled near Appa with the troop and they began to exchange stories of their travels. When Sokka returned to find Appa with braided hair, much to his chagrin, Appa was a man. Bison. Aang bid him, hey, Sokka, you should hear some of these stories. These guys have been everywhere. Chong paused on his pipa, clarifying, well, not everywhere, little arrowhead. But where we haven't been we've heard about through stories and songs. Sokka was visibly skeptical, but Aang continued, saying, they said they'll take us to see a giant night crawler. The hefty nomad, who had been introduced as Moku, continued in a longing voice. On the way there's a waterfall that creates a never-ending rainbow. Sokka refused to be moved. Look, I hate to be the wet blanket here, but, he looked firmly at his sister, whose hair was being ornately braided by Lily. Since Katara is busy, I guess it's up to me. No sidetracks, no worms, and definitely no rainbows. Chong interjected with a half-amused and half-bewildered tone, whoa, sound. Like someone's got a case of destination fever, hey. You're worried too much about where you're going. Lily nodded supportively. You've gotta focus less on the where, and more on the going. Stubbornly, Sokka once more reiterated his point. Oh, Ma, Shu, Sokka's right, Aang admitted. We need to find King Bumi so Aang can learn earthbending somewhere safe. Well, Chong said thoughtfully. Sounds like you're headed to Omashu. Sokka smacked his head audibly in frustration. There's an old story about a secret pass, he said ominously, right through the mountains. Is this real or is this a legend? Katara asked skeptically, not much more sure than her brother of this traveler's credibility. Oh, it's a real legend, the nomad responded, affirming the group's assessment of this guy's mental status. And it's as old as earthbending itself. He strummed on his pipa and began to sing. Two lovers, forbidden from one another, a war divides their people, and a mountain divides them apart. Built a path to be together. He stopped singing and said, yeah, and I forget the next couple of lines, but then it goes, secret tunnel. Secret tunnel, through the mountain, secret, 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 secret tunnel. Yeah, I think we'll just stick with flying, Sokka said after the troop had finished their enthusiastic chorus. We've dealt with the Fire Nation before. We'll be fine. Yeah, thanks for the help, Aang said, but Appa hates going underground and we need to do whatever makes Appa most comfortable. The bison growled his agreement. However, minutes later, the bison and his passengers suddenly found themselves more agreeable to the idea once they found themselves amidst a horde of Fire Nation soldiers with flaming catapults trained directly on them. They flew SWIFTLY back to where they'd left the nomads and all agreed with Sokka when he said, Secret Love Cave. Let's go. Meanwhile, in another part of the Earth Kingdom, a lone figure trundled through the forest. He rubbed his stubbled scalp, mourning the loss of his cue to that spiky-haired boy. But that was of the most minor concern to him now. Zuko's right eye welled up, but he didn't let tears fall for his slain uncle. The vision of the old man's head being liberated from his body replayed itself through his mind over and over. He wouldn't let himself cry until his uncle's murderer was slain. He had already had so much taken from him already. His country, his throne, his father's respect. He would not let this boy get away with taking from him the only person he had left. Iroh may have been a fat, lazy oaf, but he was his fat, lazy oaf. The young exile wandered past a small town, stopping only long enough to steal some food and supplies from a distracted merchant. He would survive. He would become strong enough to defeat that man. He would kill him and then he didn't care what happened next. How far are we from the tunnel? Sokka asked elsewhere. Actually, it's not just one tunnel, Chong explained. The lovers didn't want anyone to find out about their love, so they built a whole labyrinth. Labyrinth, Sokka exclaimed in horror. I'm sure we'll figure it out, said Chong. Sokka was not so convinced. But then Lily piped in, all you need to do is trust in love. According to the curse, Sokka was now definitely not convinced. Curse. In no time the group was there, standing before the gigantic cave. Hey, we're here, Chong stated. Sokka studied a plaque that sat before the entrance with scrutiny. What exactly is this curse? The curse says that only those who trust in love can make it through the caves, Chong recalled. Otherwise you'll be trapped in them forever. And die, Lily added. Oh, yeah, and die. Hey, I just remembered the rest of that song, Chong realized. He strummed a minor chord on his pipa and sang in a deep voice, and die. That's it, Sokka growled in aggravation. There's no way we're going through some cursed hole. Moku and the other two members of the troop turned at that point, having noticed a column of smoke rising from nearby. Moku pointed it out and said cheerfully, hey, someone's making a big campfire. Katara knew better. That's no campfire, Moku. Quote, that's Fire Nation, Sokka agreed. They're tracking us. Aang looked at Chong uncertainly. So all you need is to trust in love to get through these caves. That is correct, Master Arrowhead. The young monk looked at Katara, her back to him and hair blowing gently in the wind. He felt a pressure deep in his chest and a lightness in feet that had nothing to do with airbending. He turned to Chong with a confident smile. We can make it. Everyone into the hole, Sokka shouted, and the others followed suit, though Appa was somewhat belligerent about it. Not long afterward, a squad of Fire Nation soldiers and tanks advanced into the area, noting the direction of their quarry. The soldiers moved to follow, but the commander halted them. Hold on, it's too dangerous, he said from his tank. Haven't you heard the song? Just close them in. The mountain will take care of the rest. The troops obeyed as they launched grappling hooks into the mountain, causing a rock slide that sealed the group in the cave, also sealing their fate. Appa's feelings on the matter were transparent, as he attempted frantically to dig himself out. It's okay, Appa, Katara soothed. We'll be fine, I hope. We will be fine, Sokka asserted confidently. All we need is a plan. Chong, how long do those torches last? He asked, pointing to the torch in the nomad's hand. About 2 hours each. And we have 5 torches, Lily exclaimed. So that's, she struck the torches on the ground, lighting them like matches. 10 hours. Sokka grabbed the torches out of Lily's hands and stomped them out. Shouting in an exasperated tone, it doesn't work like that if they're all lit at the same time. Oh, right, I'm gonna make a map to keep track of exactly where we've been. The Water Tribe warrior decided. Then we should be able to solve it like a maze and get through. The others conceded to his logic and followed him down the tunnel. The young man meticulously mapped out their route, taking great pains to get the distance scaled down as accurately as he could. They traveled down multiple tunnels and backtracked after quite a few dead ends, until finally Katara spoke up. Sokka, this is the 10th dead end you've led us to. This doesn't make any sense, Sokka replied. We already came through this way. We don't need a map. We just need love, Chong said. He pointed to Aang. The little guy knows it. Yeah, the airbender replied, but I wouldn't mind a map, also. There's something strange here, Sokka insisted. Perhaps, said the Mad Suona trumpet-playing member. He'd been introduced as Kurohi, if he remembered right. The tunnels themselves are changing. Sokka laughed. Well, that's just, he sobered. Actually, that's just about what I was thinking. The gray-garbed nomad looked thoughtful. I wonder, what could cause stone walls to move in an underground tunnel? No answer was forthcoming as the earth began to shake. It's the curse, Chong said, suddenly in an uncharacteristic panic. Oh, I knew we shouldn't have come down here. Right, Sokka commented with sarcasm. If only we'd listened to you. Everyone be quiet, Katara whispered sharply. Listen. The group paused, hearing the strange sounds coming from far down the pitch-dark tunnel. Momo leapt from Sokka's shoulder and faded into the darkness. And the wolf-tailed boy stared hard after the lemur. Not long afterward, a new form faded into view, this time a flying creature. With teeth. That was coming right for him. He tumbled backward as the thing flew over him. Gathering himself up again, he saw the creature's wings fold up into its front legs as it landed on the ground. He heard Moku shout that it was a wolf bat. He'd never seen such a thing before, but he certainly wasn't wanting to stick around to learn more about it. As it leapt into the air once more, Sokka swung at it with his torch. Unfortunately he missed, catching Appa in the foot instead. The large flying bison was understandably upset, but even more so when, after knocking the torch out of Sokka's hand, the wolf bat maliciously decided to attack the bison's burned toes. The bison thrashed about, slamming into the cave walls, causing the tunnel to crumble around them. Aang saw Sokka and the nomads about to be crushed by the falling boulders, so he used airbending to blow them deeper into the tunnel. Then he paused for a crucial moment. He had only seen 3 nomads. Where were the other 2? Get down, Aang, he heard a voice say as a powerful pair of arms grew. PP led him and whisked him the opposite way from Sokka and the others. Wait, he said, realizing something. Katara. He stopped as he saw a gigantic sheet of rock descending on him and his would-be rescuer, but suddenly he saw a torrent of water. Aang. The young monk heard Katara say. Are you all right? The boy looked around. Above him was the Jung player, Mizu, looking down on him with his strange, beady eyes. Over him was a dome of ice, which held up the sheet of rock that could have meant certain doom. Oh, hey, thanks. I didn't know you were a waterbender, though. He looked over to see Katara, who was being let down from the trumpet player's arms. Where did all that water come from, though? She asked. The fishy nomad patted his gut in a jovial manner. Right here. I keep my water supply in my own body. Beats a water skin, anyway. The 2 kids thought that was a bit disgusting, but couldn't argue with its effectiveness. Well, it looks like we're separated from the others. So we'll just have to find our own way out. Aang said. Come with us, he offered the 2 nomads. The 4 travelers plus 1 large bison started down the tunnel with renewed determination. So, Kurohi said after a short time. You're an airbender, right? Yeah, Aang said, a bit nervously. The last one, I think. Mizu laughed. You'd be surprised, kid. You're the last air nomad. That's for certain, but there are those, however rare, who have an air affinity in the ninja community. Really? Aang said. I'd like to meet some. You'd be hard-pressed, Mizu warned. Sozin was very thorough. He managed to wipe out most of those with air affinity even among the ninja. There are only a few left, now, mostly in the village hidden in sand. How do you know so much about it? Katara asked, suddenly suspicious. Are you a ninja? We were, once, Kurohi responded. We were exiled from our lands, however. We did not agree with the policies of our homelands, so we had to leave. Oh, Katara said, a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, it has to be hard to leave your home. You should know, Kurohi offered. After all, you left your home to go to the North Pole in order to get training for the Avatar. How? Katara started, shocked that the young man had managed to figure out who they were. Her limbs tingled with anticipation of a fight. Relax, Kurohi said, it's simple. Your friend is the last airbender. And the Avatar is an airbender. He shook his head. We used to be ninja, but that doesn't mean our skills have diminished. A ninja's true purpose is not assassination, but bringing hidden truths to light. Quote. Aang nodded, considering the words. I knew a couple ninja once. He was from the Fire Nation, the boy said. And he was from the Uchiha clan, just like you. Kurohi stopped, his eyes assessing the Avatar with a new appreciation. You could be a good ninja, as well. His eyes changed from coal black to red, with 3 black seeds in the iris swirling around the pupil. You're right, I am of the Uchiha. But I am only one of 3 left in this world. Aang looked somber. I'm sorry, he said. I know what it feels like to have all your people taken from you. The Uchiha's face, passionless until now, twisted slightly with discomfort. I think that's enough talk for now. We've reached the tomb. The 2 benders looked awestruck upon a large round door. Tomb. That's right, Mizu said. According to the legend, the 2 lovers were buried here. This is the entrance to their tomb, which is built at the place where they would meet. This is the center of the maze. Aang and Katara nodded, and proceeded to open the tomb, though they were met with much difficulty. Appa then joined in, quite desperate to speed along their progress and get himself back in the air where he belonged. The door rolled aside, revealing a beautiful cavern filled with sculptures and plaques. The 4 people plus 1 bison walked down the grand staircase to the 2 sarcophagi at the center of the crypt, where Katara began to read the tale of the 2 lovers aloud from a dais. It was a tale of lovers from rival villages, who learned earthbending from the badger moles, who were the original earthbenders. They built the tunnels to meet, but one day the man died in the war between the villages, and, enraged, the woman used her earthbending to force the fighting to stop. She then built a new city, which was named after her and her lover, Shu. This city was Omashu. After hearing this tale they looked up to an inscription in a plaque between a statue of Oma and Shu kissing. "Love is brightest in the dark," Katara read. Kurohi muttered. "It sounds like 2 of us are going to have to kiss each other." "I'm not kissing you," Mizu said bluntly. "I'd hope not," the other replied. He looked at the young waterbender. "Katara, I'm afraid, would be a bit too young for either of us, as well." "Ah," Mizu said. "I see. The only logical explanation would be." Katara looked nervously at Aang. She had been thinking along the same lines, herself, but she could see that the young monk was a bit puzzled. She could not think of anything more embarrassing than this. It's not as if she didn't think Aang was cute and all, but what if he rejected it? What if it changed their friendship? What if he was a really bad kisser? She sighed. "Okay, I'll kiss Aang." "What?" the airbender asked, shocked. "Oh," Mizu said. "Well, I would have gladly done it, but—" "Stop it," Kurohi grumbled. Then he smiled a smile that held genuine warmth and a chill of grief at the same time. "Perhaps it will work. I sense strong bonds between you 2. You might be surprised the power such bonds can hold." Miles away, there was a ship filled with soldiers, 3 ninja, a princess, and a traitor. The Princess Azula spoke to the traitor. "Zuko can't hide forever, uncle. We'll find him." She grinned maliciously. "Or he may just come back for you, assuming you haven't disappointed him too much with your weakness." "No," one of the ninjas said, "the Uchiha boy. The prince won't come back for his uncle. He thinks he's dead." "What have you done, boy?" Iroh asked with a hint of anger. "Just a simple genjutsu," Sasuke said. "With these Sharingan eyes, it's simple. He saw me take off your head instead of merely knocking you out with my hilt. He ran away like a coward." The boy's eyes hardened. "But, he'll be back for me. He has great anger and greater determination. It's interesting. I want to see what he will do." Sasuke exhaled, his eyes softened with a reminiscent look. Reflected in them was a familiar determined face, hot with indignation, shouting at Sasuke that he would break his arms and legs. And, maybe, he will find strength enough to be of use. My, Azula said with honest appreciation. "You are a devious one, aren't you? I think I'm beginning to like you." The Uchiha grunted and turned. "It's just a matter of proper motivation." "You think E is the most powerful force that drives a man?" Iroh asked, his voice suddenly full of compassion. The Uchiha stopped and looked at the old man, his eyes still cold. "That is an outmoded way of thinking. Hate may provide quick and easy power at first, but in the end it will destroy you." Sasuke's eyebrows narrowed. "I think hate will last me long enough for my purpose." Iroh sighed as the Uchiha and his niece exited the room. "Poor boy," he whispered. Just as lost as his brother. Orochimaru and Kabuto met the 2 teens in the hallway. "Well," Orochimaru said smoothly. "It seems General Iroh has gotten soft since we last met. I don't think you'll have any problem transporting him home, Princess." "You don't think I'll have trouble?" the young woman asked. "I'm sorry to say, but I'd make a horrible babysitter. We were hired for apprehension of your criminals, not transportation," Orochimaru reasoned. "I can capture the prince far more easily than you, as well. Especially if Iroh has taught him any of the secret shinobi techniques with which you would be unfamiliar." "Ridiculous," Azula said. "I will capture my brother myself. This is a family matter in the first place, Fatha. R should never have brought you into this." Sasuke intervened. "Miss Azula may be right. After all, she knows her brother more intimately than we do. Besides, it would be just as simple to apprehend Zuko with a small, elite task force." Orochimaru stared down his apprentice with his cold, serpentine eyes. "So, you want an elite task force?" It's better this way, Sasuke said. A small group of elite fighters will be more effective than an army, especially if ninja are involved, as Fire Lord Ozai suspects. He turned to his master. I have prospects in mind. Do I have your permission to use whatever resources I deem necessary? Of course, Orochimaru said. My minions should become used to hearing orders from your face. Azula nodded and said, I have some people in mind, too. However, Orochimaru interjected, I have one requirement to my cooperation in this matter. What do you want? More gold. Azula proffered. Easily done. No, he rejected. Your older brother was chasing a boy who was alleged to be the Avatar. The one human being who can naturally use all forms of elemental manipulation. I want him. Azula scowled. I'm afraid we have a conflict of interest, here. My father also wants the Avatar. Alive. Oh, I will keep him alive, I assure you, Orochimaru reassured her. Nor will I allow him any chance to escape once he is in my grasp. I only want to learn from him. He chuckled. I still have much to learn. Well, you don't have to if you don't want to. I mean, I don't really care. Yeah, who would care about such a silly thing? It's silly. Really silly. Then do it. Mizu growled at the two youths working up the courage to press flesh. Really? You'd think the Avatar would be a bit smoother with the ladies. Hey, Aang shot back. I have no trouble with ladies. I had all kinds of ladies following me around on Kyoshi Island. You mean, little girls? Katara added. HMPH, Mizu grunted. Kurohi closed his eyes and smiled knowingly. Ah, I see. You see what? Mizu asked as the two young benders looked quizzically at the Uchiha. Well, it's obvious, the young man said to his friend. These two, they must have very strong feelings for one another. What? The two shouted. Oh, Mizu said, a sly grin spreading across his face. So they're lovebirds. That's ridiculous. Aang protested. Yeah, wait, it's not that ridiculous, Katara cut in. I didn't mean, Aang stammered. That is, we're just friends. So we'd never want to. I mean, obviously we're not. I understand, Mizu said, and he strummed on his jung. He then began to sing, in the dark of the cave, love will light the way, you can't lose the love that's in your heart. Aang and Katara looked at the two travelers like they had gone mad. The instrumentals weren't exactly bad, though a bit repetitive, but Mizu's singing was just awful. Okay, Aang, let's do it. Wah, the monk asked, bewildered. You mean, you think this is romantic? No, it's horrible, she stated bluntly. Let's kiss so they stop. Right, Aang said. She took him by the shoulder as their torch began to sputter. It was down to its last moments. They leaned in, faces flushed. If the next person to walk through that door is a girl, I'll kill her. A lone voice in a prison cell said. If the next person to walk through that door is a girl, I'll definitely kill her. Suddenly, the chained beast heard a clack as the door sprang open. On a whim, he suddenly said, wait, if the next person to walk through the door is a guy, then I'll kill him. He turned his feral eyes toward the silhouette that now appeared in the doorway. As it stepped through, the beast saw its features clearly. He faltered. Not a guy, he said, noting the full, red lips and wide hips of his visitor. So sorry to disappoint you, what was his name again? The girl asked another figure. The beast moved to the side, trying to see at whom she was looking. Jugo, a voice said. He is a talented man, though unstable due to a certain illness. This voice, it was attached to a man. He saw him. A shock of black hair and a white robe. You, he growled. I'll kill you. He leapt past the girl and his claws raked the air as he went on the attack, murder in his eyes. His fist collided with flesh, pushing it into the wall, cracking it. He could see guards readying themselves to take him down. But he knew they wouldn't stop him before he had had his fill of bloodletting. Just then, he found himself being pushed back by a strong spiritual power. This W'er was backed by a large hand that had sprouted from the other guy's back. Not another copy of me, he growled, slapping the monstrous hand away. But this one's pretty tough, he can even do partial transformations. He must have good control over the curse seal. I didn't come here to fight, Sasuke said, the black of the curse seal enveloping his left half, turning his cornea black. I need to discuss something with you, Jugo. That's all. Jugo considered the copy. He's strong. The strongest since that other copy, Kimimaro. He made a move to attack, once more, but this time the girl got in his way, shooting a jet of flame between them. I'm insulted, Azula said coyly. You give all this attention to Sasuke and don't even give me a second glance. She dodged an angry blow from the eye. LL Man and planted an explosive kick to his gut, sending him skidding back. Jugo wobbled, clutching his stomach in pain. He was surprised. Few were able to affect him in such a way while he was in this stage of his disease. However, it was not enough to stop him. Stop, Azula, Sasuke ordered. We didn't come to fight. He had to motion to the guards to stay back as well, because he knew that if they got involved, it would just result in unnecessary bloodshed. The princess found herself rather put off by the authority in his voice. She definitely wasn't used to people telling her what to do like they were entitled. She disregarded him and moved to attack the murderous man. She would put fear of her in his heart and then he would obey. The young princess and the raving man both found themselves in the clutches of large snakes that issued from the ninja's sleeves. Sasuke looked at both of them, cold murder in his own eyes, shocking the both of them. How about I kill the both of you? He asked. The blotches on Jugo's face began to recede as the snakes slithered back into Sasuke's sleeves. He looked around himself in confusion. He saw the guards circled around in the cracked wall. He saw himself out of his cell. He screamed. He dashed back to his cell and shut the door behind him. Lock the door, he demanded. Jugo, Sasuke said, I came here to free you. Come with me. What is he so afraid of? Azula muttered. I don't want to kill people anymore. Jugo shouted, almost as if answering the question, though he was at the time too panicked to truly listen. Just leave me alone, please. The Fire Princess understood. So, he has some kind of multiple personality. Sasuke nodded. I could start killing again at any time, Jugo went on. Please lock me back in. With someone like that, Azula reasoned, it could be a huge risk, don't you think? She looked at the closed door. That monster might just lose control and kill us, or at least get in our way. No, Sasuke said. He walked closer to the door and spoke to Jugo. Orochimaru has given me authority to complete a very difficult mission. I need your special talents. I will act as your prison in place of concrete walls and metal doors. What do you think you could do? Jugo protested. The only one who could calm my impulses was Kimimaro. I can't be allowed to leave if he's not there. Sasuke remembered Kimimaro. He was of the Kagaya clan, and Orochimaru's favorite subject. He was the most loyal of them all and had willingly offered his body to Orochimaru, both for experimentation and to Beck. Own Orochimaru's new body once his current one decayed. However, he became ill, and thus useless for Orochimaru's purposes, so he sacrificed his life to bring Sasuke safely to him, so that he might be his new body. Jugo, Sasuke said, Kimimaro is dead. He died for my sake. He died for you? Jugo asked, stunned. That means, you're Uchiha, Sasuke. Yes, the Uchiha responded. Jugo remembered Kimimaro speaking of this young man right before he went to die. Jugo had wondered how anyone could be so special that Kimimaro would die for his sake. The Kagaya had told him that this Uchiha was the only other suitable vessel, and that bringing him would be like a rebirth. He understood. Now, he opened the door and came to Sasuke, now resolved that this Uchiha was indeed a man who could take Kimimaro's stead. Aang, Katara, Appa, Kurohi, and Mizu all emerged from the cave. They breathed deeply the fresh air and rejoiced at seeing the sun after so many hours. Aang and Katara looked at each other and blushed, embarrassed at what had happened in the tomb. I guess it was lucky our torch went out, Katara said. I guess those crystals only glow when they're in total darkness. Or maybe it was the power of love that did it, Mizu said with a grin. The two young people turned a deeper red. Aang said after a moment. So what about Sokka and the others? Suddenly, rock, shrapnel was everywhere as two large forms burst out of the mountainside. The four travelers readied themselves for a fight, but relaxed when they saw familiar faces atop the badger. Moles, backs. How did you guys get out? Sokka asked as he slid down the beast. Just like the legend said, Aang responded coyly. We let love lead the way. Katara's cheeks went rosy again as he said that. Really? Sokka said. We let huge ferocious beasts lead our way. Apparently, they're big music fans. He turned and waved goodbye to the badger moles as they receded back into the mountain, closing up the new entryways behind them. Katara hugged her older brother, glad that he had emerged unscathed, though she did notice, why is your forehead all red? Sokka started to answer, but then Chong cut in. Oh body react to what I'm about to tell you, he said in the most serious tone they had heard from the man. I think that kid might be the Avatar. Sokka smacked his forehead in utter exasperation, widening the red mark there considerably, and thus answering Katara's question satisfactorily. So are you guys coming to Omashu with us? Aang asked. Nope, Moku responded. Actually, Kurohi said, Hink Mizu and I would enjoy your company for a little while longer. Okay, Aang said, pleased. He thought these two guys were pretty nice, and if they were ex-ninja they might be helpful in his journey. Sokka came over, adorned now with flowers as Chong, Lily, and Moku all wandered away, singing their songs. The journey was long and annoying, Sokka said cheerfully. But now you get to see what it's really about, the destination. He went to the edge of the cliff they found themselves on and said, I present to you the Earth Kingdom city of O. Oh, no, he said as he took in the sight before him. The walls of Omashu were now adorned with a Fire Nation flag. Siege towers surrounded it and fires were smoldering throughout the city. Omashu had been taken. Return to Omashu. Return to Omashu. Ty Lee was brushing the sweaty tangles out of her hair after undoing her braid. It had been quite a performance, this afternoon, and she was ready to ditch the constraining costume and have a nice hot soak in a nearby hot spring. She heard the sound of footsteps approaching her tent and glanced toward the flap. A familiar face entered her view. Ty Lee, could that possibly be you? Azula, the brunette acrobat cheered as she hopped over to her, bowing before gathering the princess in a big bear hug. Azula smiled and returned the hug. It is so good to see you. Please, Azula said graciously. Don't let me interrupt, whatever it was you were doing. She followed Ty Lee back into the tent. Tell me, what is the daughter of a nobleman doing here? Certainly our parents didn't send us to the Royal Fire Academy for girls to end up in. She looked around the flimsy tent with its gaudy props and decorations. Places like this. Oh, it's wonderful here at the circus. Ty Lee said, so much better than at home. My aura has never been pinker. The acrobat smiled. I'll take your word for it, Azula said. But, I have a proposition for you. Something about that last phrase made Ty Lee decidedly uncomfortable. Azula's propositions were never all that fun for anyone involved. Then she spotted two young men trying to be inconspicuous at the entrance to her tent. Oh, I see, she said with a dirty grin. You want me to go on a double date with you? Azula inquired in uncharacteristic confusion. She watched Ty Lee leap over her head and bound over to Sasuke and Jugo who had been waiting outside. She pulled the young men inside. Ty Lee, wait, I think you. So, which one is yours? Ty Lee asked, looking the boys over. Ooh, she said, noting Sasuke's dark scowl and trendy hair. I bet it's this one. She pushed Sasuke and Azula together. Ah, you two look cute, together. She looked at Jugo. I have to say, Azula, you do know my tastes. He's really cute, even if he is a bit older. She poked a bewildered Jugo's nose and squeaked. Ty Lee, Azula growled. That's not the proposition I was talking about. She cleared her throat, regaining her composure. I'm hunting a traitor. You remember my brother? Oh, yeah, Ty Lee recalled. He was funny when he got all grumpy. Right, Azula deadpanned. I would be honored if you would join me on my mission. Oh, Ty Lee said hesitantly. I kind of still have some performances, you know, and, well, I'm really happy here. Well, Azula said, I would hate to make you do something you didn't want to do. She picked up a small doll that seemed to be modeled after the gymnast. But the circus, it's such a dangerous place, she said, her voice full of concern. I'd hate for something to happen to you. Suddenly the doll was alight with blue flames that died quickly down to a smoldering orange as she dropped the toy in the dirt. Tai Li gulped. Well, you know, what are friends for? She forced a cheery giggle. That wasn't as bad as I thought, Katara said as she emerged with her companions from the sewage. Suddenly, a green blob oozed up through the manhole. Her eyes bulged and she backed away. Spotting a barrel of water to the side, she bent some water at the monster, washing off the gunk to reveal her brother, complete with two bulbous creatures hanging from his face. They squeaked. Sokka screamed, pulling at the creatures, but they were stuck tight. They won't let go. Help. Aang pinned Sokka to the wall, silencing him. Don't make so much noise, he chided the older boy. They're just purple pentapus. He rubbed one of the pentapus head with his finger and it gently released Sokka's cheek. The Water Tribe boy then repeated the process on the other, with similar results. Aang then removed a third pentapus from Sokka's neck that had heretofore gone unnoticed. Hey, a guard growled, having just rounded a corner. What are you doing out past curfew? Aang ducked behind Katara and Sokka, quickly re-emerging with a red hat to obscure his arrow tattoo. Sorry, Katara said, we were just on our way home. Wait, said the guard. What's the matter with him? He pointed toward Sokka, noting the red welts on his face from the pentapus. Oh, Katara stalled as her mind raced for an explanation. He has pentapox, sir. The guard walked up to Sokka, curious, and tried to touch him. But was stopped by Katara. It's highly contagious, she said. He hesitated, noting the boy's suddenly stricken look. Ooh, it's so awful. I'm dying, Sokka choked, looking very obviously unwell. And deadly, Katara concluded. Wait, I think I've heard of pentapox. He turned to a fellow guard. Didn't your cousin Chong die of it? He looked back at Sokka as he stumbled forward, coughing up some kind of bodily fluid. We'd better go wash our hands and burn our clothes. The guards all turned tail and ran. Sokka straightened, his act over, and Aang rubbed the pentapus head. Thank you, sewer friend. Quick thinking, Katara, Kurohi said. Thanks, Kurohi, Katara said. Actually, the man said. Kurohi is just the name I give to avoid being tracked. He smiled at Aang. Since we're traveling together, you can call me by my real name. It's Itachi. Mizu looked strangely at Itachi, as if unsure of his intent. Yeah, he said, after a moment. My real name is Kisame. Oh, Aang said, accepting the explanation. In that case, we're pleased to meet you again, Itachi and Kisame. Right, Katara said. But, for now, let's find Bumi and get out of here. In another of Orochimaru's many hideouts, this one in the grass region of the Earth Kingdom, 5 people looked up at a large tank filled with water. The 5th member of Azula and Sasuke's squad, Karen, had met them there from the southern base, having been sent direct orders from Orochimaru, himself, to help them in their mission. However, she was not too happy about this. I will say releasing a dangerous experiment like Jugo is stupid enough, the red-headed ninja said. But releasing Suigetsu, that's just crazy. Not as crazy as you, babe, a voice said from within the chamber of water. What is this thing? Azula asked, intrigued at the seemingly sentient water. I read the report of the ocean rising up to destroy our fleets at the North Pole, but that was due to the Avatar channeling the spirit of the ocean. Is this talking bowl of water a man or a spirit, or something else? I am definitely something else, Suigetsu said as his volume of water was dumped onto the floor from a tube that ran from the chamber. His physical head began to form from the liquid as the rest of his body followed. I used to be a member of the 7 swordsmen from the Hidden Mist Village, he said. I remember. Now, Sasuke, he said. You were in the team that defeated my senior, Momochi Zabuza. That was a long time ago, Sasuke said. I don't know them. Suigetsu's full naked form had now formed, causing no little amount of giggling from Tai Li. Geez, that's too bad. He looked around at the assembled group. I don't know what to make of you, Uchiha. I can't say I approve of your choice in teammates, myself excluded. I don't like those two at all, he said, gesturing to Jugo and Karen. And these other two, he looked Azula and Tai Li over. A princess and an airhead. I don't know. You don't have to get along with anyone, Suigetsu, Sasuke said firmly. Just work with them. Now put on some clothes and let's go. I'll go with you, the Mist Ninja agreed. But there's somewhere we need to stop before we get anything else. Plague, plague, a soldier shouted, panicked, as he ran through the streets. Alarm was sweeping through the city, as citizens walked the streets like zombies, welts adorning their faces. High above, the governor looked on with his wife, daughter, and newborn son. "What is going on down there?" the governor asked. "I saw some kids yesterday who were sick with pentapox," one of his guards told him. "It must have spread." Quote, "Pentapox," the governor exclaimed. "I'm pretty sure I've heard of that." "Oh, this is terrible," bemoaned his wife. "What should we do?" the guard asked. "Drive them out of the city, but don't touch them. We have to rid the city of this disease." As the guard left to complete his new mission, the governor's daughter, a bleak-looking girl with a long, noble visage, offered her father her bowl. "Fire flakes, Dad, how awful," the governor's wife gasped. Unbeknown to them, the baby, Tom Tom, was wandering off. In his room, Tom Tom found a funny white creature, and found its tail to be mesmerizing. He wanted to play with it, and, he decided, he would, no matter where it went. Sasuke and Azula stood before a large bridge connecting a small island to the Earth Kingdom mainland. Upon the sign overhanging the bridge, it read, "Great Naruto Bridge." "That's a weird name for a bridge," the princess remarked. She looked over at Sasuke, who was looking at the sign with the faintest of smiles on his face, as if he were recalling a pleasant memory. "Sasuke, it's nothing," he said. "Let's go." They had come so that Suigetsu could retrieve a weapon of one of the 7 swordsmen. The demon Zabuza's beheading sword was here, where the ninja had died with his partner, Haku. After a grueling fight with a green leaf ninja squad which concluded with him turning on the man who had contracted him, a vile and hated criminal in the guise of a businessman. Now the sword, which had been passed on through generations of swordsmen, would be Suigetsu's. In another village, further away, the Great Bridge's namesake and his master Jiraiya stopped for supplies and food. "Man," Naruto said, "if we don't get more to eat than some soldier rations, I am going to die." "Yeah, well," Jiraiya responded. "A ninja's life is fraught with peril, not to mention starvation. A huge reward for anyone who catches the thief." The 2 ninja turned to the source of the voice they had just overheard, suddenly intrigued. Jiraiya came up to the 2 men who had just been talking. "Excuse me," he interjected. "But did I hear someone say, huge reward?" One of the men said, "Yeah. There's this guy, they call him the Blue Spirit on account of the mask he wears and how he seems to appear and disappear like a ghost." Jiraiya looked back at his young protege. "A ghost? Or a ninja?" he smiled. "So how much is this reward?" 500 gold pieces, the man said. Apparently the Blue Spirit stole twice that much from a local nobleman. "Wow, pervy sage," Naruto exclaimed. "That could feed us for the rest of our journey home," his eyes misted with dreamy thoughts. "And even have enough left over to go on an expensive date with Sakura." "It sounds good," Jiraiya agreed. "I think we may have just solved our problem." "Well, we didn't find Bumi," Aang said. "But on the bright side, we did manage to evacuate all the people with a fake plague." "Yeah," Sokka said. "But on the downside, he lifted a screeching Momo with a baby attached to his tail. Look at what your lemur brought home." Itachi looked at them thoughtfully. "So the governor now thinks you've kidnapped his son. And he wants to trade for King Bumi." He stroked his chin. "Truly, this governor is a fool." "It could be a trap," Sokka said. "I don't think so," Itachi said. "I know of this man. I've heard stories. He is quite protective of his family, and that is his weakness." He looked meaningfully at Aang. "In order to achieve the greater good, one must sacrifice one's bonds. Only then can a person be strong enough to do what must be done." He looked away, and Aang thought he detected a hint of remorse in his eyes. This man cannot do this. That is why he cannot be setting a trap. He would not risk sacrifice of a loved one to protect his ideals. Katara, Aang, and Sokka exchanged glances. It was odd how he almost made trying to protect one's family sound like a bad thing. "So," Katara said, "I guess we'll wait until the morning and see." The next day brought with it yet more arrivals, however. As Mai prepared to go with her father to hand over the Omashu king in exchange for her little brother, Azula and a gang of 5 others, only one of whom she recognized, appeared before her. "Please tell me you're here to kill me," she said as she bowed to the princess. "It's good to see you, Mai," Azula said, hugging the girl politely. Ty Lee also hugged Mai, though much more enthusiastically. "I thought you ran off and joined the circus," Mai said incredulously. "You said it was your calling." "Well," Ty Lee said. Azula called a little louder. "We have a mission," Azula said. "And we need you. Count me in," Mai said without bothering to hear it out. "Anything to get me out of this place." Mai, Suigetsu muttered to the rest of the group. Was it this easy to convince all of you, or is she just overeager? Mai and her 2 friends stood with the 4 ninja behind her as she faced off against the group of alleged kidnappers, which apparently consisted of a 12-year-old, some kids her age, and a couple raggedy-looking hobos in cloaks. Calmly, though she seethed inside, she signaled that Bumi be lowered. He was encased in a full metal jacket which stopped him from bending and was being transported via crane down to ground level. "Hi, everybody," the insane king snorted as he landed behind Mai's group. "You brought my brother?" Mai asked. "He's here," the little boy said, gesturing to a boy not much older who held Tom Tom in his arms. "We're ready to trade." "I'm sorry," Azula cut in. "But a thought just occurred to me." "Do you mind?" "Of course not, Princess Azula," Mai responded. "We're trading a 2-year-old for a king. A powerful earthbending king." Bumi agreed. "It doesn't seem like a fair trade, does it?" Mai looked over the group of vicious kidnappers, noting how her brother cooed in the boy's arms. That kid looked like he was more at the mercy of Tom Tom than the other way around. The other kids there didn't look like much of a problem, either. In fact, she was pretty sure she could take them. She decided. "You're right." She turned to the young boy in front. "Deal's off." At a gesture, Bumi rose once again into the scaffolding. "Whoa," Bumi said gleefully. "See you all later." "Bumi," Aang shouted, leaping after the king. He saw one of the Fire Nation's girls leap forward and shoot a plume of blue flame at him, but he dodged, landing on another girder before opening his glider and sailing off. Unfortunately, his hat blew off his head as he flew. "The Avatar," Azula gasped. "My lucky day." She moved toward the elevator winch, intending to use it for a little lift, but she suddenly found one of the ragged, gray-cloaked men in her way. She couldn't see the man's face clearly, as it was covered partially by a hood. "You there! Out of my way!" She struck at him, blue flames dancing from her fingertips, but the man easily dodged, and quickly invaded her strike zone and delivered a painful punch to the gut. She caught the man's arm and held him firmly, shouting back to her shinobi, "Sasuke!" She didn't have to say any more. The young ninja was already scaling the scaffolding, in hot pursuit of the Avatar. She, meanwhile, decided not to underestimate this man again. Meanwhile, Aang had caught up to Bumi, and was desperately trying to free him. "Hang on," he told his old friend. "We're gonna get you out of here." He took a deep breath and blew on the chain, and ice crystals slowly began to form. "Aang," Bumi prodded, but the boy kept stubbornly blowing. Aang." He pursed his lips and said quietly, "You might want to look out behind you." Aang turned and saw a figure hurtling toward him, hand crackling with lightning. He ducked and the other boy's hand swiped through the chain, sending them all hurtling down. On ground level, Azula was still trying to fight this cloaked man. He was very good, she could tell, but she would not be beaten by a hobo. She feinted and then struck, a swath of blue fire raking the man's head. His hood was burned away, and she could see his face more clearly. She was somewhat surprised, though. It was uncanny, the resemblance between this man and Sasuke. He was older, obviously, and he had bags under his eyes, unlike Sasuke who usually seemed well rested. But they definitely had the same eyes. Cold, filled with pain, and, more importantly, blazing red with 3 seeds circling the pupil. "I see," Azula said smugly. 2 pleasant surprises in one day. She pulled her fingers through the air, etching a jagged path of light as her energy increased. She poured lightning into the space between them. And though she thought she saw the man's hand move for a moment, there was no blocking this attack. Lightning slammed into the man, boiling the water in his CE. LLS and scarring his nerves as the electricity used his body as a shortcut to the earth. She eased up and watched the man fall to his knees, body steaming. "Well," she said smugly. "I'm shocked." She laughed at her little joke. "I thought the infamous Itachi Uchiha would be so much harder to kill." Itachi's smoking body suddenly began to quiver and the skin began to split. A streak of feathers flew as a bird popped out of his carcass. Finally, his body burst, and crows issued forth, surrounding Azula. She took a step back, disgusted by the display, but she found herself in the clutches of a completely unharmed Itachi. "So, you thought I would be harder to kill?" he asked her, turning her around and looking her in the eyes. His eyes had changed since she last glimpsed them. Now they looked like a three-pronged pinwheels, spinning in the red field of their irises. Elbow. The ninja backed off, realizing he was at a disadvantage here. His speed was of no help to him in such close combat. He activated his Sharingan and struck again, trying to read the boy's movements. "It's not like anything I've seen," he thought. However, his Sharingan was adept, and he soon found a weakness and exploited it with a swift knee to the gut. The boy fell from the cage, but as he spun in midair, a wind picked up and carried him around. Of course, he thought. Airbending. He remembered how Tamari had used her air affinity in her ninjutsu, and that she could use that huge fan to glide. He quickly built his energy imbalance inside and turned to where the airbender had floated and released an arc. However, as if he had been standing on solid ground the whole time, Aang backflipped out of the way before the bolt was released, and landed back to back while the lightning raced into the clouds. Sasuke tried to turn to face his foe, but Aang pressed himself close to the ninja and turned with him. Frustrated, Sasuke drew his blade and struck blindly at the airbender, but Aang ducked beneath it. While there, Bumi hissed at Aang to listen to him for a moment. "Hey, Aang, could you hang on to this hinge for a moment?" he asked, gesturing to the hinge on the side of the metal jacket which held him. The airbender nodded and grabbed hold. Bumi lifted his chin and suddenly the small prison stopped. Aang watched, stunned, as the ninja flew through the air. He looked to the foot of the cage and saw a slab of rock jutting out from the slide. "You mean, you were able to earth bend this whole time?" "Well, they didn't cover my face," Bumi said reasonably. On the ground, Azula screamed and collapsed. Itachi turned to the other members of her group. They had already immobilized Sokka, and Jugo was cradling the young Tom Tom in his arms. Katara and Kisame were using their water techniques to ward off the others. Ty Lee managed to get behind Katara, however, and a quick succession of jabs had her down and her waterbending useless. Mai whipped around when she heard Azula's scream, shocked at hearing such a sound from her friend. Seeing Itachi standing over her, she tossed her throwing knives, but the other man had kunai of his own, and he threw them with deadly accuracy. He deflected her knives with one wave of his own, and then pinned her to the wall with another wave. The deflected knives flew with precision to pin both Karen and Ty Lee, as well. Suigetsu was the only one left unoccupied, now, and he hefted his large blade at the still concealed head of Kisame. Only then did the large man take from under his cloak a large object wrapped in bandages. Katara wondered, from her prone position on the ground, what the former ninja planned to do with his jung, but then she saw it strike the other blade and knew that was no musical instrument. Suigetsu gaped. "Kisame Hoshigake," he exclaimed, "to think I'd have a chance at taking another of my senior's swords so soon." "Hey," Kisame laughed as the now partially revealed sharkskin blade pulsed. "You'll have to try a little harder than that to take my Samahade." The two crossed blades again while Itachi observed. Not far away, Sasuke hit the wall. He had tumbled a fair distance, and found himself quite shaken as he got to his feet. He saw that airbender a small way in the distance and leapt onto a nearby slide and ran to meet this avatar. Aang, meanwhile, had listened to Bumi speak to him about the importance of neutral Jin, of waiting and listening for the right moment to strike, in earthbending. He realized now that Bumi would not be his teacher. "I guess I need to find someone else to teach me earthbending." "Your teacher will be someone who has mastered neutral Jin. You need to find someone who waits and listens before striking." Momo jumped onto Aang's shoulder and chittered at him. "Hey, Momo," Aang greeted his small friend. Bumi grinned. Momo's mastered a few Jin, himself. He was amused at Momo's reaction, which was to screech at him and fly off. "Goodbye, Aang," he said. "I'll see you when the time is right." With that, he moved his chin and earth bent his way back up the slide, leaving Aang standing upon the bridge of rock, with Sasuke. "Avatar," Sasuke said. Aang turned and saw the ninja, the left side of whose face was covered in black splotched. He recoiled. "Whoa, what happened to you, buddy? You're impressive," Sasuke said. "I should have known I would have to use my real power against someone like you." The black splotches moved further across his body and he removed his shirt. His hair lengthened and became lighter as the splotches melted together and faded to gray, with a black star in the middle of his face. Finally, a pair of wings that reminded the Avatar curiously of upraised hands sprouted from his back. "No more playing around," he said. "If I can beat a god, then maybe I can beat him." "Well, I wouldn't say I'm a god, but Aang started, but he was forced to cut his explanation short as the monstrous ninja began his assault with blinding speed. Aang was unable to fully guard against the onslaught, sustaining numerous gashes as he tried to evade. Sasuke landed his shin in the Avatar's gut, doubling him over, and then spun around to kick him in the face. He completed the set by leaping into the air and driving his knee into the bridge of his adversary's nose. Aang was launched off the slide and barely managed to soften his landing to non-lethal. Say after a moment to find Sasuke again on the offensive. He slammed a wall of air into his attacker, making him back off, and took in his surroundings. Noticing a barrel of water nearby, he burst the water out of the container and used it to set up the octopus technique. The curse-sealed ninja considered his opponent. He tested the boy's moves by feinting in and out, and managed to receive some fiercer lashes than he had expected. His foe apparently had more bite than the average airbender. He stormed Aang's defenses after being satisfied that he could predict his opponent's moves, and, indeed, he dodged the waterbending whips effectively. He was caught by surprise, however, when the boy used airbending to strike him in the solar plexus, taking his breath away, and then curving the whips back to envelop him, and then freeze him. "You," Sasuke growled, "won't beat me." He stared hard at Aang with his Sharingan eyes, attempting to ensnare him in a genjutsu. He suddenly shattered the icy block he had been contained in and circled behind Aang, who could still see him trapped. He moved to strike a debilitating blow. "Aang," a familiar voice cried out to the Avatar. "Look out," it seemed to say. And suddenly he knew that the ninja in front of him was an illusion. He turned and caught Sasuke's downward strike and used the momentum to flip him over hard onto his back. The hard earth beneath him cracked a little with the force of the impact. "Wow," he said, "I almost didn't see that one coming." "How?" Sasuke asked. "How did you overcome my Sharingan?" "Sharingan, huh?" Aang asked. "You mean you're an Uchiha?" "Wow, Itachi told us there were only a few of them left, now. I guess you'd be related, right?" "Itachi," he breathed. "My brother." "Your brother," Aang said cheerfully. "Yeah, he's a friend. He was with us, actually, but he wore a gray cloak so you probably didn't recognize him. He held out his hand to help the ninja up. I guess that means we don't have to fight now, right?" Sasuke glared darkly at the boy. "Get out of my way." He ran past Aang, and as he picked up speed his hand crackled with power. Oh, Aang said, realizing that this guy was not looking for a happy family reunion. Kisame parried a head-cleaving strike from young Suigetsu. The young mist ninja backed away and decided, warm-up's over. He grinned a sharp-toothed grin. Suddenly, the muscles in his arms expanded and his flesh became taut, giving him a flayed look. The shark-faced ninja smirked. "I'm looking forward to it." "I think that's enough," Itachi said, causing the both of them to look over at him. They noticed a cloud of dust looming behind the Uchiha. Electricity crackled in the dust cloud, and a boy in a glider raced above. The Uchiha noticed their glances and turned to see the murderous eyes of his younger brother. He sighed. It wasn't quite time yet, but the boy was always overly tenacious. Aang saw his friends lying prone on the ground, hurt and possibly worse. And now this monster that Sasuke Uchiha had become was barreling toward a new friend, intent on his death. And with the amount of power that teen possessed, he was likely to get it, in the monk's humble opinion. He couldn't let that happen. But he wasn't fast enough to overtake him, even with airbending speeding him through the air. He gasped as he saw Sasuke stretch out his hand toward Itachi's heart. And he could see the other making no move to stop him. Time seemed to slow down. He knew this feeling. It was the same whenever he entered the Avatar state. He was aware, but not quite. It was as if he was outside his body looking in, but he could see and hear and smell and feel everything as if he were still inside as well. All he knew was that he wanted to stop Sasuke's advance, his body responded with the knowledge of his collective past lives. He dropped his glider, and as he fell to the ground he moved his arms in a flowing pattern, wind spiraling around him. He landed, and shot forth his arms in a solid stance more like an earthbender than anything else. A ball of air that seemed to glow at its core raced across the ground faster than Sasuke could hope to be. As the younger Uchiha's claws singed the shirt of the older, the shell of supercompressed air hit, throwing up a cloud of dust as Sasuke disappeared from his brother's sight. Itachi looked at Aang, whose EYs and tattoos were still glowing as he channeled the Avatar spirit. He turned to the two mist swordsmen. Well, I think the Avatar speaks for me in this. Suigetsu held up his hands in defeat. Hey, whatever you want, guys. So, Mai said as she walked beside Azula sitting rather fussily in her litter. We're going to go after your brother, and the Avatar. It'll be interesting to see Zuko again, won't it Mai? Ty Lee teased, and Mai blushed at the mention of her childhood boyfriend. What's the matter, little sister? Zuko asked. You killed them, she said. But, why? Because, he said, without them, you're all alone. They won't bother you anymore, will they? No, but, she stammered. You hate me, don't you? He asked. No, she said. I would never. That's right, Azula rasped, somewhat rattled. Then she regained her composure and said, the seven of us have 2 missions, now, and in order to complete them in a timely fashion, I think we should split up. Sasuke nodded. 3 to 4 man cells are ideal in tracking missions, he recited. The Avatar and my older brother will pose the biggest threat, and thus a 4-man team is necessary. Big threat, Suigetsu muttered. I'll say, even with all of us we got our asses handed to us. Sasuke glowered at the mist ninja. I will lead the group that takes the Avatar, he said. I need Jugo, Suigetsu and Ty Lee with me. Karen balked. Hey, what about me? I never agreed to take orders from her. Sasuke ignored her. We will be known for this mission as Team Snake, he announced. Mai, Karen, and myself, Azula went on, will be known as Team Phoenix. We will pursue my brother. Connections. The townsfolk were worried. They had been hearing tales for days about a bandit in the area. They had all ought anyone would be smart enough to be discreet with their money. But now this could only cause trouble. An ornate procession made its way down the main street. Men carried statues of gold and silk banners. In the center of it all was an older man bedecked with riches unlike any of the peasants had ever seen. He sat with what they assumed was his grandson, also finely dressed, and they hurried on loudly as if there wasn't another soul in the city. Oh, yes, they were trouble. The old man signaled for the parade to stop suddenly, and he walked down a staircase of men's backs to the ground. Wandering over to the side of the street where several poor vagabonds sat, he found one boy in particular who seemed the worse for wear. That's a nasty scar you have, son, the old man said loud. Enough for people across the way to hear. Looks like you had a run-in with an angry firebender. Yes, the boy said. I did, the old man inquired. So tell me, what's your name? The young man paused, as if trying to remember. It's Lee, he said, finally. Ah, the old man said. Well, you look like you're having a hard time of it right now, son. He pulled out a bag of coins. So how about some gold coins to hold you over? Lee looked balefully at the man, as if insulted by the gesture, but he said, I could use them. Well, you'll have to earn them, the man said. I want you to give me a little show. He continued to wave the pouch around. I'm no performer, the boy said with a hint of anger in his voice. Ah, come on, I'll give you 2 bags. No, come on, Gramps, the man's grandson shouted. Leave the guy alone and let's get on with it. Ah, fine, the man conceded and turned to leave. But don't say I didn't try. Geez, pervy sage, Naruto growled at the bejeweled Jiraiya. Why do you have to tease that guy like that? That wasn't very nice. Look, Naruto, the old man explained. We were lent these fine riches so that we could attract attention. Granted, a parade will do that. But it's even better when you make a scene like that. Further, by doing that I gave a picture of someone who was very loose with his cash, which is very tempting, and also painted myself as an unsympathetic figure. Which will make it easier for our target to go after us. He looked at the still frowning face of his pupil. Okay, look, after we get paid, I'll treat the guy for the trouble. Assuming we can find him. Didn't seem like he was a stable guy. After a few moments, Jiraiya halted the procession once more, announcing loudly. All right, I'm going into this dark alleyway to take a giant piss. No one follow me because I'm self-conscious, and don't worry about any strange noises, that'll just be my kidney stones. The guards sighed loudly at the display. The disparity between pay and the moose lion fodder they had to put up with occurred in many of their minds. Come on, Naruto, let's go. The old man said as he pulled the blonde boy into the alley. I thought you said you were self-conscious. Naruto protested as he disappeared into the darkness that grew deeper as the sun set. After they had entered the alley, Jiraiya whispered in a low voice to his student. You feel it, Naruto? Yeah, it looks like someone finally took the bait, the blonde responded in kind. Whatever you do, keep your eyes and ears open, Jiraiya reminded the genin. Don't let yourself get caught by Sir. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly the toad sage found himself with his pants around his ankles and the bags of coin he was carrying lifted from his waist. Oops. Naruto saw the attacker, a man clad all in black except for a blue lion turtle mask. He carried 2 broadswords and now 2 bags of gold. The genin leapt for the attacker and kicked at him, only to meet thin air as the clone vanished. An illusion, he realized, the most basic kind of clone taught at the academy, too. He spun around and saw more and he struck at them, causing each to vanish upon contact until finally. One of the blue spirits caught his leg and spun him to the ground. The blue spirit leapt up the walls with the blonde ninja soon in hot pursuit. Yeah, she said, the Mizukage gave it to me. Kisame looked a little shocked. Mizukage, you mean the shadow of the bloody mist? He grinned. How interesting. So he gave you a scroll of some of Mist Village's most secret techniques, I guess so, Katara said. But it's partially for Aang, so I can teach him. And he's the avatar. You know, the water ninja said, when I was a young genin like yourself, I tried to take that very scroll. Really? Yep. And when Mizukage found out, well, he sentenced me to death. Katara almost dropped the scroll, she was so stunned. Death. That's right. You see, the contents of that scroll are important to our survival. And it's even more important that the scroll's contents never fall into the hands of outsiders. If a genin were to be captured with that kind of knowledge, however, a skill D interrogator would likely be able to get the secrets out of him or her. That's why those are only to be taught to Chunin. So, what happened? Oh, well, I killed my executioners, so Mizukage instead promoted me to Chunin. The ninja said with a grin. Katara gulped. This was heavy stuff, apparently. She looked at the grinning fish man. He killed his executioners, huh? That was understandable, she figured. As it was pretty much him or them. She knew the ninja of the hidden mist were traditionally raised to be cold killers, but she had to ask herself if she really should be associating with the kind of people who could be so ruthless, and seemingly without so much as a shred of guilt. Hey, you talkin' us down for a reason, Sokka said, interrupting Katara from her thoughts. Looking at Aang, he seemed to be non-responsive. Aang, the water tribe boy said once more, and the nomad flinched. Why are we going down? What? The airbender asked, wiping his forehead. I didn't even notice. Well, are you noticing now? Sokka asked sarcastically. Is something wrong? Katara asked, concerned. Aang looked down on the green overgrowth below with a curious expression on his face. I know this is going to sound weird, but it feels like the swamp is calling me. Is it telling you where we can get something to eat? Sokka asked hungrily. No, Aang responded. I think it wants us to land there. No offense to the swamp, Sokka informed his young friend. But I don't really see any land there to land on. I don't know, Aang said. Boomy said in order to learn earthbending I would have to wait and listen. And now I'm actually hearing the earth. Do you want me to ignore it? Yes. I don't know, Katara said. There's something ominous about this place. Momo and Appa ced their own sounds of disapproval concerning their course. See, Sokka pointed out, even Appa and Momo don't like it here. Alright, Aang conceded, since everyone feels so strongly about this. He shook Appa's reins and shouted, "Yip! Yip!" And the bison sped away, climbing back into the clouds. Suddenly it began to rain. Katara and Kisame used waterbending to move the water around them, but then they heard something else. "You better throw in an extra, yip!" Sokka shouted as he spotted a huge twister on their flank. "We gotta move." He tried to evade the tornado, but it almost seemed that the winds had a sentience. Following his ever-weave and dodge, it overtook them, pulling them into the vortex, and while Aang did his best to airbend a pathway out, his efforts were in vain, and the riders and mount were pulled apart. Naruto chased after the thief. He wasn't much of a ninja, if even that. It seemed he didn't know much more than basic bunshin and substitution techniques. It was pretty simple to overtake him. He managed to tackle the blue spirit from behind, taking him to the ground. "Alright, blue spirit," Naruto said. "You're coming with me." The other said nothing, but instead bucked Naruto off of him. Spinning to his feet, he pulled his broadswords and began to whirl them about him as he advanced on the young ninja. Naruto summoned shadow clones, an advanced form of the blue spirit's replicas. But every one of them possessing a true physical form and a portion of Naruto's own chakra energy. The spirit mowed down a significant portion of these duplicates, but Hai's technique was seen through by the time he got to the last three. He was tripped and pummeled into the air. He landed on the ground, shaken, but he wouldn't give up yet. "I'm no pushover," Naruto said. "Especially not by a punk like you." He and his clones huddled up and began to form a small Rasengan, a spiraling sphere of spirit and physical power, but it was only enough to knock out an average fighter. The masked thief swung his swords again, this time with flames enveloping the blades. "Are you sure my brother is here?" The two opponents paused when they heard the voice. "Positive. I can track anyone's unique chakra energy within a mile, even more accurately if I'm familiar with the person. Prince Zuko is nearby, we just have to find him." The blue spirit suddenly shot forth, surprising Naruto. He dispersed his clones and struck at the thief. The masked man tackled the ninja, pushing him back toward the edge of the roof, but Naruto shoved the Rasengan into the spirit's face, pushing them away from each other and knocking the mask away. Before Naruto went over the roof, he recognized the face of the blue spirit. It was that of the scarred boy, Lee. "No," Azula said plainly. "He's much too good looking to be my brother." She ignored the aggravated glance Mai gave her. Sorry about that, ladies, I was just, trying to capture someone and he, surprised me." Azula looked sternly at the boy, and then looked up at the roof from where the boy had fallen. She leapt up to see what was really going on. It couldn't be her brother, could it? When she got there, she saw a man fastening a cracked blue mask to his face. When he looked at her, she recognized the mask as belonging to the infamous criminal, Blue Spirit, who had not only freed the Avatar, but had raided several Fire Nation outposts. To say nothing of his rash of thefts in the Earth Kingdom proper. Well, not who I was hoping for, but I suppose I might as well make a little detour. She could always catch up to her brother, later. After all, Mai and Karen joined her on the roof promptly, and also spotted the criminal, who had finally noticed them, as well. Mai unsheathed her knives as Karen cracked her knuckles, preparing for a fight. It was dark deep under the canopy of the swamp, and rain fell in a light sheet, just enough to make Aang uncomfortable. He had been separated from the others, it seemed, and he had been making his way through the trees for a while, now. He could definitely feel some kind of presence here. In fact, he realized, he could hear it. Someone was laughing. He looked to his side and saw a girl standing upon a tree branch, dressed in white. A flying pig hovered beside her. She turned to him, her eyes sightless, and she smiled. Then she disappeared. Maybe Sokka was right, Aang thought. In another part of the swamp, Katara had just spotted a woman in the distance. Hello, can you help me?" she shouted. Just then Katara noticed the familiar clothes and hair. "Mom," and she picked up speed. "Mom." Touching her hand to the woman's shoulder, she said, "I can't believe." Her smile faded as she felt rough wood under her touch, and she realized the woman whom she thought she had seen was nothing but a tree stump. It had been an illusion. Katara fell to her knees and began to sob. In yet another part of the swamp, Itachi walked purposefully through the wetland. Unintimidated by the aura of sentience about the place, he knew exactly what was here. He saw a familiar figure in the distance, and paused. "Shisui," he said, allowing himself a moment's sadness. "Itachi," the man said. He was wet, bloodied, and bloated with water, his skin looking as if it were going to simply fall off his bones. Just like he had looked when his body had been fished out of the river. "You did this to me, Itachi." He covered the distance between them in the blink of an eye, a technique that even Itachi had a hard time following. Shisui clamped his hand down on the young man's throat. "Foolish little brother," he growled. "You sacrificed your best friend, your family, and your happiness. And for what? Power?" Itachi shook his head. "No, peace." He drew a katana from his cloak and slashed the image of his former best friend, the man he'd looked up to as an older brother, in two. "And I'd do it again in order to protect my village from your plots." He moved onward, now feeling more acutely the discomfort associated with this place. Why had he even said that much to an illusion? But, then, he supposed illusions were the only things to whom he could tell the truth. "I hate coming here," he finally admitted. Sokka slashed through the vines, intent on finding the others. "Aang, Katara," he shouted. "Itachi, fish guy." He paused upon seeing a glowing apparition before him. This did not look good. "You," he shook his head. "No way, this is just a trick of the light, swamp gas. Or maybe I'm insane." He walked over to her, curiously, hoping she would just vanish like most mirages. "You didn't protect me," she said. Then she vanished. Sokka shook his head. Well, she vanished like he'd hoped. He could have done without that parting shot though. He wandered away somewhat dazed. Kisame walked across the swamp water. Pleasant stroll," he said. "Hope everyone else is okay." In the distance, he spotted familiar faces. Oh, he came to a halt. "Hey, though," he greeted cheerily. "Hey, fish guy," the heavy-set man, though, greeted. "How's it goin'?" The skinnier and taller man, asked conversationally. "Oh, just fine. You?" "Good. Hey," though suggested. "What say we get on outta here back to HQ?" "Sounds good," the paler-skinned man agreed. The blue spirit parried Mai's daggers as he fled. The three girls were relentless in their pursuit however. As he ducked down an alleyway, however, the knife thrower finally hit her mark, pinning the thief to a wall. The blue spirit struggled to free himself, but Azula and her team were there before he could accomplish anything. "Well, then, Mr. Blue Spirit," Azula said sweetly. "Let's see who you really are." She reached for his mask, and behind it, cold sweat poured down Zuko's face. "Hold it," shouted Naruto from the alley's entrance. "What's this?" Azula said mockingly. "The little boy wants to play." Karen snorted. "Who are you, anyway? I owe you for landing on my head." The blonde ninja puffed himself up and grinned confidently. "Me, I'm the student of the Toad Sage and the guy who's gonna be the next Hokage." "I'm the great Naruto." "You mean like the bridge?" Azula asked incredulously. Heh. That's right. That was named after me. I was the guy who helped bring down the demon Zabuza and unboss Gato." Azula recalled Suigetsu saying something about Sasuke being on the team that defeated Zabuza. That meant that this guy must have been on the same team. Of course, she reasoned, Sasuke had betrayed his hidden village in order to join with the rogue ninja, Orochimaru. Looking the boy up and down, she could see his boastfulness was a ruse hiding extreme insecurity and feelings of loneliness. A person like that would take the betrayal of a teammate very hard. But she could tell he was an optimist. He probably blindly held on to the hope that he could change Sasuke's mind. "Don't get in our way," Azula said, "and maybe I'll take you to see Sasuke." Naruto's face went stone still. "What?" Flames wafted from behind Zuko's mask. "Sasuke. That was the name of the guy who killed his uncle." He wasn't going to rest until he had his revenge. You know where Sasuke is? Naruto asked. Where? Tell me. Don't cause any trouble for us, Azula responded. And I'll tell you. In fact, I'll send him right here once I get back. Naruto stared at them for a long moment. The princess could see a violent mixture of hope, rage, happiness, and despair surging in him. Then she saw anger take center stage. You're lying, he growled. I guess you're too smart to be my brother, too. Azula sighed. I'm not letting you take Lee, Naruto said. But you will tell me where Sasuke is. Lee, is it? Azula pondered, looking at the cracked mask of the blue spirit. Well, if you must know, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. Sasuke is helping me with a little problem with the Avatar. The Avatar, huh? Naruto repeated. So who's that? The princess rolled her eyes. Well, maybe I did overestimate your intelligence. The Avatar is the one guy who can learn all forms of bending, and who is reincarnated in a different nation every time the last Avatar dies. The current one is an air nomad who's been frozen for 100 years. This certainly struck a chord with Naruto. An air nomad, he felt in his pocket, feeling a scroll he had there. That was certainly a coincidence. I see. Well, I guess that just leaves one more thing. His hands blurred in a sequence of hand seals and 29 clones formed behind him. I'm glad, Azula said. I was getting bored, anyway. She stepped forward and shot her fist forward, a blue flame blooming from her. In the swamp, Kisame approached a man garbed in a similar cloak to his own. The man meditated, in a veritable fortress atop the branches of a giant tree. Lord Pain, he said. The man turned, revealing his numerous facial piercings and, more disturbingly, his red, multi-irised eyes. What's up? You've brought your friends? Pain asked. Just as you asked, Kisame told him. They were right where you said they'd be. Good, the man said. I feel him. I want to see him. He raised his hand. The swamp will bring him to me. Back in the village, Naruto and his clones found themselves being blown about by Azula's flame. Karen was having quite a bit of fun beating a number of them bare knuckle. Mai didn't bother worrying about lethality as she skewered a number of clones, causing them to dissipate in a puff of smoke. The real Naruto created a full Rasengan and charged Azula. The princess, herself, summoned a bolt of lightning to her fingertips and released it as the ninja reached for her with his spiraling chakra energy in his palm. The electricity struck the Rasengan, disrupting the flow of energy. The sphere burst as the bolt passed through it and into Naruto's palm, down his right arm and to the ground through his left side. He found himself tossed back a significant distance and very stunned. Well, that was quick, Azula teased. So much for the great Naruto. The boy rose, looking at his blackened hand and back at the princess. It's not over yet. He pulled a set O.F. shuriken from his coat and brandished them. I haven't even broken a sweat. He tossed the shuriken, but they were shot down by Mai. The boy rushed Azula in the confusion, and gave Azula a solid left hook to the face. The princess was stunned by the blunt attack. However, she recovered quickly and proceeded to protect herself from a barrage of strikes, then countered with a few solid pressure point strikes of her own. As he backed away, she quipped, "Didn't your mommy ever teach you that you shouldn't hit girls?" "Shows what you really know about me," Naruto growled. "I never had a mother." He reared back and gave her a haymaker. Though she caught his arm and flipped him onto his back, his torso broke in two, sending splinters across the princess's face. It was a 2x4. I must really be losing it, she thought. Now I've started mistaking pieces of wood for people. Dagger pinned his arm. Karen then proceeded to punch him in the face, staggering him. Azula wiped a trickle of blood from her chin and spat. She waved Karen away and stood smugly before the pinned ninja. "Well, what do you say, boy? You should give up now before we have to hurt you anymore." The blonde ninja sneered. "I never give up without a fight," he declared. A tear rolled down her scar-stiffened cheek, burning as it went. She unsheathed the dagger and ran her eyes up and down the cold steel. Never give up without a fight. It was Zuko's dagger, she realized. What an irony. She held the blade to her throat. The fire princess felt a cold ball of ice gather in her stomach. She felt dizzy, woozy. Yeah, she thought, definitely losing it. Come on, pull yourself together, Azula. You won't let yourself become a pitiful flake like Zuko. She recovered herself and the ice melted before the hot flames of her anger. Well, you're quite a feisty guy. But I think I can fix that. She felt the heat build in her arm as she prepared to attack. Suddenly, she felt something prickly around her wrist. Looking at it, she saw what looked like some kind of white, furry bracelet. Looking further down, she saw that this bracelet was attached to the back of an old man's head. Who? The old man retracted his ponytail from Azula's arm and spun it about his head in a highly choreographed movement. He posed upon his large toad and announced, introducing the suave sage of the 3 legendary ninja of Konoha, the gallant Jiraiya. HMPH. Azula grunted. I've had enough of stupid old men. Oh, really? Jiraiya asked smugly. Well, this old man is smart enough to realize that the guy you were fighting over is already gone. Azula looked over to the wall on which the blue spirit had been pinned. He was, indeed, no longer there. Flying hog monkeys. Aang hopped up the gigantic tree, searching the trunk for signs of his friends. He had been seeing apparitions all night, and though he didn't know if they were real or false, he trusted his instincts and followed where they led. And that was here, in the midst of the branches. He saw that there was something that seemed man-made. It was a building of stone and wood that fit within the tree like they had grown together. The Avatar stepped onto a patio and walked through the archway and into a large room. Inside, he saw a heavy-set man with dark skin and gray hair, adorned with facial piercings meditating. Aang also noticed that the clothing the man was wearing was similar to the one Kisame had when he first met him, though these were far less ragged and dirty. The man opened his eyes as the boy walked forward, and the young airbender paused as he saw the red multi-irises. Who are you? I'm Pain. Pain, Aang asked. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Pain is an illusion, the man replied. Right, so why did you call me here? I didn't, but I do have reason to speak with you. You didn't, then who did? The swamp, of course. You see, this whole swamp is actually just this one banyan tree spread out over miles. Branches spread, sink, and take root and then spread some more. One big living organism, just like the entire world. Okay, I get that the tree is one big organism, Aang conceded. But the whole world. At that moment, Katara entered from a doorway. She spotted Aang and called to him, happily. I thought I'd never find you. Katara, Aang exclaimed. How did you get here? I don't know, the waterbender said. I kept seeing things, so I followed my visions until I ended up here. The swamp is subtle, but it will always get you where you need to be, Pain said sagely. The next moment, a tangle of vines burst through the same archway Aang had come through, shocking the 2 youths. It deposited a slimy blob on the floor and then retreated as swiftly as it came. The blob stood, bearing an almost human shape, and flailed about. Where's that swamp monster? It demanded. Where? I'll hack it to pieces. Of course, Pain admitted. There are some for whom subtlety is never an option. Sokka wiped the swamp juice from his face and glared at the man. So this is your doing, huh? What was the deal sicking that creature on me? Pain laughed. That was no creature, he said. That was just a mess of vines. I bend the water in them to make them move. You weren't really responding to the swamp's illusions, so I figured it would be quicker just to pick you up. The old man pointed at the boy. By the way, there's an elbow leech attached to you. Where? Sokka squealed. Where do you think? Katara asked as she looked pointedly at the large, pulsating worm sucking on his elbow. Sokka pulled it off and tossed it out the window with disgust. Why do things keep attaching themselves to me? So, Aang continued. You never explained why you brought us here. Yes, I suppose I should clarify. He raised his hand in a beckoning gesture, and Kisame and Itachi entered, wearing the same clean black and red cloaks. I sent my boys here to keep an eye on you, he said. You see, as I was saying earlier, the whole world is like this swamp. Just one big organism. You think you're any different from me, or your friends, or this tree. If you listen hard enough you can hear every living thing breathing together, you can feel everything growing. We're all living together, even if most folks don't act like it. We all have the same roots, and we are all branches of the same tree. I understand that, Katara said. But what about those visions? I saw my mother, and she's been dead for years. In the swamp we see visions of people we've lost, people we loved, Pain said. Folks we think are gone. But the swamp tells us they're not. We're still connected to him. Time is an illusion, and so is death. But what about my vision? Aang asked. It was someone I had never met. Pain smiled at the airbender. You're the Avatar. Tell me. Aang was pensive for a moment, and then he realized, time is an illusion, so it's someone I will meet. You're beginning to understand, Pain said. Is that why you brought us here? Aang asked. Just to teach us that. Well, there is that, Pain conceded. You see, I want to help you. Itachi, Kisame, and I are all a part of a group called Akatsuki. Our daybreak, which stretches across the borders of the nations. We believe that no nation is better than any other, and unfortunately the people of the Fire Nation have lost sight of that. His red eyes bore into Aang with great intensity. I hope that you, as the Avatar, can help us unite the world instead of divide it as the Fire Nation seeks to, with one group conquering or wiping out another. I see, Aang said. I guess I can understand that. Pain nodded. That's good. He turned to Kisame and Itachi. But I'm afraid there was another reason. Seems I need Itachi and Kisame here to help me out with a little something. We've got plans in motion that'll knock the Fire Nation on its keister. Naruto and Jiraiya quietly left the town they had just paraded through last night on foot. Unfortunately unpaid and underfed. However, as they left, a figure followed, unknown to them. That kid was looking for Sasuke, too, Zuko thought. The shinobi had split up from his sister for some reason. But it was obvious that she probably wasn't going to join back up with him until she captured him. He couldn't just let himself get captured by Azula. There was no way he would be able to escape if that were to happen. Perhaps the best plan was following these guys for now, then. Itachi watched the young trio ride into the sky on Appa. He pulled out his head protector. A scratch etched prominently through the leaf symbol. He remembered when that mark had been made. You're no son of mine, his father had said as he crouched amidst the corpses of his fallen kinsmen. You're no Uchiha, you're one of them, one of the leaf. Then his father had attacked him with his sword, knowing that he would never be able to beat his son. His only intent, it seemed, was to blemish the symbol of the village Itachi loved, just as Itachi had blemished the sign of the Uchiha. The young man sighed. He had more important things to worry about, now. Obligations to more than his family, more than the village, and certainly more than the Akatsuki. He tied his forehead protector on and joined Kisame as they began their own trek away from the small rain village that served as Akatsuki headquarters. So you think that little kid and his friends are going to be trouble concerning Akatsuki's goals? Kisame asked. Possibly, the young man said. But not without help. He turned to his partner and said, by the way, there's something I need to do before we get started. Bitter memories. Bitter memories. Azula walked down the corridor of the Fire Palace. How did she get here, she thought. She had just been in the Earth Kingdom, right? No, she decided, that must have been a dream. She was only 6 years old, and though she was already a skilled firebender, her daddy would never let her go somewhere like that. She passed a window and looked out at the red sky. It was sure a nice night, she thought. The moon shone like a ruby in the firmament. A cat yowled plaintively from down the hall. She turned and saw the feline staring at her with glowing blue eyes from the shadows. She backed away, a bolt of fear racing through her. She suddenly backed into her best friends Mai and Tai Li. She felt relieved that they were there. They were always fun to play with and to learn from, and soon she knew she would be better than they were. However, the two girls backed away from her, as if frightened of something. What's the matter? Mai threw her collection of knives at the young princess. What was this? Treason. She dodged and scowled. The pale girl back away. Get away from us, you monster. Tai Li took an offensive stance. We don't want anything to do with you, Tai Li said. You gonna do something about it. The princess decided she would. She would teach these traitors what it meant to betray her. She struck at Mai first, intending to burn her a little. She was sure that a bit of pain would set her straight. But nothing but a small blue spark came out. What was going on? She launched a kick at Tai Li, but her leg suddenly caught fire. Blue flames spread over her leg and across her body and she couldn't control it. Azula felt the hot embers on her skin, burning it to her nerve endings. And she knew pain like she had never before. She was being burned alive. But she didn't die. She kept on living, hobbling through the palace with burn scars all over her body. The servants looked at her with fear and disgust. Her own mother called her a monster. "Please," she asked her mother. "I'll be a good girl. Just don't leave me." But her mother would always walk away, disgusted. "You are weak," a new voice said. It was her father, she realized. She struggled to her feet, feeling the damage her friend had caused her body, making her unable to move with the fluidity she had before. "Daddy," she pleaded. "They hurt me. Please help." Ozai strode forward, his face ominously in shadow. "There is no help for you. And you are no use to me in this pathetic condition." She watched her older brother with his perfect moves and perfect skin train with their father. "That's my boy," her father would tell him. Zuko was the only one who was kind to her, who showed her empathy. Soon she felt that she couldn't live without her dear older brother. Even though she hated him for all he had, now, all that could have been hers, she loved him more than anything. Then, one day she found the halls of the palace covered in blood. Servants' bodies were strewn all over the place, their stench making Azula gag. Even the bodies of Ty Lee and Mai lay tangled and bloody. She hobbled on toward the throne room, her old injuries causing her constant pain. Opening the doors, she saw her mother and father knelt before a man clad in black. He held two broadswords and lifted one into a striking position. He swept the blade across her parents' necks, severing their heads. Azula watched the heads roll across the floor, horrified. But it was all right. She still had her brother. All these people dead meant nothing. She looked back at the man and he turned, face still in shadow. But then the shadow lifted and she saw her brother with a cruel smirk in his eyes. "What's the matter, little sister?" Zuko asked. "You killed them," she said. "But, why?" "Because," he said, "without them, you're all alone. They won't bother you anymore, will they?" "No, but," she stammered. "You hate me, don't you?" he asked. "No," she said. "I would never." "You're a monster," he said. "It's in your nature to hate, to destroy. Everything you touch will be turned to ash, and you will be the Lord of Ashes." Her brother made a horrible face and his blades began to spin in his hands. He advanced, and she took a step back. She couldn't stop him from killing her. She was powerless, now, and had been for years. She felt the tips of the blades scratch her flesh and she flinched, but then they stopped. She looked up to see Zuko holding the swords to his neck and sighed respectively. "Survive," he told her. "Live miserably." Then he plunged the blades through himself and collapsed on the floor. Azula traveled the Fire Nation for years after that, looking for anyone who would take her in. But any she came across reviled her. They shunned her. She was nothing to them. So she burned them and their hateful country to the ground. Then she really was alone. "You can end it," came the voice. "You can make it all go away." "I want to make it go away," Azula cried. "I'm all alone. I'm powerless. There's nothing left for me." A shadow reached out to her, handing her a dagger in a sheath. "Take it. You know what to do." She took the dagger and stared at it. Sweet liberation. A tear rolled down her scar-stiffened cheek, burning as it went. She unsheathed the dagger and ran her eyes up and down the cold steel. Never give up without a fight. It was Zuko's dagger, she realized. What an irony. She held the blade to her throat. It wasn't as cold as she thought. In fact, it was a bit warm. It bit into her flesh. She had nothing to live for. There was no point in going on, now. She just wanted to give up. Never give up without a fight. Her hands relaxed on the blade. Why couldn't she do it? She willed her hands to press forward, to slip the metal into her jugular. But it wouldn't go. Why? She tossed the damnable blade aside. No, she screamed as she felt the pain in her chest, so much greater than that external pain. Clamp down and drag her into the abyss. She screamed again, like a wounded animal waiting to die. Azula woke up screaming. Again. It had been happening every night since she had met that man. Sasuke's brother. She had told Mai and Karen not to disturb her if they heard her screaming after the first couple nights. She couldn't bear to have them see her in such a frightful state. She was shaking and sweat poured off her body. The princess rose and stepped out of her large tent. She could tell that the other two were awake in their own tents. How could they not be after her, screaming her head off again? However, they knew it was just her nightmares and that she would not tolerate being bothered. What kind of power did the Uchiha have, she wondered as Shish-E walked to a nearby stream to wash her face. It was as if he had entered her mind and plucked her greatest, most secret fears from her mind and put them on display, making them seem more real than reality. She still expected her movements to be hindered by internal damage, and was relieved to find that her face was still undamaged when she leaned over the water and saw her reflection. Itachi was like a poison in her veins. She realized he had done this intentionally, in order to weaken her until she was faltering as badly as she had in that other life he had made for her. He truly was devious, she realized. A fact that she found both frightening and attractive. But she would not let this curse be a bane to her. She would simply become stronger than the dream. Meanwhile, in the Fire Nation capital half a world away, Orochimaru stood in the throne room of Fire Lord Ozai. The ruler of the Fire Nation was backlit by roaring flames, which would normally strike fear into the hearts of enemies and subjects alike. A fact which suited Ozai just fine, but this rogue ninja was not normal by any means. He stood before the Fire Lord with a casual ease, smirking confidently as he reported Iroh's capture. "This is good," Ozai said. "I am glad that I hired you for this task. From the description of the battle, my brother could have escaped my daughter alone." He frowned. "Zuko is no great threat, however. I'm sure your services won't be required in his capture." "True," Orochimaru granted. "However, you may want to consider this. I received word just recently that Sasuke and your daughter encountered the Avatar while gathering team members for their endeavors. It seems that he is now traveling with two high-ranking members of the Daybreak organization." "Akatsuki," Ozai exclaimed. Quote, "I can't believe the Avatar would work with a criminal organization of that kind." "These are desperate times for the Avatar," Orochimaru said. "He knows that Sozin's comet is due back this summer, and as only the master of his native element, it's only the most practical thing to do." Ozai nodded. "Yes, it seems I may need you for a little while longer, after all. If you can destroy the Avatar, I will double your pay. If you capture him alive, I will triple it." "That sounds wonderful, Lord Ozai," the Snake Sage said. "I will be sure to meet your expectations." The Snake Ninja turned and strode out of the throne room. The Fire Lord pondered the rogue. Never trust a ninja. Elsewhere in the city, Iroh sat in his cell, the warden keeping watch. "Look at you," the warden observed of the old man, who was currently slumped in the corner of his cell staring blankly into space with an expression of perpetual awe. "You used to be the pride of the Fire Nation. Our top general, the Dragon of the West. Now you're a disgrace." Quote, Iroh remained unresponsive. "HMPH, you're just a fat, disgusting old man. You do nothing, you say nothing. You just eat and roll around in your own filth like a pig. To think we all used to look up to you." Quote, Iroh's eyes suddenly seemed to become lucid, and his gaze slid over to the warden. "What's this?" the warden asked smugly. "Did something finally get through that scrambled skull of yours? Did I finally hit a NER, Huck?" The warden fell backward onto the stone floor, unconscious. The former general sprang into action, grabbing the bars and bending them apart with little difficulty. He strode out of the cell, taking a thick bed sheet out of his robe, revealing his chiseled physique. Well, I wasn't planning on escaping quite so soon, but it is good to see you. You've gotten back into shape quickly," said a voice from the shadows. "Yes, well," Iroh explained. "That's due to my workout and diet plan. Maybe I'll give you a few pointers, sometime, my boy." "I don't think that will be necessary." Iroh laughed. "That's probably true. Well, I guess we had better prepare to break ourselves out of this place." "No problem. I have already neutralized the resistance. You do think of everything, aside from letting an old man have his fun. I hope you didn't do anything rash like kill them." "No need. That would have taken far too much effort. I simply filled the halls with a knockout gas." "Good thinking," said Iroh as he opened the door. The shadowy figure followed. They raced down the corridors of the prison, hopping over the snoozing guards as they went. They were almost to the exit when suddenly a familiar figure slithered through the doorway. My, General Iroh, Orochimaru said. What chiseled abs you have. Ah, yes, well, you know. You never go soft in prison. I do know, the snake sage responded. And you have a friend. Who could this be? We don't have time for delay, Orochimaru, the shadowy figure said, his eyes reflecting ruby from the darkness. The Sound Country leader froze as he saw those eyes. It's you, Itachi. He grinned. I've been waiting for the day I could defeat you. Snakes shot out of the snake sage's hands, wrapping around the Uchiha. However, Orochimaru quickly realized that it was now he who was wrapped in his own serpents. He looked toward the door, seeing the two escape, and he hissed, curses. Not again. After running a few miles into the forest, the two rogues stopped. Itachi sat down at the base of a large tree and Iroh joined him. Master Iroh, Itachi said. I have news. Good, the general said. Speak. Your nephew is surviving, he said. He seems to have taken up thievery in order to obtain basic supplies, and a few luxury items. However, when I last received a report, he had been following two members of the Hidden Leaf, Jiraiya and the Container of the Nine Tails, Naruto. Zuko always has had a knack for finding trouble, and following it no matter how hard trouble tries to lose him. Itachi smiled faintly at that. Then he continued, Sasori and his partner will soon launch operations against the One Tail. Hidan and Kakuzu are still unaware of the Two Tails' identity, but they may be getting close. They've already tracked the Nibi to the Cloud Village. I see, Iroh said. I have to admit, I would be sad to see the cat's host be captured, though. She has proven to be dangerous in the past. Concerning the Avatar, Akatsuki is keeping an eye on him. He is considered a potential threat to their plan, considering the innate ability of avatars to seal and control the Biju. His eyes narrowed as he considered something. I thought Madara might have caught on to me, but I believe it was he who told Pain to assign Kisame and me to Aang. Therefore, I am not sure if he suspects that I am a member of the Order of the White Lotus. Itachi raced through the trees outside Konoha, still struggling with the tears in his eyes. He didn't have time to mourn, now, though. Anbu was after him. He had disobeyed orders, for his little brother was still alive. However, now he knew that his brother would hate him, and not the village, as he had explained to the village council moments before. If he remained anything less than a wanted fugitive, however, his brother would possibly come to resent the leaf, and so the Anbu was told to pursue and execute the perpetrator of the genocide of the Uchiha. No one else in Anbu ever knew of this plan except for Danzo himself. They all believed he had truly betrayed Konoha by killing his family. And that was how he wanted it. He took out a few more of the Black Ops with his shuriken, disabling them by catching them in their legs. However, he was at a slight disadvantage. He had used his newly med Mangekyo Sharingan quite a bit this night, and his eyes were no longer up to the task of transforming even into his normal Sharingan. Unfortunately, one of his pursuers did have a Sharingan, even if it was not as efficient as one possessed of an Uchiha. Kakashi, not much older than the 13-year-old rogue Anbu agent, leapt in front of him and charged, the sound of chirping birds filling the canopy. Itachi tried to dodge, but he was sluggish and Kakashi was still fresh, and his lightning blade pierced his shoulder. They both toppled down to the forest floor below. Why, Itachi? Kakas, Hai demanded as he pulled the boy's face up to give it a good punch. Why did you do this? You killed your entire family. The family of my best friend, Sasuke, Itachi said between punches, still lives. You think that makes it better? He's going to live his entire life without a family. I know how it feels to lose everything like that, Kakashi growled. It's cruel, Itachi nodded. And yet you became a fine shinobi. As will Sasuke, he said. But I cannot let you kill me, yet. I made a promise. The white-haired ninja's eyes grew cold, murderous. I'm afraid I don't much care about your promise. You're worse than trash. I'm here to take you out. He raised a kunai high in the air, and Itachi tensed, ready tried to break free of Kakashi's hold. Out of his periphery, however, he saw an orange light. And felt a warmth wash over him. His captor's weight lifted off of him. Are you all right, boy? Itachi rose to a sitting position and looked over at the source of the light. It was An older man with a long beard and ragged clothing. Yes, he said. I'm just fine. He looked at Kakashi. He was knocked out by a tree. Itachi got to his feet and said, "Thank you, sir." "No need for formalities," the man said. "I am just an old man passing through. I thought you could use some help. A young boy like yourself needn't be getting pushed around by the likes of that bully." "No, I'm afraid you're mistaken," Itachi said. He was just following orders. "You see, I'm a criminal, now." "Oh, and what could you have done that would warrant field execution, exactly?" Iroh asked. "I believe the correct term is familicide," Itachi said. Iroh's brows creased as he looked the boy over, seeing his tear-streaked face and dull eyes. "Come walk with me," the old man said. "I can see you're in a lot of pain. Tell me, why would you kill a member of your own family?" The boy walked a short distance behind Iroh. "It wasn't just a member," he admitted. "It was all of them." "All?" Iroh asked. "Really?" "No," Itachi said. "There was one, my little brother. I couldn't kill him, even though I was ordered to." "So," Iroh said, "you killed your family because you were ordered to and now you are being pursued by those whom ordered you to do this thing." "Yes, because I did not kill my brother. It was a secret mission. Only the council of the Leaf Village and the Fire Shadow knew of it. They ordered me to do it because they wanted to prevent a coup, but since I did not kill my brother, since he saw me in the act of killing, I must become a criminal so that he does not bear resentment toward Konoha himself." Iroh glanced over his shoulder at the boy. "That sounds like quite a sacrifice to make." "I would sacrifice anything," Itachi said, "for the good of my village. And for my brother. I've been traveling for a while now," Iroh said, trying to make sense out of life. "I'm going toward the Western Air Temple. Would you like to join me?" The young ninja didn't really know what else to do. He hadn't planned on this. "What choice do I have?" Iroh laughed as they walked along. "Only the ones you make for yourself, my boy." Itachi smiled. "It's ironic. Even after all this time, I'm still playing the part of double agent." "You chose this path, Itachi," Iroh said. "But if you are having second thoughts, well, I would not want you to go through all this against your will." "No," the Uchiha said. "My greatest wish in life would be for Sasuke to forgive his foolish older brother. But that is selfishness. I am here to be his obstacle." Toph Beifong walked through her family's garden, feeling the lush grass between her toes and the roots of the creaking trees burrowing ever so slowly under her feet. Blind since birth, Toph had long ago discovered that Earth Bending could allow her to feel the Earth's vibrations. She deeply enjoyed submitting to the sensations of the world, hearing the voice of the planet around her. It calmed her, and she needed calming AF. Tear having to deal with her overbearing father once again. Her father had found a bruise on her leg that she'd sustained from the last cage match. She had explained it away by telling him she had stumbled in the bathroom and hit her leg. Now he wanted to have a guard posted with her any time she needed to take a leak. Such indignity. She didn't know how much more of this coddling she could take. At least she had an outlet. It wouldn't be long that she could participate in Earth Rumble 6, where she could defend her title. She felt her entourage coming before they ever saw her. "Hello," she said as she heard them call to her. "If father sent you to check up on me, tell him I'm fine." "It's not that, Miss Beifong," one of the guards said. "Your father has visitors and would like you to come meet them." "Oh," Toph said flatly. "Well, I don't know. I am feeling a little faint." Within the Beifong manor, the master of the house seated his 4 guests. "Well, it's quite a treat to host such a prestigious son of the Uchiha family." Sasuke smiled graciously. He was dressed in his finest robes with his family crest prominently displayed, as well as the 3 spinning seeds that defined the special mirror wheel eyes of the Uchiha clan. "I am honored to be the guest of the great Lao Beifong while I and my retainers rest from our journey." Lao nodded. "I was surprised to find anyone of the Uchiha family still around. Of course, I heard that there was an unfortunate incident involving some assassin, though details seem to be quite sparse, I'm afraid." "My older brother." Sasuke's eyes became cold. "Yes, there was an incident. I am the last of my clan, unfortunately." "Oh, how awful," the Beifong matriarch crooned. "I am sorry for your loss," Lao said. I hope your stay here is replenishing. Toph entered the room hesitantly, obviously reluctant to meet her family's guests. Ah, here is my daughter, Toph. Come, Toph, I would like to introduce you to our guests. This is Sasuke, from the Uchiha family of the Fire Nation. Excuse me, father, Toph said. But aren't we at war with the Fire Nation? Toph, no, she's right, Sasuke said. But war, well, that's a military matter, you know. We can't let some petty military conflict degrade basic human hospitality. Yeah, sure, Toph said, unconvinced. She strode across the floor and sat, ignoring the guards who hovered over her like flies about a fresh corpse. Sasuke eyed her with interest. Her moves were self-assured, well-balanced, and she seemed to have a keen awareness of her surroundings, in spite of being obviously impaired. Of course, that could be because she had lived here so long that her body had memorized the layout of the room, but somehow he saw something more profound than that. The Uchiha and the Baifongs engaged in idle chat for a while before the young man excused himself and his partners. They were tired, he explained, and would need rest. The Baifong patriarch had a servant show the four to their guest quarters. When they were alone, Suigetsu spoke up. Sasuke, are you sure the Avatar is coming this way? It's not me who is sure, Sasuke replied. He gestured at the tallest member of their group. It's Jugo who discovered them and where they were going. Oh, yeah, Ty Lee exclaimed, clapping her hands. From that cute little flying squirrel in the town with the uncooked Avatar cookies. Worst town I've ever been to, Suigetsu grumbled. Your brother, Jugo said softly. He wasn't with them. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. I know, but he is connected with the Avatar. If I have that kid, I'll be that much closer to Itachi. So you're after the Avatar, huh? The four looked to the window to see Toph sitting idly on the sill. So, you were eavesdropping. Well, I don't have much better to do. The girl said, waving her hands in front of her face. I also heard Dad talking about what happened to your family. Let me guess, it has something to do with this Itachi guy you're trying to find. That's right, Sasuke said, watching as the girl slid out of the window and onto the floor. She walked toward them and he took his sword and sheath from his belt and laying it in her path. Propped on the bed, my brother killed them. I saw the whole thing. Funny thing is he was always the most praised and the most talented. I guess sometimes people don't appreciate attention. Toph picked up the sword and handed it back to the Uchiha as she approached. Yeah, well sometimes maybe too much attention just ends up making you feel like isolated and cut off from everything. You can't be normal. It's like you're some kind of freak. You know, I don't think I've ever even seen anyone under 40 before. The Uchiha took his sword and replaced it. I understand how you feel. So, you're not really as blind as you lead your parents to believe, are you? How'd you figure that one out, genius? Toph snorted. Yeah, I can feel the vibrations of objects on the ground with earthbending. The earth is always moving, even just a little, so I can almost always tell where things are. Of course, this tile makes it a bit hard, she said. Stomping on the floor, but it's good enough that I could tell you were trying to trip me up. Why doesn't your father know? Ty Lee asked. I'm sure he would stop treating you so special if he knew you weren't going to bump into things and hurt yourself. Toph snorted. That wouldn't work. I tried telling him before, but he just laughed it off. Of course, that was before she trailed off. Never mind. It's not important. She walked toward the door. See you later. Nice talking with you. Wait, Toph, Sasuke interjected. The girl paused. The Uchiha's Sharingan was active now, though the Baifong girl would never know it. And his eyes took in every movement and the faint aura of energy flowing through her chakras and around her body. You can use your earthbending for more than just sensing what's around you. You can fight. I can tell. Maybe, Toph said, a bit unnerved that this complete stranger was making such accurate assumptions about her when her own parents and earthbending teacher had never figured it out. You could help us capture the Avatar. Wouldn't that be a great adventure? Toph stood unresponsive for several moments. Then, she shrugged. Help capture the Avatar? You must be crazy. She left the room, leaving the Uchiha alone with his three gaping partners. You actually want to recruit the little girl? Suigetsu asked incredulously. You already have plenty to get things done, don't you? Plus, she's a complete stranger. You don't know what she can do. I'll find out, Sasuke said. But, for now, there's nothing wrong with baiting a potential ally. Besides, the Avatar will be looking for an earthbending teacher, right? If he comes here, if he finds her, he smirked. Everything was coming together, almost as if fate had ordained it. Pian Dao looked up from his holography upon hearing a loud knock at his door. He sighed. He truly hoped it wasn't another hopeless amateur swordsman looking for some shortcut training. He really despised these hotshots. He heard his butler, who was one of his few successful students, answer the door. He was surprised at how quickly it seemed the visitors were rushed in. Perhaps it was one of those pushy types. That was never a good sign. He heard the door to his chamber open and he prepared himself to address the prospective student, but then he stopped. These were no amateurs entering the room. He turned and saw them. Grand Master, he gasped, a grin spreading across his face. He kowtowed to the prestigious leader of the Order of the White Lotus. When he arose, he looked to the younger visitor. And Itachi. Yes, I remember you. I must say, we will have to have another spar sometime. That would be enjoyable, Itachi agreed. But I'm afraid I can't stay long. I was just here to see Iroh from his imprisonment into your trustworthy hands. Of course, Pian Dao accepted. I'm surprised. They actually managed to capture you. Orochimaru was involved, Iroh stated. And Itachi's younger brother. Pian Dao shivered. Orochimaru. Yes, I remember him well. He was quite the swordsman, as well, though I have to say his technique was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. I don't think anyone had ever even though. Of barfing up their swords is a technique, of course. He shook his head. Everything about that man gave me the creeps. I'm glad he was on our side at the time. Itachi smiled. He is no difficult opponent if you know his weakness. Overconfidence, Pian Dao agreed. And I'm sure you gave him a good deflating when you broke the Grand Master out, right? Of course. Iroh joined in, wrapped him up in his own snakes. The three men laughed at the expense of the snake ninja. However, they quickly sobered and Itachi was forced to give his farewell. I can't stay any longer. Kisame will come looking for me if I'm not back soon. Take care of this body while I'm gone, he requested. I may need it sometime in the future. He made a variety of hand seals and his body seemed to melt, but then Chi reformed like clay into the shape of a strange man dressed in Itachi's clothes. He fell to the floor, lifeless. Pian Dao looked vaguely unnerved. Pain's abilities are frightening. To think he can link a person's mind to corpses in such a way. I wonder what other unnatural techniques he possesses. Nothing we can't overcome, Iroh responded. Are used to our advantage, as in this case. Azula finished meticulously applying her makeup and exited her tent. She hadn't had much sleep last night, again, but she had been careful to hide any signs of fatigue, and she barked at her tracker Karen. Okay, what direction are we heading? Now, Karen focused, tracking the unique energy signature of the exiled prince of the Fire Nation. He's heading south of here right now. Good, let's get going, she said. Who sees? Who sees? Naruto and Jiraiya sat leisurely at their table in the local tavern. The old man sipped on a cup of wine while Naruto guzzled a glass of milk. They were waiting for the boat to the Fire Nation to allow boarding. The blonde ninja was quite excited about getting back to the Leaf Village. He would see all his friends again like Shikamaru, Kiba, and Sakura. He blushed at the thought of her. He wondered how she had developed. Naruto. Jiraiya snapped. Stop drooling on the table. He apologized and moved his empty cup under his chin. Out of his periphery, the bow. Why noticed a girl leaping over a table at them? Yet another of his adoring fangirls, or not. Blue flames washed across their table and the two shinobi leapt back. Naruto found himself suddenly pinned to a wall with knives. Ah, man. Jiraiya summoned a large toad. All right, ladies, let's dance. Toph landed softly on the other side of the Bifong complex wall. She was garbed in her green fighting clothes and hat. Tonight was the night of Earth Rumble 6. She began to make her way toward the stadium. As she ran stealthily through the backstreets, she noticed something strange. She stopped a block from the stadium and turned. You can come out, now. Sasuke seemed to melt out of the shadows. So you can fight, he said. I've heard of Earth Rumble. Quite a high-level competition. Not really, Toph said. They're strong, but they're mostly meatheads. No tact in their fighting. She began walking once more toward the stadium's back entrance. So, you come to watch? Not exactly, the young man said. I'm here to participate. Really? Toph said. You do know you have to be able to earthbend, right? Not a problem. Within the stadium, the host was shouting to the crowd. Welcome to Earth Rumble 6. I am your host, Shin Fu. The rules are simple, just knock the other guy out of the ring and you win. He earthbent himself into the announcer's box as the first two contestants walked onto the stage. Round 1. The Boulder vs. the Big Bad Hippo. The Boulder, a hugely muscular man with a tattoo on his back, faced off against the Hippo, a man just as tall and twice as wide. Listen up, Hippo. The Boulder's tone was gruff and strained. You may be big, but you ain't bad. He grinned. The Boulder's gonna win this in a landslide. Hippo mad. The fat man raised his arms defiantly in the air. The Hippo caught a rock tossed at him by the Boulder and crushed it in his mouth. He then began to hop up and down, shaking the arena. The Boulder began to stumble as the ground wobbled underneath him. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen, Shin Fu shouted. The Hippo is rocking the Boulder. The Boulder nearly fell from the arena, but he earthbent a sheet of rock from the side of the stage and tossed it at his opponent, who was prematurely celebrating his supposed victory. He was knocked out when the stone impacted with the back of his head. The Boulder wins. Backstage, Sasuke found the Fire Nation man, an earthbender who had taken a villainous role. However, this joke of a fighter was just perfect for Sasuke. He tapped the man on the shoulder. Excuse me. As the man turned, he jammed his fist into the man's gut. He passed out and Sasuke took the Fire Nation flag from him. Next, the Boulder vs. Fire Nation man. Shin Fu announced. Sasuke entered the stage, shirtless except for Fire Nation shoulder guards, though still wearing his sound uniform's pants and belt. His face was obscured by a half mask and his hair was tied up in a Fire Nation style topknot. He carried the flag casually with the pole across his shoulders. It looks as if Fire Nation man has been working out. The crowd booed, one very loud spectator in the nosebleed section shouting at Sasuke to return to his country of origin. Sasuke tossed the Fire Nation flag into the air and it arced through the air to land upright at the Boulder's feet. Muscle-brained earthbender, I'll crush you into pebbles. The Boulder was taken aback. Fire Nation man had always been a way to poke fun at the Earth Kingdom's enemy. Since when did he have such cool lines? Not to mention his new slim physique. Well, Fire Nation man, he said, doing his best to mask his surprise with theatrical bravado. You got some stones since last we met. But the Earth Kingdom always endures. He stomped on the ground fiercely, dislodging a mass of hard earth. He launched the stone at the red-clad fighter, but Fire Nation man slipped around the attack deftly. Frustrated, the Boulder steeled himself for a real fight. It seemed as if Fire Nation man was serious. He slid his feet around, moving in a circle around his opponent. Fire Nation man mirrored his movements exactly. After a few moments, the Boulder struck. But his foe copied his movement exactly, and their stones collided. The Boulder fired his torpedoes in rapid succession, but each was perfectly countered by the slimmer man in Fire Nation colors. It was time for a new approach, the Boulder decided. He leapt into the air, spinning about as he did. His feet came into contact with the ring, causing the earth to swirl beneath him. Sasuke leapt at that moment, and the drilling pillar that emerged from the ground served merely as the ramp to launch the young man into the air. His hands sped through a number of hand signs and he pursed his lip. A fire ball shot forth, rocketing into the Boulder and exploding. The Boulder was launched out of the ring. The crowd was silent as Sasuke landed. Shin Fu was speechless in the announcer's box, as well. That firebending trick was amazing, he thought. He didn't know where Fire Nation man had picked up something like that, nor even how he had pulled it off. There was no way an earthbender could actually firebend. But that had looked just like the real thing. Finally, he snapped out of it. FF Fire Nation man wins. The crowd's reaction at this was mixed, some booing and taunting. Fire Nation man as a few applaud the impressive bout. After the boulder, Sasuke's matches went quickly. He defeated a skilled tunneling earthbender, a green-masked man, and a man with a painted face. In each round, Sasuke perfectly countered each earthbending technique before finishing his foe off with a fireball. Finally, Shinfu announced the final fight. "Now the moment you've all been waiting for," Shinfu said ominously. "Fire Nation man versus your champion." Sasuke saw Toph walk onto the stage with two tall, beautiful women as she held her championship belt up high. "The blind bandit, I hope you're more of a match for me than your friends," Fire Nation man scoffed. "I don't think I'm a match for you," the blind bandit acquiesced. "More like a forest fire. I hope you can do more than copy moves." "Let's find out," Sasuke said. "Bring it on, Firefly," Toph laughed. Sasuke and Toph stood facing each other for several moments before Sasuke decided to make the first move. He rocketed toward the blind bandit at blinding speed. Fortunately, Toph was already blind. She felt the myriad vibrations, impressed at the other's swiftness. She held her ground, waiting for her opponent to make the wrong move. It happened. Sasuke paused a split second to circle around her, and she felt it, knew the direction of his push. She made her move, earthbending a pillar right under Fire Nation man's foot. He was launched up, but recovered midair. When he landed again, Toph was ready. She earthbended another pillar, launching him once more, but Fire Nation man was not taken off guard. He created his hand signs as he flew and shot a ball of fire toward her. Toph felt the rising heat and realized what was happening. She created a wall of rock that took the brunt of the blow, though it shattered, pelting her with debris. Sasuke landed deftly on the ground, watching her intently with his Sharingan. He saw her begin to move again after recovering from his attack. His eye reacted as it had with the others by sending the perceived movements and energy flow to his reflexes, causing him to move in a mirror image. His eyes would also manipulate his opponent's mind with a special kind of genjutsu unique to the Uchiha eye. It would allow him to borrow his foe's bending ability, channeling it through himself in the form of his opponent's own attack. It was the ultimate expression of letting one's opponent defeat him or herself. Toph struck at the same time that Fire Nation man did. The pillar jutted forth, slamming into Sasuke and caused him to rocket into the far wall. He had been unable to copy the blind bandit's earthbending. Sasuke laughed, realizing his mistake. "Your winner and still champion," Shinfu announced. "The blind bandit." The announcer leapt down into the ring holding a green pouch. "To make things a little more interesting," he said, "I'm offering up this sack of gold pieces to anyone who can defeat the blind bandit." He waited for a moment and, seeing no takers, taunted, "What? No one dares to face her." "I will," a small voice said casually. Shinfu, shocked at the sudden acceptance of his challenge, turned toward the speaker, a small boy in ratty clothes. He wasn't too impressed with the looks of this boy, but he knew better than to judge by appearances. He leapt out of the ring, allowing the match. Sasuke watched from the sidelines, surprised. That fate would bring the avatar right to him so conveniently. He had sent his partners out tonight to keep watch for him, too. Do people really want to see two little girls fighting out here? Toph taunted the boy. "I don't really want to fight you. I want to talk to you," Aang replied. "Boo," said a familiar spectator. "No talking." Aang stepped forward, and Toph smiled as his foot hit the ground. She stomped her foot, causing a large rock to burst from the ground under Aang's foot. He was launched into the air, but the wind allowed him to drift gracefully about the ring. The blind bandit's face creased in frustration, not being able to feel the boy's vibrations. "Someone's a little light on their feet," she said, half taunting. "What's your fighting name?" "The Fancy Dancer." Aang shrugged as he landed softly on the ground. Another rock erupted from the earth, and he somersaulted through the air. "Where'd you go?" Toph growled. "Please, wait," Aang requested of her as he landed behind the blind bandit. "There you are," Toph exclaimed, and she turned, raising a boulder from the ground and shooting it like a bullet toward the young airbender. Aang leapt and struck with a wall of wind, which not only deflected the rock, but launched the blind bandit out of the ring. The crowd cheered at a slightly confused Aang as Toph recovered and lurked away. Aang called after her. Please listen. I need an earthbending teacher. And I think it's supposed to be you. Whoever you are, just leave me alone. Toph growled. Wait. Toph slammed the door on Aang's face and stomped forward angrily. She had been beaten by a little kid. It didn't occur to her that she was, herself, classified as a little kid, and had beaten quite a few grown men. She was just mad. Sasuke appeared beside her. Don't feel too bad. That was the Avatar. Toph frowned. That was him, huh? A little short to be the Avatar, isn't he? Sasuke smirked. Well, from what I hear, he's been frozen for 100 years or so. I'd say he looks pretty good for his age. The blind bandit continued to scowl. She had never actually been beaten before. It made her feel unsure of herself. Like her father's beliefs about her were right. Sasuke saw her feelings reflected in her face. They were so like his own when he was her age. When he was trying so hard to prove himself when what he really should have been doing was working toward his goals without letting foolish things like pride cloud his judgment. What would you say if I told you I could give you the power to defeat even the Avatar? Sasuke asked. Ha, Toph scoffed. You couldn't even beat me. Quote. Sasuke smirked. You've not heard of the special abilities of the Uchiha's Sharingan eyes, have you? Nope. Couldn't care less, Toph said. The Sharingan is what allows me to mirror the bending of other types of benders. My natural affinity is fire, but I could earth, water, and even airbend if confronted with someone who could do so as well. Sasuke revealed. The way I do that has to do with the abilities of my eyes. Anyone who looks into them is caught in my power, and I can use their bending power as my own. But I can't see, Toph realized. So you're unaffected by many of my Sharingan's techniques. I'm forced to use my own techniques and abilities, Sasuke said. At the same time, you would be unaffected by my brother's eyes. His jutsu abilities are even more refined than my own. Toph considered. So you need me, huh? I do. You should join me. You're looking for adventure, aren't you? Freedom. The young girl paused, her face somber. Yeah, going wherever you want. No one telling you what to do, that's the life. It's just not my life. Perhaps you should think it over, Sasuke said. Yeah, Toph said. I think I'm gonna go home now. Of course. Jiraiya and Naruto sped along the pier. Their ship was preparing to set sail, and they were ready to get home. First, however, they had to get these crazy girls off their tails. The dagger thrower and the violent redhead seemed pretty dangerous in their own right, but that girl tossing the blue flames around was really deadly. Naruto ran up the side of the ship, dodging the flames and daggers as he did. The three ladies made their own ways up to the deck, and faced the two ninja amidst stunned onlookers. This has gone on for long enough, Azula told them. I know you're somehow connected with my brother. Every time we track him, there you two are. Listen, girl, Naruto responded saucily. I can't help coincidences. Why don't you leave us be? Azula scowled at the blonde boy. I'm afraid that's not an option. Now where is my brother? She shot the boy with blue flames and he exploded into a mass of smoke. Two clones of Naruto tried to jump Azula, but Mai dispatched them with her daggers. Another several clones then grabbed Mai from behind, and the girl froze as she felt myriad hands running themselves up and down her body. The girl took a GGER in palm and stabbed each Naruto successively in the face, her pale flesh crimson with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Ha! Shows you, pervert, Mai said. The real Naruto emerged from behind a post, tossing a number of small shuriken. Mai engaged Naruto with the throwing daggers she had used to stab the clones as Jiraiya ran interference with the other two women. Her deflections were perfect. Naruto grinned and a faint red aura seemed to emanate from his body. His hands blurred and suddenly there were more than 50 clones of Naruto standing on deck, surrounding the girls. Sure does, Naruto said, drawing another set of shuriken from his pouch. But now you're out of knives. Don't be ridiculous, Mai said smugly. I've got holsters strapped all over my body. She reached into her robe. She felt around. She frowned. You mean these? Naruto asked, holding up a slew of knife containers. I took them off you before, and used a substitution jutsu to replace myself with a clone before you tried to stab me. Let's see how good you are without your knives. He charged her, shuriken at the ready. He tossed them, and Mai slipped around the projectiles. She then grabbed Naruto's wrist as he punched at her, twisted his arm behind him and kicked him between the legs. Good enough, Mai said. Ow, Naruto groaned. That was so not fair. Suddenly, a rope flew over Mai's head and she found herself being tugged backward. She hit the deck, her arms and legs tied together, and found a silhouette of a man hovering over her. The shadow leaned forward. Sorry to do this to you, Mai. The girl recognized that voice, though it sounded far more world-weary than she remembered it. I have to say, Zuko, this isn't as fun as I'd imagined. Zuko blushed slightly, but didn't respond. He got up and turned to Naruto, who had semi-recovered from the blow to his vitals. Consider this payback. I'm the one they want. The blonde ninja looked with confusion at the young man. What? So you're that crazy chick's brother? That's right, he said. I'll fight them off. You go back home. Further off, Jiraiya was warding off the attacks of Azula and Karen. He seemed to be doing quite well. He summoned a toad, who really licked Karen. Jiraiya managed to deflect Azula's fire blasts, though his sleeves were getting quite singed. Wait, Lee, Naruto said. You don't have to do this. You can help us out. We're stronger together than alone. I need to do this. I need to, so I know I can beat that guy, Zuko growled. What guy? Naruto asked. Zuko frowned. You know him, he said. Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke. ... Naruto repeated. And, your sister, she knows him, too. Zuko turned. What exactly are you getting at? I'm telling you, the boulder was standing right there. I saw the kid strike. But there was no earthbending. Shinfu's expression became darker as he listened to his fighter speak. Nothing made contact. The blind bandit just fell out of the ring. She must have took a dive and split the money with the kid. Shinfu erupted in rage, pounding his fist into the tunnel wall. Rocks dislodged from the ceiling, one falling onto his foot. He screamed for a moment before sobering, an angry expression on his face. Nobody cheats Shinfu, he declared. Meanwhile, in the Baifeng estate, Toph slept soundly after her invigorating workout. Sasuke watched her as she slept, crouched in the shadows. Should he do this, he wondered. Should he corrupt her for his own goals? Was he really willing to go this far? He remembered his brother's eyes that night. He remembered his words. He remembered when he met the Sound Four and realized that he had to do whatever it took to bring that monster down. Sasuke leaned over Toph's sleeping form. His hands formed THE signs that caused his teeth to grow long and sharp. Then the venom pouches that produced the special chemical that coursed through Jugo in his veins in concentrated form grew in, leaking the toxin out through his fangs. His hands rested on either side of the sleeping girl's head as his mouth approached her neck. His maw opened, dripping his fluid onto Toph's pillow. He never believed he would actually use this technique when Orochimaru showed him. He never thought he would go this far just for an added edge. The door creaked open and Toph's father peeked in. He looked about the room, and then walked quietly inside. He gazed lovingly at his daughter. She looked so fragile, so small. Like a porcelain egg, something valuable to be protected at all costs. He leaned over her and kissed her gently on the forehead. Then exited the room. A mass of Zukos attacked Azula en masse. We won't give up without a fight, they declared. She unsheathed the dagger and ran her eyes up and down the cold steel. Never give up without a fight. It was Zuko's dagger, she realized. Azula sneered. That Naruto kid was protecting her foolish older brother by creating clones disguised as him to allow him to escape. She wouldn't allow it. She unleashed an onslaught of flame that plowed through the clones like butter. She spotted the undisguised Naruto and carved a path toward him. If she could take out the original, the other clones would disperse and the real Zuko would be revealed. She was glad the old man seemed to have retreated. He had been very difficult to fight. These clones, on the other hand, were easy to dispatch. She fired at Naruto, though the clone Zukos moved to protect him. That was predictable. She leapt above the masses and landed near Naruto. She struck hard and fast and the blonde ninja retaliated in kind. He was pretty good, she admitted. His fists hammered toward her, and she was hard-pressed to avoid them. However, she was smarter than this guy. She caught his arm in Akan struck him hard in his pressure points. She kept striking until he crumpled to his knees. She saw the Zuko clones dissipate in her periphery, and Naruto collapsed, unconscious. Zuko, Azula said menacingly as she turned to the last remaining exiled prince on the ship. You don't have a chance. You know that. She approached her brother as the burning mast fell to the deck behind her. Give up. Make this easy on yourself. You've fought admirably, but now it's time to give in to your destiny. Zuko scowled at her. She could see the indignity in his eyes. His pride had been shattered during his brief run, she could tell. She would see him break before her. Zuko was the only one who was kind to her, who showed her empathy. Soon she felt that she couldn't live without her dear older brother. Even though she hated him for all he had, now, all that could have been hers, she loved him more than anything. Azula paused a meter from her brother and took a deep breath. Well, Zuko's face softened. You're right, there's no way I can beat you. Take me. Just leave Naruto and Jiraiya alone. Azula frowned. That was almost too easy. Then she smirked smugly. That was it. He wanted to be taken. He was going to try to take down Sasuke when they met. After all, he still thought that their uncle had been killed by the shinobi. She took out a pair of metal cuffs and approached her brother. Lao and Yu, a local earthbending master, sipped tea together, enjoying the midday sun. They sat together with Lao's wife and daughter. I'm pleased to hear that Toph's private lessons are going well, but I want to be sure that she's not trying anything too dangerous. Absolutely not, Master Yu assured him. I'm keeping her at the beginner's level. Basic forms and breathing exercises only. Very good. A servant clad in gray entered the room at that point and informed his master that he had a visitor. Lao responded angrily, who thinks they are so important they can just come to my home unannounced? The Avatar, sir. Lao sobered. The Avatar was even more prestigious a guest than a member of the Uchiha family. Toph was less pleased. It was that kid who had beaten her in the Earth Rumble tournament. He had tracked her down this morning, as well, asking to be her student. As if that would ever happen. She had thought he would take the hint when she called the guards on him, but it seemed he was persistent. It didn't take long for Lao to prepare a suitable early dinner for his new guests. However, he was certainly unprepared for the tension his mix of guests would cause. After Aang, Katara, and Sokka sat across from Mrs. Beifong, Toph, and Yu, they were shocked and dismayed to see four familiar faces enter the room. Aang rose quickly, prepared for an attack when he saw Sasuke. But Lao and the others rose as well. Ah, Sasuke, Lao greeted. It's so good of you to join us. Avatar Aang, this is Sasuke of the Uchiha clan and his retainers. Suigetsu, Tai Li, and Jugo, Sasuke proffered. However, the Avatar and I have met before, haven't we, Aang? He sat down beside you and Jugo took a seat beside him as Tai Li sat beside Sokka and Suigetsu sat across from Jugo. Sasuke looked with a mildly amused look on his face. You look tense, Aang. Even the Avatar shouldn't always be on his guard. It's not healthy. Aang remained distinctly uncomfortable. Sokka completely ignored the presence of their enemies and began to shovel food into his mouth. A servant placed a bowl of food in front of Toph, steam pouring from it. Lao saw this and ordered the man, blow on it. It's too hot for her. Allow me. Aang spoke up, eyeing Sasuke smugly. He created a small whirlwind which swirled across the table and petered out over Toph's dish, cooling it. Oh my, Yu commented. Lao's wife smiled and said airily, Avatar Aang, it's an honor to have you visit us. In your opinion, Lao asked, how much longer do you think the war will last? Aang glanced defiantly at Sasuke. I'd like to defeat the Fire Lord by the end of summer, and he then glanced suggestively at Toph. But I can't do that without finding an earthbending teacher first. Well, Lao responded, gesturing to Yu, who was dabbing his mouth daintily with a napkin. Master Yu is the finest teacher in the land. He's been teaching Toph since she was little. Then she must be a great earthbender, Aang said, excitedly. Probably good enough to teach someone else. Toph's foot stomped on the ground, and a wave of earth traveled toward Aang's. The airbender yelped in pain as a rock jutted up into his foot. He shot an angry glance at Toph, who simply continued eating her meal with the utmost of nonchalance. Toph is still learning the basics, you told the Avatar. Yes, Lao said, and sadly, because of her blindness. I don't think she will ever become a true master. It is a sad thing, Sasuke agreed. Those who are born special, like your daughter, must be lonely. I can't imagine the isolation one must feel. Being so different from everyone around you that no one can understand you. What you can perceive, what you can do. Not only that, he went on, but knowing the fear you inspire in others. You sound like you're talking from personal experience, Aang said. Sasuke smiled at Aang. Perhaps. Tell me, Avatar, what have you heard from my brother? Nothing you need to know, Aang said. He left a while ago. Do you know why he's considered an S-class criminal by the village hidden in the leaves? Sasuke asked. Aang began. He's a murderer, you know, Sasuke said. He's killed many people, and he won't hesitate to kill you and your friends, too. Aang exchanged disturbed looks with his friends. Lao began to feel distinctly uncomfortable. His wife wiped herself off and smiled pleasantly. Well, shall we move to the living room for dessert, then? That evening, Sasuke and Toph walked together across a bridge as the Avatar and his friends were preoccupied with their guest quarters. Even though I was born blind, Toph said to her companion. I've never had a problem seeing. She jumped off the bridge to the ground. With my earthbending, I can see where anything is. You, that tree, those ants. It's quite a talent, Sasuke admitted. But your parents don't understand, do they? They treat you like you're a weakling, like you'll break in the slightest breeze. Toph snorted. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. That's why I became the blind bandit. I just needed to feel like I was more than some fragile doll. Sasuke grasped her shoulder. You're not weak. You are perhaps the strongest earthbender I have ever seen. And you can be stronger. But you can't do that while your parents are actively stifling your growth. Toph's face was conflicted. They're my parents. They can get along just fine without you, but you're not happy here. You can come with us and find a life worth living, Sasuke insisted. Don't let your familial bonds stop you from achieving your full potential. Toph's face looked wistful. Toph. Aang's voice echoed over the bridge. He ran up to the blind girl. Wait a minute, I don't know what he's trying to tell you, but believe me. You'd be better off coming with us. Be my teacher, Toph. You can help me end this war. Toph considered Aang's words, weighing them against Sasuke's. They both wanted her for their own benefit, she knew. Both would offer freedom and excitement in return. But what? She felt something. There was someone earthbending underground, heading straight for them. We're being ambushed, she realized. She grabbed Aang and pulled him away as Sasuke followed close behind. The tunneling man passed them and burst from the ground. It was Gopher Man, Toph realized. She didn't know what he was doing here. But she would finish this quickly. She let go of Aang and assumed a ready stance. 2 metal cages fell upon Aang and Toph. Sasuke leapt out of the way as the 2 younger fighters were trapped. The other wrestlers from Earth Rumble descended, the hippo, in particular, landing atop the 2 cages and stomping on them. Shin Fu entered. These 2 kids owe me some money, he said menacingly to Sasuke. The young shinobi eyed the wrestlers. I see, said calmly. I'm afraid I can't let you do this. He looked to the boulder, who looked bristled for attack. Sasuke's Sharingan were activated, and he bore into the man. The boulder attacked, but Sasuke's eyes manipulated the man's chakra energy to the extent that his attack was deflected into Gopher Man, whose body flew through the air and hit the wall with a loud smack. What? The boulder didn't. The boulder began, but he was cut off as Sasuke dashed through his defenses and struck him with quick intensity. Upon disengaging from the boulder, Sasuke quickly dodged the attacks of several other opponents as electricity charged in the palm of his hand. He raced toward Aang's cage and plowed his hand through it, cutting through the metal. Aang back up against the opposite wall, and the power that coursed through the highly conductive metal ran through him as well, jolting him into unconsciousness. Shin Fu and the hippo were already lifting Toph's cage out. Though, with his free hand, Sasuke made several rapid signs, and his tongue shot out of his mouth, transforming into a dark green snake. The snake entered Toph's CE.LL through the barred window, and with another few hand signs, Sasuke's tongue snake bit into Toph's flesh. She gasped, not knowing where the sudden pain had come from. It only became stronger as she fell. Something swelling inside the bite wound. It swelled until it became unbearable, and the sounds of the night faded into silence. Sasuke retracted his tongue as several guards raced toward his location, followed closely by Toph's parents and the other guests of the household. As he disappeared into the night, Shinfu tossed a sword to the ground with a ransom note attached. As Sokka made it on the scene, he gasped. "I can't believe it." He dropped to his knees and began to reverently touch the unconscious form of the boulder. "I'm actually touching the boulder." Sasuke unrolled the scroll. It seems Shinfu wants to take your daughter hostage in the hopes of a cash payoff," he said. "They want 500 gold pieces delivered to the arena." 500. Lao gasped. He frowned. "I would do anything to keep my daughter safe." The young man smiled. "I have a feeling she will be just fine." He turned to the lacerated cage and the smoking young airbender. Within, "You might want to take care of Aang, however. He seems to have taken a bit of collateral damage." "Hippo not sure blind bandit faking," the hippo said to Shinfu as he peered inside Toph's metal cage. Inside, she was unconscious and shivering. She looked deathly ill. "It'd been more than an hour." "She's fine," Shinfu said. Even if she weren't, it wasn't his fault. He had seen that kid do something. He wasn't sure what, but it seemed like He had extended his tongue and stuck it inside the girl's cage. He had heard tales of shinobi having abilities beyond that of any bender. Magic power. He didn't really believe it, but one could argue had some kind of hex had been placed on her, though why he would bother hexing a girl being kidnapped was beyond him. Toph. A cry echoed through the arena. Her father had arrived. He had brought friends, too. Master Yu was with him, as well as the Avatar and his friends. The Uchiha boy had also come with his retainers. Behind them, the boulder and his other fighters who had been incapacitated by the shinobi were being dragged along in shackles. "Shinfu," Sasuke said. "We have your fighters, here. I'd suggest you trade Toph for them." The older man smirked. "No deal. One's life is forfeit onc. One decides to take up the life of a martial artist. They all know that." The boulder would like to say something. "Quiet," Shinfu and Sasuke barked. "Fine," Lao said, breaking down quickly. "We have your money." He nudged Sokka, who grudgingly took the green pouch of gold out. "Wait," Sasuke said. "There's no need for this." "No need," Lao gasped. "My daughter is in danger. She could be hurt, or worse." Sasuke eyed the metal cage, hanging from the ceiling. "No." His Sharingan saw the dark aura surrounding it. It was getting stronger. "She won't be hurt, I promise. Just give it a moment." Inside the cage, Toph's eyes flew open. The pain she had felt radiating from her collarbone had turned sweet. It was as if waves of ecstasy were roiling from that spot, making her feel suddenly energized and alert. Her whole body was tingling. She stood slowly, feeling the subtle vibrations of the earth beneath her feet. She heard her father's voice, arguing with someone. "Dad," she said. "Toph," Lao cried. "Don't worry, baby, we're going to get you out." Shinfu turned to the cage. He was glad the girl had finally awoken. He was beginning fear she was really going to die in there. He would get to keep his money if something like that were to happen. Not with the Baifeng family out for revenge. "If you want her out, then you'd better give me that money, now." Toph placed her hand on the inside of the cage. It felt cold and smooth, but she could feel the earthiness clearly. She had never encountered a stone that felt quite like this. Oh well, she thought. If it was rock, she could bend it. "Don't worry, Dad, I'll get myself out. Shinfu's an idiot if he thinks a stone prison can keep me in." "Stone?" Lao asked incredulously. "But that's..." Toph struck the door with an open palm, denting it. She was a bit confused at that. She had never heard of a stone quite this pliant before. It was no matter, though. She could feel the earth clearly in the door, now. The next strike blew it off its hinges and into the arena's stands. She jumped out and landed on the stage, and it buckled under her. She felt so energized. She felt so powerful. She wanted to fight. Lao took a step back as he saw his daughter rising to a standing position. She looked feral. He had never seen such a look on her before. Not only that, but there seemed to be dark lines crisscrossing her body in some kind of abstract pattern. What have you done to my daughter? He asked. I haven't done anything, Shin Fu shouted, unnerved by this girl who had been able to, somehow, bend metal. It must have been that ninja, he said. He's turned her into a monster. Lao looked over at Sasuke, only to see the ninja freeing their own captives. What is he talking about? And what are you doing? Go on, Sasuke told the benders. Are you going to let your boss get beat by a little girl? She's waiting for you. Toph laughed. She began to walk toward Shin Fu, her movements stilted, as if in a trance. Her sightless eyes bore through him as she came, and he gulped in fear. I beat you all before, she said menacingly. And I'll do it again. The boulder takes issue with that comment. The boulder declared. He dashed at her, leaping for the stage. Suddenly, a stalagmite burst up from the ground and caught him mid-leap in his pelvis. The boulder groaned pitifully, and hit the ground, unconscious. The other fighters surged forward, confident in their ability to overwhelm Toph by numbers. However, Toph's attacks were brutal. She crushed Gopher Man's legs as he tried to emerge from the ground. And she broke the hippo's ribs. Before even a minute had passed, Toph had defeated all her opponents with ruthless efficiency. Shin Fu stepped back, sweat pouring down his face. Why you don't think you can beat me that easily, do you? I trained these men. He took a fighting stance. No. Please, Toph's father shouted. My daughter. She's blind, she'll get hurt. I think you should be more worried for Shin Fu, Katara retorted. Toph was amazed at how heightened her senses were. She could feel Shin Fu's every movement even more acutely, and she could feel sand bouncing across the floor, but, not only that. But she could hear the shuffling of clothing, smell the musky scent of the fighters, and feel the most fractional temperature change and wind shift on her skin. She had never seen so clearly. As Shin Fu began making his move, she struck, taking him off balance. She pushed her advantage quickly, embattling him from all sides with pillars of rock. She could literally feel her strikes hitting Shin Fu. She could feel the breaking of his capillaries and the straining of his bones. Her excitement grew as she heard his grunts of pain. She felt the heat from her collarbone radiating throughout her body, egging her on. Shin Fu was more skilled than Toph gave him credit for, however. He managed to roll out of her punishing barrage and launched a stone at her head. However, Toph ed her earthbending to skate along the ground, her speed breathtaking. She leapt at Shin Fu, drilling her fist into the man's face, relishing the feeling of twisting flesh. She then earth-bent a pillar diagonally out of the ground as she fell back, ramming it into Shin Fu's back, pushing him back toward Toph. She then summoned another pillar to slam into his front, pinning him on his feet. She then lobbed projectiles at Shin Fu's head and chest, beating him until blood poured from his body and his skin was blackened. Finally, the pillar propping him from the back cracked and buckled, allowing the man to finally collapse to the ground. No, Aang cried. He had been too stunned by the ferocity of Toph's attack to react, but the realization that she was about to kill a man spurred him into action. He sprung to the arena stage and a bullet of air diverted the stalactite from its target. It shattered beside Shin Fu, and the failed kidnapper fell into unconsciousness. Don't interfere, Twinkle Toes. Toph growled. Toph, there's something wrong with you. Aang pleaded. You're not acting like yourself. Sasuke's done something to you. Is that right? Toph asked. If that's the case, I like it. She attacked Aang, but the airbender flew out of the way of the projectiles. Toph felt the air pressure change on her skin as Aang floated above the ground. What her earthbending sense could no longer feel, her other senses now could. She took him out of the air with a powerful strike that sent him colliding with the wall. She kept striking, advancing with sweeping, low stances as she went. Aang, however, ran along the wall, using airbending to quicken his pace. Her stones, however, were frighteningly close to the mark. Katara stepped in and pulled the water from her hide pouch, whipping at Toph. The blind girl raised a defensive wall, distracting her long enough for Aang to approach and fire a jet stream at the girl. She earth-skated out of its path as quickly as Aang had run, and she launched her own attacks at both benders as she went. Aang evaded the attacks while Katara deflected them with her water whip, but the Water Tribe girl was being pushed back, as the force of the Earth strikes were becoming too much for her. Toph sensed this and focused her attacks on the girl, breaking her guard. Aang reacted quickly, pushing all the power he could into a blast of air that deflected the stone from Katara. However, Toph had anticipated this, and she summoned a pillar of stone while he was in mid-strike, hammering him into the air. Katara retaliated swiftly, merging the flow. Ing waters into a single fang of roiling liquid. Toph blocked the attack, though her defensive wall was cracked by the force. Aang, who had had time to recover, now descended upon the blind girl, a howling wind at his fingertips. Toph smirked. She was going to enjoy breaking this kid. No, stop it, please, Avatar, Lao said. Stop attacking my daughter. I can see she's out of control, but she's just a blind little girl. I've been too lenient with her, I see that now. I will make sure that she doesn't get into this kind of trouble again. Toph felt a resurgence of anger. That was all her father ever thought of her. Just a blind little girl. Helpless and useless, something to be watched over with a never-straying eye. She didn't want that. She wanted to be free and to do what she wanted. Her father wouldn't allow that, and she could see that the Avatar was just going to get in her way, too. No, father, Toph said, this is who I am. I like to fight, and I want to be free. You've kept me secret from the whole world, and I'm through with it. She lifted a stone from the ground and aimed it at her father. Just like I'm through with you. A hand touched Toph's shoulder and she paused. Toph, the deep voice said. Calm down. You've made your point. The blind girl dropped her rock, and the abstract design covering her body began to recede. If you come with me, I can train you to better use your power. I can show you a path to true greatness. And in return, all I ask is that you help me to defeat one of the most powerful shinobi on this planet. Toph's breathing returned to N. Normal as the markings finally receded to a single mark on her collarbone consisting of 3 lines radiating outward, curving counterclockwise. That sounds pretty sweet. She turned from her form. Our opponents and began to walk away with Sasuke. Wait, Aang shouted. You can't leave us. You have to teach me earthbending. More quietly, but firmly, he said, I can feel it. Toph responded as she continued walking. Maybe, but not today. No surrender. No surrender. Azula fingered the dagger she had removed from Zuko's ratty robes. She unsheathed it and read the inscription, Never give up without a fight. Her hands relaxed on the blade. Why couldn't she do it? She willed her hands to press forward, to slip the metal into her jugular. But it wouldn't go. Why? She tossed the damnable blade aside. No, she screamed as she felt the pain in her chest, so much greater than that external pain, clamp down and drag her into the abyss. She screamed again, like a wounded animal waiting to die. Azula covered her mouth, willing herself not to make a sound. Her forehead was glistening with sweat from the brief flashback. They were getting worse. They were starting to affect her performance. But she shook it off and did her best to remain focused. She knew that Zuko would never be without this dagger. He loved it, so this was proof that this was indeed the real Zuko. She had been a bit suspicious at first. After all, he had been fighting on the side of shinobi, and she knew firsthand how strong their illusions were. In fact, she still had some suspicions. I always did like this knife. Zuzu, she said. Yeah, Zuko replied from his prone position. He was tied to the back of an ostrich horse, and looked quite uncomfortable. Do you remember when you got it? She asked. That was an interesting day, wasn't it? Yeah, Uncle gave it to me, Zuko replied. Mai piped in. I doubt Zuko would forget anything about that day. After all, his grandfather died and his mother disappeared that night. Then she looked up at Zuko and winked. Oh, yeah, and you tackled me into the water fountain. She looked up and winked at him. At least you made up for it by taking me on a date. Zuko blushed. Mai grinned slyly. Azula rolled eyes. If Mr. Sasuke pushed me into a fountain, I'd just kick his ass, Karen retorted, blushing. So, where is Mr. Sasuke? Zuko asked, suddenly seeming more focused. Faye, Karen scoffed. You must think I'm stupid. I'm not giving that kind of information to the enemy. He's hardly the enemy, Mai retorted. Just because his uncle and he fought Admiral ZH. Al at the North Pole doesn't make Zuko a traitor. First off, I'd just like to note that Zhao was a real jerk. He said some very unflattering things to me while I was visiting Zuko in the hospital after the incident. She ruffled Zuko's buzz cut. You were just making him pay for being an ass monkey, weren't you? Azula remembered her first time trying to ride an ass monkey. Useful for riding rough treetops in heavily forested regions, they were nonetheless very temperamental and had a tendency for making rude gestures, not to mention tossing feces about in a festive manner. A very apt comparison to the late Admiral, she decided. The trio and their prisoner made their way into an Earth Kingdom village. Azula and her partners had opted to dress in Earth Kingdom colors so as not to impede their progress. So they would not have any problems with the villagers. They had been fortunate enough to run into an envoy with 3 women in their sizes, and had borrowed their wardrobe accordingly. As they walked through the village, they saw several swaggering Earth Kingdom soldiers. A ragged bunch of dregs by Azula's reckoning. She stopped briefly at a food stand. She was getting a bit hungry and their food stores were running low. Thankfully, she had plenty of money. Azula tossed a pouch of gold on the counter and said, I need a bag of feed, some bread, cheese, jam, and some water. Of course, ma'am, the vendor said, excited at the sight of so much currency. He turned to gather the supplies from his storeroom. Out of the corner of her eye, Azula noted a group of children, one with eggs in his hands. He handed one of his eggs to a friend, who tossed it at a group of gambling soldiers. It hit and the children ran off before the soldier could turn to catch them. Gao, the leader of the group of soldiers, turned to see who would dare to hit him with an egg. He saw no one on the street except a group of 3 girls and a man tied to an ostrich horse. His brow furrowed and he shouted at the girls. Hey, you little girls throwing eggs at us. Azula turned and smirked. Who, us? Now why would we want to do something like that to big, strong men like yourselves? Gao was slightly befuddled. Well, did you see who threw it? It was my ostrich horse, the Fire Princess responded. You see, sometimes it gets a little blockage and then the pressure just builds up until, well, let's just say it's broken quite a few records for distance laying. Do you think we're stupid, lady? One of the soldiers responded angrily. Gao raised a hand to stop him from acting. So, you're gonna try to play us for fools? Huh, girl? He eyed the jars of preserves the merchant was laying on the table. He reached for one. Well, thanks for the donation, anyway. The army thanks why? Gao gasped as Karen grabbed his wrist and twisted it behind him, landing him forcefully on the ground. The other soldiers advanced, but a few well-thrown daggers from my nicking the left cheek of each soldier stopped them in their tracks. I'm afraid this is for my own task force. Foot soldiers like you would be better off scavenging for food like the beasts you are, Azula suggested. The soldiers backed off, and Karen released Gao, who joined his men. You'd better leave town, strangers, he growled as he retreated. Penalty for staying is much steeper than you can afford. Trust me, and with that they were gone. Azula turned back to the merchant. She took a water skin and gulped some of the cool liquid down, and then gestured for her comrades to start packing the supplies on the ostrich horse. Those soldiers are supposed to protect us from the Fire Nation, but they're just a bunch of thugs, he explained. I'm glad that someone was able to put them in their place. The princess nodded, appreciatively. That was how the Fire Nation worked, she thought. When they finally defeated the Earth Kingdom and Water Tribe leaders, they would get rid of these petty local garrisons that did nothing but leached off the productivity of citizens and insert troops disciplined by a proper Fire Nation military. The citizens would praise them once they realized that the Earth Kingdom propaganda machine was nothing but a veil of smoke over the truth. Thanks for not ratting me out, the young boy who had thrown the egg said to Azula. He stared admiringly at her for a moment before she decided to respond. No problem, kid, I hate men like that. All talk with nothing to back it up. The boy grinned broadly. My name's Lee, what's yours? Azula looked closely at the boy. His eyes seemed glazed over. His grin had spread to idiotic proportions, and his face was quite red. Obviously, he was suffering from some kind of heat stroke. It's Bao Lan, she responded, picking a random name from her head as she held out her waterskin to the boy. Here, you look a bit hot. I don't want to deal with you passing out. Lee took the flask and stared at it wild-eyed. If she hadn't known There was no way this kid could be a firebender. She would have sworn steam was coming out of his ears. He touched the rim to his lips, his eyes drooping in a dreamy way before he even tasted the water. After finishing, he said, "Hey, who's the guy tied to the ostrich horse? Is he a criminal?" His eyes shone excitedly. Azula glanced at Zuko and responded, "Not exactly. He's my brother." "Same thing." Lee grinned. "Hey, y'all wanna come to my house? You and your friends could crash there for the night. After all, I owe you for getting rid of those guards." Azula considered. They had been going for a while without a proper procession of guards. They deserved a rest after finding Zuko, too. In another part of the province, Aang dodged a large boulder coming right at him. It hadn't been long after Toph had left with Sasuke that she had shown up again, deciding to take the three of them on alone. Sasuke and his three friends stood atop a cliff looking down on her as she relentlessly battered them. She seemed to be a bit more in control than before, content with simply fighting them rather than actually going for the kill. However, she was still quite skilled, and had managed to knock out Sokka with little trouble. Katara and Aang together fared better, running interference for each other. Aang also attempted to mix his game up by using the close quarters. She was currently backing them close to a narrower pass. The two benders saw where they were being led, and knew not to back further down. They were poised to swerve around Toph. However, Toph knew they would be reluctant, and she raised sheets of rocks around the benders to cage them in. The stones she threw prevented Aang from leaping out. They tried to stand their ground, but she continued to push them back until they were trapped. Katara could not use her water whip any way except from above, making her once unpredictable attack pattern suddenly limited. She was also unable to properly deflect Toph's attacks, forcing her to attempt to stop the blind girl's boulders with straight force versus force. Unfortunately, Katara was ill-matched against Toph in sheer power. Aang, similarly, could not make use of his speed to dodge Toph's attacks or maneuver around her to opportunistically attack a weakness in her own defense. He was also forced to use the pure force of his wind to attack and defend, which simply required more energy to counter the momentum of a rock. Toph, however, had an advantage in that the two benders were surrounded on two sides by her element besides standing on it. She was able to bypass their defenses entirely by projecting pillars out of the canyon walls, hitting them both at point-blank range. Toph's opponents were now so outmatched she was almost sorry. Aang struggled to remain in the fight. It was difficult to dodge the pillars coming at him from such close range, but he was halfway managing it. Katara, though, was having more trouble. She was getting hammered. It hurt to see the blood trickling down her chin. But he had to remain cool. He couldn't let his rising anger make him miss his chance. If there was one thing he was learning from fighting Toph, it was that he had to wait patiently for an opportunity to arise before he could make his move. He saw it. Appa had just come into view, floating a few feet above the ground. He and Appa locked eyes, and both understood. Aang breathed deeply, his lungs filling with air. He expelled it with great force while striking with both open palms, blasting Toph with air. Toph began to raise a stone wall to block the attack, but at the same time, Appa landed with his rear facing the pass and whipped his tail down, creating a gust of air of his own which slammed into Toph before she could respond, and she was blown right into her own wall. Aang grabbed Katara and leapt up the canyon walls. "Yip, yip, Aang," he shouted. Appa flew up as well, and intercepted Aang and Katara as he passed over. They then flew away as quickly as they could. "Well," Toph groaned as she pulled her face off the stone wall. "I guess he would make a good earthbender. Make your opponent's strength his weakness." In the air, Katara breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought we weren't going to get out of that." She turned and smiled weakly at the young airbender. "Those were some nice moves back there." "Thanks," Aang laughed, half crazed from the deadly experience. He laughed for a few more moments before falling silent. Katara sighed again. Then she turned to Aang once more. "Hey, where's Sokka?" A moaning sounded from the front of Appa's head. They turned to the source of the noise. "Wah," they heard. "Where am? Ow, why am I all sticky?" Sokka came scrambling out of Appa's mouth and onto his head. "Aang, Katara," he shouted. "We're never going to talk about this again. You a friend of Lee's. Gansu, Lee's father, asked of Azula in a rather suggestive manner. Lee ran out of the barn and addressed his father excitedly. This girl and her friends just stood up to the soldiers. By the end, she had them running away. Gansu's wife, Sela, clad in a simple green outfit, chimed in, "Does this girl have a name?" "Ah, it's Bao Lan," she responded. "Bao Lan, well, anyone who can hold his own against those bully soldiers is welcome here," Gansu said. "Those men should be ashamed to wear Earth Kingdom uniforms. The real soldiers are off fighting the war," Sela said. "Like Lee's big brother Sensu. Supper's going to be ready soon. Would you like to stay?" Azula shrugged. "That would be lovely. Thank you." Later that night, Mai entered the barn where Zuko was tied. He had been given a blanket and a pillow. Of course, as the family they were staying with thought it improper to let one of their guests catch cold, even if he was a prisoner. "My shift guarding you is almost done. I thought I'd come see you before Karen takes over." Zuko was still awake, and turned to her. "Have you slept at all since we caught you?" Mai asked. "No," he admitted. "I can't." Mai sighed. "I understand." She sat down beside him, a reminiscent look on her face. "I still remember when it happened. It was around 3 years ago, wasn't it?" Zuko turned curiously toward the pale, slender visage that seemed to float beside him. "Yeah, I remember 3 years ago. My brother has just been challenged to an Agni Kai." "What?" Mai asked, a horrified expression on her face. But who would want to challenge Zuko?" "Zuzu decided to po'o a plan at the war meeting," Azula explained. "Now the dum-dum's gonna pay for it." What? Why would he do that? What was the plan?" Mai exclaimed. "Who cares?" Azula asked. "Father says Zuzu acted disgracefully. He should be ashamed of himself." She scowled. "Samati. Mees, I can't believe I'm related to that dork." Mai fell silent. If she didn't know Azula so well, she would be surprised that she was less concerned about her brother than Mai, herself, was. Of course, Azula and Zuko had always had some sibling rivalry, and it had only gotten worse when their mother disappeared and Ozai became Fire Lord. The dark-haired girl looked back at Azula, who was applying ludicrous amounts of red paint to her lips. "Why are you putting on all that makeup, anyway?" she asked. "You're going to an Agni Kai, not on a date." "Father says I should look more mature," Azula said. "A little girl won't inspire fear in her troops, but a strong woman can." Azula was pleased when she found out it was Ozai, himself, who was to fight her brother, Mai continued. Even she could guess that Ozai would actually go as far as he did. The somber girl shook her head. Even Azula was shaken up seeing that horrible sight. "She told us he deserved it, but I could see how troubled she was about it." I remember the screams," she said, her eyes tearing up. "I knew it had to be painful, not just physically, but emotionally." Zuko looked away uncomfortably. "Why yeah, but that wasn't anything compared to what happened after." Mai stood beside her mother and father. Zuko walked down the main street of the palace, an escort leading him to his ship in the harbor on the edge of the capital, where his ship, which would be his home from now on, unless he found the Avatar who had been missing for 100 years. The left side of his face had been bandaged. The hair and that side of his head had been shaved far back as well in order to bandage it. He looked about with his good eye, and his countrymen greeted him with cold eyes. He was branded a disgrace by the Fire Lord, and his opinion was his subjects' opinion. It wasn't fair, Mai felt, her eyes watering. "Mai," her mother said in a sharp whisper. "We do not weep in public. Especially not for a shameful coward." Mai's father nodded. "Prince Zuko is no longer a son of the Fire Nation. It is fortunate our Fire Lord is so forgiving that he has been given a chance at redemption. If he finds and captures the Avatar." "He's not going to find the Avatar," Mai cried, audible even to Zuko, who turned, hearing the familiar voice. Mai met his eyes, her tears now streaming freely down her face. "Zuko, I'm not going to let them take you away," she determined. She broke away from the line of spectators, reaching for her love. She careened into him, clutching him tightly, but the guards tore her from him, holding her inches away from him. "At least take me with you, please." Zuko gazed into her desperate eyes, his face pained. But he said nothing. He looked away. "Keep her here," he told the guards. Then he turned his back on her. And walked away. I knew why, Mai said. It was to protect me. She looked back at Zuko's silent form. I know a lot of things have changed in the past 3 years, but one thing has never changed. She leaned over to him, taking Zuko's chin in her hand. She pressed her lips to his, breathing in his musky scent. She released him after a few moments and looked smugly at him. Consider that a thank you, she said. We'll be meeting Sasuke in the Grass Province. Zuko watched in awe as she rose and left the barn. Wow, that's some girl. He shook his head. No time for that. I can't stay awake for another minute. I think it's time to disappear. He exhaled and closed his eyes, and his body dissipated in a puff of smoke. Naruto woke up with a start. He looked around and saw Jiraiya and Zuko looking at him nearby. It looked like it was morning. Whoa, he breathed. What happened? You passed out, Zuko responded. Right, Naruto said. My shadow clone merged with me. And I guess its exhaustion kinda hit me all at once. He looked suddenly at Zuko. Zuzu, shut up, he growled. Alright, Toph said, so they're cleverer than they look. But I would have had them without that bison in the way. Sasuke nodded. I wasn't aware that the air bison had that kind of airbending ability. Of course, Suigetsu chided. The airbenders learned how to airbend from the bison. I guess you wouldn't have known that, though, coming from the Fire Nation. Even I wouldn't have known, admittedly, except that the Mizukage once mentioned it in passing. He was quite knowledgeable in ancient lore. Jugo, who had been silent for most of the conversation, spoke up. I don't know if you should use the curse mark like that anymore, he cautioned. I know firsthand, even though you feel stronger. You lose focus. Are you kidding? Toph asked, incredulous. I've never felt more perceptive. I can feel things I've never felt before. Not just through earthbending, either, but everything excluding actual sight is better. She harumphed haughtily. Besides, I can control myself. The first time was just because I was unprepared. Now I'm in complete control. You're right, Sasuke said. You're much better at it, now. He activated his own cursed seal, and black marks like flames danced across his flesh, eventually enveloping his whole body, turning it a dark gray. He entered the second stage easily, though he withheld his wings. You may be ready for the next step. This will bring your potential out completely. Completely, huh? Toph pondered. So I can go even further. Yes, Sasuke said. But there's a cost. Your body will pay a price every time it enters this state. Your lifespan may even be shortened if this power is abused. Toph considered this. It was frightening to think that she might die if she pushed her power further. However, she loved this feeling of power. She couldn't get enough of it, and she didn't want to say no to even more. Besides, it was her father who wanted to protect her out of fear of her death, robbing her of true life. I'm game, she said. What do I have to do? Jugo put his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Wait, Sasuke, you can't seriously be considering. Sasuke glanced at Jugo, his eyes full of determination. There is an enzyme that will speed the transformation. Come, and I will give it to you. How could you let him escape? Azula hissed. Don't blame me, Karen said. His presence just disappeared. Zuko can't just Disa. She paused. Monkey feathers. She realized what had happened. Zuko must have hidden. And when she beat Naruto, he hadn't truly gone unconscious. He consciously dispelled all but one clone. They had baited her, and then let her see exactly what she wanted. So what are we going to do, now? Mai asked dispassionately. Azula sighed. We'll move on. I have a feeling Zuko won't need to be found at this point. We'll meet up with Sasuke. Hopefully he'll have captured the Avatar. And we can focus on my brother when he comes to us. She led her partners out of the small room, fuming but acceptant of her predicament. It was time that they moved on, and soon they were being seen off by Lee's family. Lee, himself, seemed forlorn. Do you really have to go? Can't you stay one more night, Bao Lan? Gansu chuckled at his son. I'm sorry, miss, but it looks like Lee really likes you. Of course, Azula said, not particularly surprised. After all, everyone at the palace really liked her. They had to, of course, because anyone who crossed her would only do so once. He's a smart kid, she smirked. Actually, the kid reminded her of Zuko when he was that age. She'd have liked it if he had been as agreeable as Lee was, however. I'm afraid I can't dally, though. Can I at least walk you to the city limits? Lee requested excitedly. Well, I don't think you'd be. Azula started. The child's eyes widened and shimmered, which gave Azula pause. She didn't quite know what he was doing. I don't think it would hurt, Mai interjected. Bao Lan is a bit shy, but I think she would really love to have you along. Whatever, Azula responded. They strolled toward the edge of town, Lee fawning over Azula like a pig pup. The princess noted the boy's irrational devotion to her, and decided that he might be of some use. Hey, kid, she said after they had lost sight of the farm. She took out Zuko's dagger. If you want to be our guide, you should have a means to defend yourself. She handed the knife to Lee, and he snatched it up gleefully. Oh, wow, this is awesome, he said. With this, I'll always remember you. It was my brother's actually, she said. He always made a big deal about it. Lee unsheathed the blade. There's something written on here, he realized. Azula's face reddened. Why yeah. There's no need to. Made in Earth Kingdom, Lee read. Azula rolled her eyes. Right, she sighed and offered. Just remember, if you see one of those soldiers, go for the knees. Not far away, Naruto surveyed a familiar farm. That's it, he said. They were staying at that place. We should be able to track them from here, Jiraiya presumed. Zuko nodded. And they'll lead us to their meeting spot in the Grass Province. They began to walk toward the farmhouse. As they approached, they saw a group of Earth Kingdom soldiers approaching from the opposite side of the house. When they got close enough to hear the exchange between the occupants of the house and the soldiers, they knew something rotten was going down. You boys hear what the Iron Nation did with their last group of Earth Kingdom prisoners? The man at the head of the group asked one of his comrades. Dressed them up in Fire Nation uniforms and put them on the front line unarmed, way I heard it. The soldier responded, spitting on the ground. Then they just watched. You watch your mouth. The man of the house growled. The lead soldier approached, and seemed intent on some kind of retribution. We can't let these guys bully helpless people. Naruto protested. We can't let ourselves get sidetracked by the troubles of foreign peasants, Zuko replied harshly. Naruto scowled at Zuko. I don't think you believe that. After all, you're not much more than a foreign peasant here. You think your problems are so much more important than others. You need to get over yourself, then. Zuko looked away, cowed by the blonde's reprisal. Fine, let's do this, then. Hey, jerk, a voice said from behind Gansu and his wife. Gao looked up to see a blonde boy and an old man. As well as that prisoner the little girls had. Why don't you leave these people alone? What do you think you can do about it, brat? Gao sneered. What business is it of yours, anyway? We've made it our business, Zuko replied. Now get out of here. Who do you think you are, telling us what to do? Gao rumbled. It doesn't matter who I am, Zuko stated. But I know who you are. You're not soldiers, you're bullies. Naruto nodded affirmatively. That's right. You think just 'cause you have a little power, you can use it to do whatever you feel like. That's not what power is for. Real power means protecting those who don't have the ability to protect themselves. It means sacrifice and dedication. Gao turned to his men. Are you going to stand there and let some strangers insult you like this? The soldiers responded by advancing on the two young men, spears at the ready. Aang and Katara stood upon the surface of a lake facing each other. The young avatar formed a series of hand seals and his spiritual energy rose. As did a pillar of water. The water began to take on a humanoid shape and then it began to turn opaque and take on flesh, orange and yellow hues. Finally, the human OID water had taken on the exact coloration of Aang. However, Aang, why is your clone all wavy? Sokka asked. The clone indeed looked as if it still had the consistency of water, in spite having realistic texture and coloration. It was rather creepy. Aang, Katara said, you need to concentrate a little more. Visualize yourself as vividly as you can and control your energy. Katara demonstrated, going through the seals quickly, causing 3 perfect clones of her made of water appear in a splash of water. Like that, Aang sighed, allowing his malformed clone to melt back into the lake. This hand seal thing is weird. We've been practicing this technique for days, and I still can't get it. You're improving, Aang, Katara said. You'll have it in no time, you just need to focus is all. The young airbender nodded. I guess. Hey guys, Sokka said. I think we might have a problem. Katara looked over to her brother. What is it, Sok? She trailed off as she saw the boy wrapped in chains, surrounded by 4 familiar and unwelcome faces. Sasuke, she gasped. Then she frowned at her brother. Wait, Sokka, how did you already get captured? Sokka shrugged, as Ty Lee ran her hand through his hair and cooed at him. You were quite impressive, yesterday, Sasuke admitted to the benders. However, I think it's time to end this game of mongoose cat and rat snake. He removed a large barrel covered in seals from his back and set it on the ground. In this container is the means of your defeat, Avatar. I don't think so, Katara said. She struck at the Uchiha, sending tendrils of water blasting toward the boy. They hit, flinging him back, but his body suddenly erupted into a bloom of liquid. Suddenly one of Katara's clones found itself slashed in two, while a split second later, the second had a blade skewered through its throat. The last clone reacted by performing a ninjutsu that formed the water into 4 liquid fangs that battered the shinobi. Unfortunately, this Sasuke was also a water clone. Another Sasuke grasped the Katara clone from below and pulled her under, and then he rose from the lake like an apparition. Are you ready to surrender? He was between Aang and Katara, subject to attack from both sides. He would know that they could easily take him down in such a position. Aang watched for any sign of the true Uchiha, for he knew this had to be another clone. You should know we would never surrender to you or the fire. Nation, Katara said firmly. Aang is the world's last hope for peace. I'll never let that hope go. Sasuke snorted. Your idealistic talk is nice, but to be honest, I don't care about peace or hope. All I live for is killing that man. That's the only reason I'm continuing on this path. He will come back to you, Avatar. I know it. Listen, Aang said. I don't know what exactly Itachi did to make you hate him so much, but... Aang shifted his stance, raising his right hand. You can leave me out of it. He jammed his palm downward, and the currents beneath the water's surface shifted, and Sasuke suddenly blasted out of the lake. Katara slashed at the water clone in that instant, decapitating it. The real Sasuke landed daintily on the ground. Perceptive, Aang, Sasuke said. This is going to be interesting. He turned to Suigetsu and Tai Li, saying, release her. The two obeyed, ripping the seals from the barrel, allowing it to collapse. Toph emerged, looking as if she had just woken up from a deep sleep. She staggered forward, a dazed look on her face. She stopped and turned her head in the general direction of Aang. Hey, Twinkletoes, she breathed. I'm back. This time we're really gonna let loose. Bye, Bao Lan, Li said dreamily. I'll never forget you. Good, Azula responded. You shouldn't. After all, her father would soon rule the whole world, with her by his side. Perhaps she would give the boy's family a title when it was all over. Provided they weren't destroyed in the war and remained loyal to her, of course. Li launched himself at Azula's torso, wrapping his arms around her and giving her a big squeeze before turning and running back toward home, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The young princess looked after him as he ran with a surprised look on her face. That boy, she started. He will make a skilled warrior. His attack was swift if lacking power. That comes with age, of course. Mai stifled a laugh. Karen was in full agreement. For all her shrewdness in battle and genius firebending skills, she had no clue when it came to anything romantic. She shook her head and followed the princess out of town. As the 3 girls left town, Naruto and Zuko stood over the beaten soldiers. The ones who were conscious slinked away shamefully. Gao stepped forward, unfazed by the boy's skill. He took out 2 battle hammers and took an earthbending stance. Zuko drew his broadswords and Naruto took out a kunai. Gao stomped on the ground, causing a rock to jump out of the ground. And he hit it with his hammer. Zuko shattered the stone with his blades, but Gao continued to hammer a barrage of stones at both young men. Zuko managed to slice through most of them, while Naruto dodged around the attacks, making his way toward Gao. Zuko was pummeled by one, however, causing him to collapse to the ground. Naruto made it to the soldier, but he dodged a strike from the shinobi and hit him over the head with his weapon. Naruto rolled across the ground with the hit and recovered a few feet from Gao. He took a moment to shake off the fog and created two shadow clones. The earthbender was shocked at this development, but he didn't let that stop him. He upped his attacks, launching rocks furiously at both men. Zuko began to take some really hard hits, while Naruto and his clones were able to dodge about more effectively, with the three Narutos watching each other's backs, getting each other out of harm's way as they dodged their own projectiles. However, the soldier eventually hit Naruto's clones hard, causing them to dissipate after protecting the true shinobi from the strikes. Both of the young men were being driven back by the attacks. But the final blow came when Gao hit both hammers on the ground, sending a shockwave through the earth that upturned the boys. Gao panted heavily as the dust settled. Both young men were flat on their backs. But they weren't done yet. The blonde boy was still stirring, trying to sit up. The scarred one was still, but his muscles were still rigid and ready for action. The man smirked and took a step toward the blonde, ready to finish them off. Before he took his second step, he heard Gensu's wife shout, and a small voice say, "Hey, pig sloth." Then a sharp pain in the back of his right knee caused his leg to buckle under him. He looked behind him and saw Lee looking smugly at him, his hands on a dagger that was driven hilt deep into him. "You little brat," Gao snarled, slapping the child away. He reached behind him and pulled the knife out, tossing it aside. Then he limped toward Lee, now intent on revenge for the sneak attack. Naruto saw Gao approaching Lee. The boy's father tried to intervene. But the farmer was no match for a trained soldier, even a wounded one. If he's old enough to fight, he's old enough to join the army. "He's coming with me." Gao raised his hammer, ready to knock Lee out with a sharp blow to the head. Naruto could see that he was too far away to get to Lee, and Zuko was too far away as well. "Sorry, pervy sage," he said as he shifted his stance. "Looks like I'm gonna have to risk it." "Naruto!" Jiraiya shouted, starting forward. He had stayed out of the fight thus far because he wanted to judge the extent of their skills against an earthbending opponent. However, his student was about to do something tremendously stupid. "Don't." The blonde shinobi shot his palm out and suddenly a tremendous jet stream slammed into Gao, knocking him aside. Zuko took advantage of the situation and leapt toward the soldier. He swung his blades, flames dancing from them, and slammed into Gao, knocking him into the dirt. He tried to get up, but Naruto had raced into the fray with a sphere of energy. He jammed it into the man's stomach and shouted, "Rasengan." Gao hit the ground again, barely conscious. He tried to raise his head and asked, "Who are you guys?" The name's Naruto, shinobi of the village hidden in the leaves, and the future fire shadow. "My name is Zuko, son of Ursa and Fire Lord Ozai, prince of the Fire Nation and heir to the throne." Gao passed out at their introduction. Zuko walked over to his dagger, which Lee used to stab Gao. He picked it up and looked at the inscription. "I was hoping I could get this back. My uncle gave it to me when I was a kid." He turned to look at Lee, who was staring in shock at the two young men. "Did Azula give it to you?" What?" Lee asked. "Bao Lan," Naruto said. "That's what she called herself." Lee nodded in the affirmative. "Why yeah, she did. First good thing she's done that I can remember," Zuko said. He walked over to the boy and held out the dagger. "Here, you're a brave kid. You deserve it." Lee backed up, a twinkle of fear in his eyes. "And no, just go away." He ran back to his mother and hid behind her legs. Sella glared at Zuko. "Don't come near us." Zuko looked down at his dagger for a moment, reading the inscription through blood spatters. Then he wiped the blade clean and put it away. He turned and motioned to Naruto. "Let's go. We won't find Sasuke by sitting still. Rock is a stubborn element." "Stubborn and strong," Toph said. "There's no other angle, no clever solution, no trick that will move it. You have to face it." She leapt into the air and came down upon Aang. Head on. The airbender managed to dodge her attack, and her head slammed into a large rock, shattering it. "Whoa," Aang exclaimed. This girl was intense. Katara, meanwhile, lashed out toward Sokka with a sheet of water. intending to free her brother from his chains, but Suigetsu countered with his own attack. Katara shot forth, trailing torrents of water behind her. Toph attacked Aang with steady fierceness. Her cursed seal flowed across her skin, and she used its strength to push the Avatar back. However, the boy's agility was prodigious and his speed was unhindered in the more open area they were in now. He evaded the girl's attacks deftly, and struck with bolts of wind that rocked the earthbender. Suigetsu was knocked about by Katara's wave, and she slashed Sokka's chains apart before he recovered. The Water Tribe warrior immediately rolled away from his captors and pulled out his boomerang. Sasuke, meanwhile, took hold of Katara's wrist and twisted her arm. The waterbend flowed through the hold and locked his arm, sweeping his legs out from under him and slamming him into the ground. The Uchiha lifted himself up, then, with his left arm and flipped himself and Katara over, slamming her onto the ground before leaping to his feet once the waterbender released his arm due to the force of the impact. Sokka swung at Ty Lee as she approached him, but with a quick series of jabs. His good arm was deadened and hung limp. He struck with his other arm, soon finding that useless as well. His attempted kick met with similar results. Ty Lee struck once more at the boy standing on one leg. But his head shot forward, forcing her to jam her fingertips into the boy's hard skull. She pulled back in pain and, shaking it off, glared icily at him. "Good try, but no," Sokka quipped. Aang, having noticed Sasuke's counterattack on Katara, diverted his attention to shoot a torpedo of water at him. However, his attention was best spent elsewhere, as he found when Toph rammed a pillar into his chest, sending him flying into a boulder. He dodged subsequent attacks for the most part, but she was beginning to wear him down. He realized that he needed to take advantage of her blindness. But he couldn't do that with both feet on the ground. Katara recovered from her fall to find the Uchiha dodging an attack from Aang. That gave her an opportunity. She wrapped a stream of W-8 around the boy's ankle and yanked his foot out from under him. Then she raised the surrounding water from the ground and brought it crashing down upon him. However, at the same moment, Suigetsu decided to attack her with a similarly powerful wave, tossing her back into the middle of the lake. Toph suddenly lost track of the Avatar. Though her seal was pulsing full blast and her senses were at their max, it seemed he had left the ground completely. She heard the loud splash of Katara hitting the water, and the wet sound drowned out the sound of a water whip whistling through the air. However, she didn't miss the sting of it slapping across her face. The Avatar had taken to the lake as well, it seemed, and he was attacking her from that position, making her truly blind to his attacks. He airbender whipped the water around him, striking at Toph with great force, causing her to fall back and erect stalagmites of protection. However, the flexible nature of water allowed him to weave his attack around her defense, attacking her from unexpected angles. Suigetsu lunged at Katara, his head-cleaving sword at the ready. He struck, but Katara deflected the blow with a current of water. He too traded several blows before the sharp-toothed shinobi kneed her in the ribs. He put in a few more devastating shots before hefting his head-cleaving sword above the waterbender, swinging it downward. Sasuke's straight sword intercepted Suigetsu's swipe inches from Katara's skull. The waterbender lay in the water, shocked that the blade had come so close to splitting her head open. Sasuke glared at Suigetsu with his cold Sharingan. "No killing," he said, "or I'll put an end to you." The mist ninja backed away. "Che, have you gone soft, Sasuke? Maybe you haven't heard of what the Avatar did in the North Pole. Do you really want to risk him entering that state now?" Toph struck desperately in Aang's general direction, but the Avatar evaded the strikes easily. The Earthbender's curse mark covered her body. She now felt something more happening, though. Something stirred within her, pushing her further. As water whipped across her face, the veins in her eyes turned black. The darkness spread across her corneas until they became dark fields around milky irises. Her hat flew off her head and her hair ripped out of its bun. Her strikes came harder and faster. They began to become somewhat more accurate. She could almost feel his location through the vibrations of the water on the earth beneath it. Almost. Katara, at the same time, had struck back at Suigetsu. The waterbender wrapped the lake water around the ninja and solidified the sphere into a hard shell. Sasuke attacked her from behind, however, easily overwhelming her defenses and gaining dominance in the fight. The Gaia seal had taken over Toph's flesh completely, turning her skin completely dark. It lightened slightly to a dark gray while her long, wild hair bleaching on the sides, leaving a black streak down the center of her hair. 3 horns sprouted from the left side of her head while one larger horn grew out of the right. Toph's hands and feet began to enlarge, and her fingers became more like badger mole claws. A thick tail emerged from under her tunic and slapped itself on the ground, cracking the rocky ground. Aang's eyes widened upon seeing this. Toph, what has he done to you? Just brought out my full potential. Toph replied, a smirk on her face. She had never felt such power. And her perceptions were even sharper than they had been. She could feel where Aang's feet touched He watered just by feeling the way the energy waves he caused by standing on the water hit the earth beneath. However, as she attacked, she realized there was still a flaw in this method. It took time for the wave to reach the lake bed. That meant she was operating on dated intelligence. She motioned with her hands and the lake bed rose, and the lake water flowed out onto the dry ground. Aang flowed forward with the water. And once the lake bed became level with the rest of the ground and the water became thin, the Avatar's feet sank to touch the ground. At that moment, Aang found himself assaulted on all sides by pillars of earth. He couldn't evade them at the speed they emerged, and he found himself being pummeled, his consciousness fading with each hit. Katara lashed out at Sasuke with muddy water that suddenly surrounded them. The Uchiha received 2 dirty slaps in the face before he subdued the waterbender and clamped metal cuff on her hands and feet. You won't get away with this. She protested. Aang will stop you. Quote, Sasuke scoffed. You play the damsel in distress well, he said. He picked her up and carried her over to his brother, who was quite prone at this point. It must run in the family, he quipped. Tossing her to the ground and turned toward Toph. Ty Lee and Jugo followed. Toph slammed Aang into a rocky cliff, letting him fall to the ground, barely alert. You're nowhere near as tough as I thought you were. She slapped her tail against the ground, popping the Avatar's body into an upright position. He staggered, but remained standing, albeit shaky on his feet. You'll certainly never be an earthbender if you can't stand still and take it like a man. She clenched her fists and took a strong stance. That's enough, Sasuke said, putting his hand on her shoulder. We'll have no problem capturing him now. However, if you push him any further, you might cause him to enter the Avatar state. In that state he would have the power of countless past lives. Even the 5 of us working together might not be able to beat him, then. Is that right? Toph asked. She felt herself growing excited at this. The prospect of fighting the Avatar with all his past lives' power behind him. That would be quite a battle. She could feel Jugo's flesh roiling with excitement as well, dark patches snaking their way around his face. But she knew Sasuke wouldn't let her properly threaten him in order to trigger the life-saving mechanism of the Avatar state. But perhaps something else could cause the same effect, something of which Sasuke wouldn't be able to get in the way. She sensed the girl with whom Aang had been traveling squirming on the ground a small distance away, and could also feel a large chunk of stone which hung precariously overhead. It would normally take years for gravity to pull the stone down upon the girl and her brother, but with a small amount of earthbending, it could come down instantly. She had felt Aang's reaction to the girl's presence. His heartbeat elevated with her proximity, and especially when she touched him. She obviously meant much to him. If she were to endanger her life, even kill her. Toph, Sasuke said. He was concerned with her agitated expression. Perhaps pushing her into the second stage of the cursed seal was unwise. Without proper discipline, the violent tendencies the cursed mark's chemistry brug out could overwhelm even the most pacifistic individual. Don't do anything foolish. The earthbender smirked. She twitched her head and the shaky foundation of the large stone hanging over Katara and Sokka burst, allowing it to fall. Sasuke turned to the falling rock. It was big enough to crush them both, and even his speed wouldn't allow him to make it in time to stop it. That was assuming the rock wouldn't crush him, as well. Perhaps he could destroy it with a fire blast, but it was unlikely to divert or fragment the boulder enough to avoid serious injury. Sasuke didn't have to act in this case. Aang had seen the rock falling immediately. His instincts took over. His body lurched forward and his arms swung wide, pushing the air out of his way, reducing the wind resistance as he ran. He simultaneously increased the wind speed at his back. As he reached his friends, the stone was already at eye level. Without thinking, he dove feet first under the stone. The only thing on his mind now as the boulder descended on him and his friends was that he would not allow it to fall any further. It simply would not, and there was no room for negotiation. His arm was pressed as far into the ground as it could get and he shot it up into the rock as hard as he could. His fist entered it and the stone cracked. It stalled on his hand for a moment before he curled his legs to his chest and kicked both feet into the boulder. It shattered, the pieces flying away from him and his friends. Toph was amazed. This kid really could be a talented earthbender. It had taken mortal danger to get him into the right mindset. But he had really done it. Suddenly she noticed something. It was a special vibration in the air. It was like a beacon of light in the darkness. And it seemed to be getting bigger. She dropped to the ground as a large fragment of stone hit her right between the eyes. Sasuke looked in exasperation at the now unconscious Toph. She had allowed herself to become distracted. He looked back at the young avatar, who was glaring daggers at him, currently. All right. It looks like I'll have to finish this myself. No more playing around. Aang's eyes and tattoos began to glow. I don't think so, he declared, gesturing casually, which caused a chasm to open between Team Snake and Aang's gang. Dust erupted from the opening, obscuring the trio of adventurers from view. Sasuke leapt through the cloud, only to see Aang and his friends riding off on the large, six-legged air bison. Sasuke glowered at the retreating figures. Curse it. Pursuit. So you're an airbender. Air-bender? Naruto asked innocently. Well, not exactly. I mean, yeah, I know how to use the wind element, but trust me, Zuko said. I've seen airbending, and that was it. Jiraiya sighed. I told you not to use those techniques in front of someone you weren't going to kill. Shove it, pervy sage, Naruto said. I had to. I thought there were no airbenders left, Zuko said. I've heard rumors of survivors. But I've never found any. That's because the only people left who can use that element are shinobi, Jiraiya said. Though plenty of shinobi who could use the wind element were tracked down and executed themselves. That's why it's so rare even among us to find someone who can use that element. Naruto is one of the few left. I didn't even know I could do it until we went to the Eastern Air Temple here in the Earth Kingdom. I found some scrolls there which I thought was just taijutsu, so I tried to train with them a bit, but then some old guy showed up. Naruto's feet swept across the floor as he moved his arms in a circular motion. He had been practicing these forms every night in the 2 weeks since they had come to this temple. His taijutsu had been insufficient to defeat Sasuke in their encounter nearly a year prior. He had hoped to improve with these old scrolls, but he was really getting impatient with his progress. Not bad, young man, a thick voice said to him. But you're lacking something essential. What? Naruto asked, spinning around to find an old man garbed in nothing but a loincloth sitting lotus-style on the ground. Who are you, old man? The important question is, who are you? My name is Naruto, the boy responded. The old man shook his head. That is your name, but that does not encompass what you truly are. Well, Pathak, Zuko realized. Yeah, I ran into him once, myself. Kind of creepy old guy, but he didn't have any information for me about airbenders or the Avatar, so. Yeah, well, Naruto said. The old Uru guy wanted to do some kind of reading on me, I guess, and Pathak's hand touched Naruto's head and he reached into the shinobi's essence. He could sense the pain and anger in the boy's soul, his loneliness and his regret, his deep love for his friends. Further, he could feel the beastly presence of a wild spirit separate from Naruto, but intertwined inexorably. He removed his hand and looked into the boy's eyes with sympathy. You have seen much pain and loss in such a short time, he said. But I see that you have much inner strength in you. Thanks, Naruto said. So what? What am I missing about these forms? These forms you have been practicing are meant for airbenders, Pathak said. The problem you are having is not one of pure form but of spirit. You approach the forms with aggression more suited to firebending, but airbending is performed with a peaceful spirit. So, how do I fight with a peaceful spirit? Naruto asked. First, you must drink this, Pathak informed him, holding a bowl out to him with a yellow liquid inside. He fed you onion and banana juice. Zuko asked. That's just sick. You get used to it, though, Naruto said. Anyway, he had me do a lot of meditating. He said that I had to clear away my chakras so that the chakra energy could flow more easily within. First we will open the earth chakra, located at the base of the spine. It deals with survival and is blocked by fear, Pathak told Naruto as they sat Indian style facing each other. What are you most afraid of? Let your fears become clear to you. Naruto looked deep into his soul, trying to dredge up his deepest fears. He saw Gaara's face as he had been during the Chunin exam. Full of hatred and loneliness. He saw Gaara's face morph into his own. Then more scenes from his past flashed through his mind. Zabuza ready to strike him down. Sakura being squeezed to death by Gaara's sand claw. The demon fox's power coursing through him, its aggressive personality pushing him onward. Itachi looking coldly down at him with his Sharingan, Sasuke morphing into his cursed form. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes glaring coldly as he laughed inhumanly. It took weeks to unlock that chakra, Naruto explained. It was pretty intense. But that was just the beginning. The water chakra deals with pleasure, and is blocked by guilt, Pathak explained. Now, look at all the guilt which burdens you so. What do you blame yourself for? Naruto remembered seeing Sakura in the hospital after his failed attempt to bring Sasuke back. I couldn't keep a promise. An important one. I couldn't bring my friend back. Accept that in life you will fail, but do not let that cloud and poison your energy. If you are to be a positive influence on the world, you need to forgive yourself. Third is the fire chakra. It deals with power and is blocked by shame. What are your biggest disappointments in yourself? You are the nine-tailed fox spirit that destroyed the village. Mizuki growled. Until, at last, our beloved hero, the fourth Hokage, trapped and bound you, in this form. I have something locked up inside me, Naruto said. Something that's so evil, that I've been hated by everyone for as long as I can remember. Since then, you've been made a fool of by everyone in town. Mizuki continued, staring down the young boy whose eyes were downturned in agony at what had been revealed to him. Didn't you think it was strange? To be so despised, everywhere you went. If he were honest, even noble Iruka would admit he hates you, too. Even though I know I'm not the same as the fox, Naruto said. Still, Iruka crouched over Naruto, having taken the giant shuriken meant for him. Tears ran down his teacher's face and he said, I know that, Naruto. I was hard on you, yelling, scolding. It must have hurt. Forgive me. If I'd been a better teacher, a better self, maybe neither of us would have come to this. You and the nine-tailed fox are now one. You may be blamed by others for the fox's misdeeds, and you may be reviled for this, but you must realize this is a part of you that you must accept if you are to find balance, and you must forgive this part of yourself. You must also realize that you are more than the demon fox, and it is that part of you that also makes you distinct from the fox's past self. The fourth chakra is located in the heart. It deals with love, and is blocked by grief, Pathak said. Lay all your grief out in front of you. Naruto saw Haku in his mind's eye. The first person he had felt for that he had lost. Then he saw the third Hokage, who had been killed protecting the village from Orochimaru, and who had acted almost as a father figure to him. Both disappeared. Then he saw Sasuke. The young man turned from him and began walking away. He ran after him, desperate to catch up, but he couldn't seem to reach him even though Sasuke was walking fairly slowly. Then the boy faded. You have been pained by the loss of those close to you. But love is a form of energy, and it swirls all around us. Naruto saw the faces of the three people merging together as the guru spoke. Your friend's love for you has not left this world. It is still inside of your heart, and is reborn in the form of new love. Naruto saw the three faces blur as they merged and bright green eyes shone at him, framed by strawberry locks. Next time, we'll do it together. Then he saw the faces of Kakashi, of the other 9 junior ninja, the Sand siblings, and all the other allies he had met since becoming a part of Team 7. Let the pain flow away. Very good. It took months to get to that point, Naruto said. Though by that time, it had gotten pretty easy to bust through those chakras. Sounds, thrilling, Zuko replied. So, what about the airbending? Well, after about a month of meditation, I'd started to get a feel for the philosophy of airbending, Naruto explained. So by the time I opened the air chakra, I was pretty comfortable with it. He sighed. I wasn't really able to finish my training, though. I got through the sound and light chakras okay, but for some reason, I got hung up on the last one, the thought chakra. And something happened. What's that? Zuko asked. Well, I'm not too sure, Naruto said. I blacked out during one of the meditation sessions, and when I came to, the pervy sage was injured somehow. He didn't really go into details. The old man averted his eyes. Guru Pathak said that I wouldn't be able to fully unblock the last chakra for a while, he continued. Something had happened that interfered with it. That's strange, Zuko said. Hey, that's enough chatting, Jiraiya interjected. Listen, if you guys are going to go after Sasuke and Orochimaru by yourselves, you'll need more training. Training? Zuko asked. What kind of training? Well, Jiraiya replied, you already know some basic ninjutsu, from what I could see of your performance as the blue spirit. Zuko's left cheek tinged. Yes, Uncle taught me the art of substitution and how to make clones. Pretty bare bones. Of course, I guess General Iroh could only pick up so many our secret techniques when he fought with the Leaf Village in the war, Jiraiya said. Well, I guess you can show me what you've got, first. Zuko complied, creating a few hand signs. His spiritual energy flowed through him and outward, causing two clones to appear. They were somewhat translucent but accurate. Jiraiya pondered. Your technique is okay, but your chakra control is pitiful. Zuko's eyebrow lowered. What do you mean, exactly? You're wasting too much of your energy. First thing you'll need to do is learn how to conserve your energy. That way you won't run out of stamina too quickly, Jiraiya explained. Naruto can get away with that kind of waste, but you won't. So how am I going to do that? Zuko asked. I'll teach you a technique that will deal with control of your completely elemental neutral energy. First, the Toad Sage explained. Using the power of your chakra energy, you can cling to surfaces such as trees or stone walls, and even walk across the waters. Surface? Really? Zuko asked. That's right, Jiraiya said. Thunder boomed through the air as Appa raced forward, carrying his partner and friends away from the giant serpent that pursued them. Rain pelted the bison's fur as he flew, making it quite difficult to see where he was going, but he knew if he slowed down his admittedly reckless pace, those crazy humans would be upon them. He felt his wet fur tingling again as the creepy spiky-haired boy charged his electrical field. The bison tried to veer out of the way of the bolt, but he wasn't quite fast enough this time. Fortunately, his partner's potential mate was. She bent the raindrops into a solid sphere of water surrounding the bison, which Appa was grateful for given the difficulty he had had seeing moments before, though he would have appreciated it if she had done so earlier. Sasuke's lighting bolt coursed through Katara's membrane, the minerals in the rainwater providing a more efficient means of conduction than the empty air inside the bubble. It then continued its journey into the stormy skies unimpeded. The Uchiha nodded to his cohort, Suigetsu, who created his own water-based attack to hurl at their prey. It struck the bubble, but it held. She's quite good, Suigetsu remarked. She could have probably been a great member of the Seven Swordsmen. Ty Lee tugged on the water nin's clothes. If you can get me through that bubble, I can take care of her, she shouted. Suigetsu nodded. All right, let's try it. He hefted the acrobat onto his shoulder and leapt off the serpent Sasuke had summoned to assist them in their chase. As he reached the climax of his jump, he twirled his foot slightly, causing the raindrops to coalesce, and he used his ninja art of water walking to bound off of it, effectively wing him to hop across the sky to Appa's liquid shell. Before landing on the bubble, Suigetsu liquefied his body, wrapping himself around Ty Lee. He hit the wall of water, merging his cells with the flowing field and convulsing so that Ty Lee was ejected from his innards and onto the large bison saddle. Ty Lee quickly recovered and shot toward Katara. She struck her in several pressure points, Santo pping her flow of internal energy and paralyzing her. Suigetsu, meanwhile, had reformed half his body while the other half still flowed in Katara's shell, stabilizing it. He created a variety of hand seals, summoning a water clone from the shell and sicking it on the gang of adventurers. Sokka drew his club and swung at the shinobi. However, Suigetsu drew his head-cleaving sword with frightening speed, and cut the club in two. Sokka stared at his weapon for a moment, face contorted with shock. Suigetsu used that moment to swing his blade again, hitting him across the head with the flat of his sword. Sokka flew into the sphere of water, and found himself tied in place by tentacles of liquid. Aang almost instantly responded with a powerful blast of air, which blew the water clone away. The eel Suigetsu responded by bringing the water shell slowly downward, forcing Appa to alter his course as the wall of liquid was impenetrable by him. Ty Lee rushed toward Aang, brandishing her fingers dangerously. She struck at the boy, but he was far too quick to be caught now that he was fully aware of her. He dodged several strikes before pushing her back with a gust of air. He gestured to pull water out of their prison, but Suigetsu's will was now fused with the water, and he pulled it back, preventing Aang from using waterbending. Aang once again found himself dodging the acrobat's strikes. Suigetsu summoned a water clone once more, taking Aang from the opposite side. The young airbender expertly used the tenets of airbending to dodge his multiple attackers. He even used Ty Lee's strikes against Suigetsu, pushing his back against the clone's front and dodging just before the acrobat could press his pressure points, instead jabbing the clones. "Oops," the girl said. Appa was almost grounded. Now, Aang couldn't let things go on as they were. He spun his staff about, swirling the air within the bubble into a small twister. At the same time he pulled on the water with his waterbending, combining the two arts into one. It took great concentration to do this, especially since he had not fully mastered waterbending as of yet. Sweat began to pour off his face, and he shouted a key eye, focusing his will on pulling the water into his twister. Hey! Suigetsu cried as he found his half-body being pulled toward the funnel of water that Aang was pulling. Ty Lee, a little help. The acrobat rushed toward the avatar, but found herself blown away by the wind tunnel. Suigetsu tried to pull more water into the shell from the rain, but it had begun to die down. He couldn't pull Ki-Te enough to prevent the sphere from collapsing. He suddenly found himself being tossed about in some kind of tornado. His musing on the subject ceased as his head collided with Sokka's, who had also been sucked into the funnel. Aang swung his staff, dragging the water with him as he did. He made the water spit Sokka out onto Appa moments before he struck Ty Lee with the liquid club. He allowed his control of the wind and water to subside, and Suigetsu and Ty Lee flew through the air before slamming into the ground. However, Sasuke's snake was now upon them. Aang brandished his staff Mina chingly as he stared into Sasuke's cold eyes. The Uchiha nodded toward Jugo, and the older shinobi leapt onto Appa's back. "You don't seem like the type who likes to hurt people," Aang said. "Why should we fight? I'd rather we didn't," Jugo said. "Please come with me quietly. I don't want to have to hurt you, Master Avatar." "I can't," Aang responded. "If I'm captured by the Fire Nation, there's no more hope for this world." "Then I have no choice," Jugo said. The markings of his disease began to crawl across his face. He lunged and his arm shot out, now a huge, clawed thing. Aang dodged and struck with his staff. Zuko ran up the trunk of the tree. He got almost halfway to the top this time before having to leap off. He landed roughly on the ground, but got up to try again. "He's almost as tenacious as you, Naruto," Jiraiya said. "Not to mention talented. Given enough of the right training, he might even surpass General Iroh." The scarred young man ascended the trunk once more, and this time he managed to outdo himself by 5 more steps before losing friction. "Grog," Zuko growled. "Why can't I get this?" "You're doing great," Naruto assured the Fire Prince. "You're getting the hang of it faster than I did." "I still don't feel like I'm getting anywhere," Zuko protested. "Can't you just teach me some more advanced ninjutsu? Like the one Uncle used to spit a big fireball out of his mouth. Or your shadow clone technique. You'll never be able to master the more advanced ninjutsu techniques without first mastering the basics," Jiraiya said. "You're getting ahead of yourself. And that will hold you back more than anything." Appa streaked across the now clear sky as his partner battled the crazed shinobi on his back. Katara and Sokka were still unable to fight. Sok a being unconscious while Katara was paralyzed. However, Aang was skillful in his technique and was managing to hit Jugo far more than he was being hit. "You bald brat," Jugo roared, his face completely taken over by his marks as well as his chemically imbalanced mind. "I'll kill you, kill you, kill you." He swung his huge arms at the Avatar, trying to cleave the flesh from him, but Aang grabbed hold of one of his arms and leapt up to kick the man in the face. He then followed up with a series of bicycle kicks to Jugo's head. He then leapt back and blew the dazed fighter away with a bullet of wind. Below Appa, Sasuke caught Jugo's body as he continued pursuit of the Avatar. The crazed shinobi flailed for a moment, but the Uchiha glared at him with his Sharingan. "Calm down, Jugo," he said. The young man responded, his marks retreating as his mind returned to normalcy. "Those guys are getting on my nerves," Toph stated from Sasuke's side. "I'm useless while they're flying so high up like that. Even with the second stage of the Gaia Seal, I'm not good enough to sense them up there." "Don't fret, Toph," Sasuke responded. "They're falling into our trap. We've been routing them toward the Grass Province for a while now. One of Lord Orochimaru's bases is there, and it is there we will have them." Zuko's training was suddenly interrupted when a metal tank rumbled into view. "Not again," Zuko growled. "How do they keep finding us so quickly?" "I'm not sure," Naruto said, "but let's get out of here." He summoned a toad about the size of the Avatar's air bison and the three men climbed on. The toad leapt into the air, carrying them away from the tank at great speed. Inside the tank, Azula smirked. "This is perfect," she said. "It's like they're intentionally heading right for the Grass Province." She frowned. "It's almost as if someone told them." She glanced over to Mai and then to Karen. "Don't look at me," Karen protested. "I would never give sensitive information to an enemy. Lord Orochimaru trained me better than that. Why would I care?" Mai said. Azula scoffed. She was still bothered by it, but it was working in her favor, regardless. However, she would avenue to keep a closer eye out for signs of Mai or Karen's betrayal. Zuko's disappearance from the barn he had been tied up in was suspicious enough. The next day, in the Grass Province, Zuko and Naruto flocked to the ground. Jiraiya chuckled. "What, you kids tired already? We've been dodging those crazy girls all night," Naruto said. "Of course we're tired," Jiraiya laughed. "You know, one of a ninja's key advantages is the ability to remain awake and fully alert for days without tiring." He shook his head. "It's a simple matter of modifying the flow of your chakras." "Yap, yap, yap," Zuko grumbled. You talk more than." His eyes became glazed. "What happened to General Iroh anyway?" Jiraiya asked after a moment of silence. "I'd heard that he was traveling with you." Zuko frowned. "I couldn't protect him. I tried. But that guy. He beat the ground with his fist. He killed him. He took his head off with one clean swipe." Tears shimmered in the prince's eyes. "What?" Naruto asked, stunned. "No, Sasuke wouldn't." "He did," Zuko said coldly. "I saw it with my own eyes. That's why I need to find him, to avenge Uncle's death." Jiraiya sighed. "I was afraid of this." He turned to Naruto. "You see what I meant before we left? It seems Sasuke has gone down a path from which he may never return." "No," Naruto said. "He was my comrade. My best friend. And believe he would have just murdered someone in cold blood. And, even if he did," he turned to Zuko. "Listen, even if he did kill your uncle, there's still good in him." "I know it. You can't just kill him." Zuko glared at Naruto. "I can't. I think I can. He killed my uncle. The man who's been more like a father to me than my own father. The only person who's really been there for me since I lost my mother when I was 7. Naruto sighed. I understand, but," he paused. "Wait, you lost your mother when you were 7? "Yes," Zuko growled. "And you're 16 now, right? What's your point? And your mom was the wife of the Fire Lord." Zuko sighed. "That's why I'm called the Crown Prince, stupid." Right, Naruto said. "But your dad hasn't been remarried since then, has he?" "No," Zuko said. "What are you getting at?" Naruto stroked his chin, trying to remember an event from 3 years ago. The young Naruto and his team looked at the stocky woman cuddling her until now missing cat into submission. Good little kitty kitty, she was cooing. I was so worried about you I could have died. Naruto didn't know how the dumb cat could put up with such a doting owner, but he wished it good health. However, he was still disappointed with this mission. Granted, he was still a beginner, but he had thought there would be a little more excitement when old man Ho Cage had told them they had an assignment from the wife of the Fire Lord, whom they were to refer to as Lady Shijimi. The blonde ninja turned to look at the prince. Zuko, he said. Your mother. What? Zuko asked. Do you know something about her? Was she kind of fat? Zuko was, to say the least, taken aback. Why you? Flames danced from the boy's hands as he prepared to strike the younger man down for his insolence. You two might want to cool your heels for a second, Jiraiya said. We have company again. The tank that had been following them had just come into view. Inside the tank, the three dangerous ladies stretched as they awoke from their naps. They had fallen asleep hours ago, telling the drivers of the tank to wake them when they got into Grass Province. Now they were there, and they were ready to do some real damage. They mounted their lizards and exited the tank, utilizing the creature's great speed to attempt overtaking the three shinobi. Meanwhile, on the edge of the Grass Province, Aang and company were making their way through the forest slowly. They hadn't been bothered by Sasuke since yesterday, and were now enjoying a bit of the scenery on foot. Appa was still a bit sore from the chase. Anyway, when we get to the next town, I need to get a new weapon, Sokka said. I still can't believe that Human Puddle broke my poor club. Aang nodded. Yeah, it seems a bit overkill having 5 people on our tail. I kind of wish we'd run into Itachi and Kisame again. I don't know about that, Katara said. I mean, they're wanted criminals, and even Itachi's brother wants to kill him. Well, technically, Sokka intervened. They're wanted by the Fire Nation. Who, I might add, are after us, too. And Itachi's little brother doesn't exactly seem well hinged. Regardless, Itachi seems like he has good intentions, Aang said. In fact, he reminds me of one of my friends from the Uchiha clan 100 years ago. Really? Katara asked. Yo, you don't talk too much about your friends, Aang. It would be interesting to hear a bit about them. Yeah, Aang said. It's kind of hard to believe that most of them are probably dead. After all, not all of my friends would be likely to live to Bumi's age. But I had a group of friends I would hang out with in the Fire Nation. I met the 3 of them before I even became a master. Kuzan was the son of a fire sage and his best friend was from the Uchiha clan. His name was Izuna, and he had an older brother who would sometimes show us cool tricks, too. That sounds sweet, Katara said. So, what, rabies? Aang, meanwhile, had focused his will on the rocks, and removed them via earthbending. He then gestured theatrically toward each of his friends, freeing their feet as well. He proceeded to blast the water ninja into a tree with a gust of wind, causing Momo to be freed of his irate captor. The friends tried to escape to their left, but walls of rock ripped from the soil, upturning trees and blocking their path. Toph stood atop one of the walls, already half transformed into her level 2 form. Aang decided they would run the other way. Sasuke and his team rushed quickly after them on foot. They're heading right toward the base, now, he said. It won't be long before we have them. Naruto's toad leapt around the azure flames that jet from their pursuers' fingers. The knives were a bit more difficult to dodge, but Jiraiya was quite easily able to deflect them, and the toad's tongue was apparently quite useful in this regard as well. Suddenly, Azula found herself knocked off her lizard. She hit the ground with a whump, and took a moment to recover. Her 2 partners reined in their steeds, turning about to see what had become of their leader. Standing over the princess was a man garbed in a black robe with red clouds decorating it. His head was shrouded by a hat with dangling chimes. A pang of fear shot through Azula as she saw the man's eyes through the shadows. They seemed almost like glowing rubies. It's you, she said shakily. It was the man who had plagued her dreams. The only man who had ever shown her true horror. She backed away. What are you going to do to me? She asked, tears threatening to pour down her cheeks. But she wouldn't cry. She wasn't weak like her brother. She would never cry. I'm not here for you, Itachi said. He removed his hat and turned to gaze at the blonde shinobi, who had turned his own steed about, curious as to what had halted his pursuers. His master had protested that such a thing was foolish and they should make their escape while they could. But some things never changed. The Uchiha stepped calmly forward. "Don't look into his eyes, Naruto," Jiraiya shouted. He covered the boy's eyes and spurred the toad away. However, Itachi leapt in front of the toad faster than it could tense its leg muscles. He touched his hand to the toad's head and it fell into a deep sleep. "Damn!" The toad sage cursed as he gathered up both boys and leapt back, setting the three directly between Azula and her girls and Itachi. "Don't take this personally, young Naruto," Itachi said smoothly. "It's my mission to capture the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox." "Is that right?" Karen asked. "Well, coincidentally, it's our mission to capture the prince, here." "Are you suggesting an alliance?" Itachi inquired of the red-haired woman. Karen opened her mouth to answer, but Azula rose suddenly to her feet, eyes wild as she snarled, "Never." Her fingers traced an arc through the air, electricity crackling behind them. She fired a bolt at Itachi, and it struck with deadly accuracy and great power. His body literally burst apart in a great fireball. "That's unfortunate," Itachi said from behind her. He placed his hand on her shoulder and looked slyly into her eyes as she turned her head. "You seem like such a sweet girl." She struck at him, and his head bobbed to the side. Her nails scraped his cheek, leaving a tiny trail of blood. "And so athletic, too. My foolish little brother does have good taste, it seems." "Shut up." Azula arched her flames into a broad whip which forced the older Uchiha brother back. He built the heat and force of her flames to a climax and exploded at Itachi. The rogue shinobi's hands were blurs as they created a hand seal for the fireball technique. He breathed out his bright yellow flames which crashed into Azula's blue. The force behind the attacks cancelled each other out and simply left a large scorch in the grass. Azula didn't give up her offense. She shot lightning out the smoke in the vicinity Itachi had been. The Uchiha, however, had wisely vacated the area and was dashing directly toward Naruto, having decided that the princess was far too distracting. Jiraiya intercepted the Uchiha, and he struck with a Rasengan that Itachi barely avoided. The Sannin was far too close to Itachi's own skills to fight fair. He activated his Mangekyo and overtook the toad sage's perceptions. In the space of a fraction of a second, the sage experienced 2 days of being beaten at the hands of his old teammate, Tsunade. The old man collapsed, wheezing and spitting bile onto the ground, and the Uchiha leapt over his body. Naruto suddenly popped into view, a large Rasengan being dragged behind him. This attack was far bigger than Jiraiya's or any Rasengan he'd seen before. He would surely be gravely injured if allowed to hit him. His Mangekyo Sharingan was still active, however, and he pressed his will onto the boy, causing him a moment's pause. It was only a moment, but it allowed him the time to dodge, barely, the powerful attack. His cloak was ripped at the shoulder, but he was unharmed. Naruto, however, was left seeing Itachi exploding into hundreds of crows. He was fully entranced by the illusion. Itachi was about to take advantage of this when Zuko suddenly intervened, his broadswords whipping perilously close to the Uchiha's neck. Itachi drew his own sword and fought back. He quickly saw through the boy's pattern and broke it, eventually disarming him. Before the Uchiha could press his advantage on Zuko, several knives shot through the air. Itachi dodged them, but he found himself being attacked by Naruto clones. Jiraiya had apparently recovered enough to break the boy out of his genjutsu. Itachi countered the clones' attacks and struck back, causing them to vanish. He then located the actual Naruto and lunged for him. However, before the Uchiha recovered from the fiery blasts and proceeded to defend himself against the merciless onslaught of the Fire Princess. She was cold and precise in her technique, but he could sense an edge to her attack. She was being driven more by emotion than she wanted to let on. He used that against her, feinting a firebending attack, then quickly shifting to a sword swipe as she moved to counter. She drew back from the blade, fearful that he would lop her arm off. He could easily overtake her and do just that, but he planned to stop just short and use his momentum to knock her out with the hilt of his sword. Zuko's blade, however, stopped his sword before he could get close enough to pull off his feint. The prince had apparently recovered the dual swords, and was now using them with all the finesse of clubs, battering him back from the girl. Azula shuddered as her brother fought off the beast. Her mind couldn't help but recall the vision with which the Uchiha had cursed her. The life she led in the space of a few seconds, but which at times seemed more real than reality. She recalled the tenderness with which that life's Zuko had treated her, even though everyone else despised her weakness. She also remembered how he had taken everyone away from her, even himself. But that was just a dream, she reminded herself. Itachi countered a kick from behind Naruto, again, as he parried Zuko's strikes. At the same time Karen decided to attempt a little taijutsu combat. He kicked her in the stomach and hook kicked her face, sending her reeling. He then reached through Zuko's defenses, grabbing his clothing at the gut and lifting him over his head. He threw him into Naruto, who was recovering for another attack, and turned to face Mai, who was now tossing blades at him with furious speed. Jiraiya joined the fray in his usual theatrical manner, blowing smoke and flames up Itachi's cloak. Naruto, Zuko, get out of here, quick, I'll hold them off. What? That's insane, Naruto admonished. The hermit summoned a large toad and it joined him in attacking the Uchiha. Just trust me, get out of here. Zuko pulled on Naruto's sleeve. He's right, it's us they're after. The blonde ninja acquiesced and followed the young man. They confiscated Mai and Karen's lizards and rode off on them. Azula snarled. They're not getting away, she said. Karen, Mai, you two keep this Uchiha off my back. I'm going after Zuko. She dashed to her lizard and rode after the two boys while her TNERS joined Jiraiya's assault on Itachi. Not far away, Appa landed on a small hill. It overlooked a dusty town. Maybe, the Avatar said. Maybe we can find some shelter here. I'm sure those guys wouldn't attack us in a city in broad daylight. Well, they are ninja, you know, Sokka countered. They could stab you in the back while looking you right in the eye and you wouldn't know it until you were dead. That doesn't make much sense, Sokka, his sister said. Besides, that place looks deserted. Are you sure it's not abandoned? Not really, Aang said. Listen, I'll go check it out real quick. Stay here with Appa, okay. I'll be back in 2 minutes. He unsheathed his glider and launched into the air. As the two Water Tribe siblings looked on, they suddenly felt the prickling of danger in the air. Sokka turned, drawing his boomerang. Whose? He began, but he was quickly silenced as a stone slammed into his chest. Katara dodged a blast of water from Suigetsu, and twisted it around her to counter-attack. A stream of flame from Sasuke, however, vaporized the water. So, Aang has gone into the ghost town? Sasuke asked the siblings. What do you care? Katara snarled. It's dangerous in there, Sasuke said. Quite a few ghosts that won't like someone gliding into their territory like that. Aang landed in the town, looking about curiously. Indeed, there wasn't a sign of anyone in the area. Suddenly, he heard the faintest whistle coming from behind. His training took over and he evaded the strike from a twirling kunai, which embedded itself in the door of a building beyond. Shinobi, Aang realized. He had been chased into a trap, but at least his friends weren't caught. The airbender crouched, ready to spring away at the first sign of a projectile. All right, ninja, come and get me. Katara and Sokka fought the 5-man squad back with all their strength and skill. Or, rather, Sokka flailed wildly with his club at Ty Lee and Jugo, who deftly dodged his attacks, while Katara engaged Sasuke, Toph, and Suigetsu in a stare down. I don't have time to waste with you, miss, Sasuke said. I'm going to take the Avatar, personally, and then my brother will come to me, and I'll kill him. Go on, then, Sparky, Toph said, me and Chomper are more than enough for the Sugar Queen. What did you just call me? Katara asked in a perturbed manner. Sasuke leapt over Katara's head, and while she attempted to stop him with a tendril of water, Suigetsu intercepted the attack while Toph hit her hard in the shin with an earthy attack. The Uchiha sped down the hill at a vertigo-inducing clip, seeing dust rise violently above the town as the young Avatar engaged his trap. In the deserted city, Aang found himself dodging and deflecting hundreds of projectiles. A few gale force blasts to his surroundings quickly dispatched much of his attack's convenient cover, and he found himself engaging several sound ninja up close. The ninja were skilled, but Aang was a master and he managed to dispatch many of them with only a few close calls. However, he was sufficiently bloodied by the time his major threat appeared. The sound ninja in charge of Pursuin, Ji-him stepped onto the scene with only 10 sound shinobi left standing, but he didn't appear perturbed. "You've done exceptionally, Avatar," Sasuke praised the boy. "But I'm afraid you're too weak to take me on. You're already winded." Sasuke drew his blade. "Only the Avatar state could save you, and as you're separated from your friends, I don't think you'll have the motivation necessary to enter it." "I don't want to enter the Avatar state," Aang retorted. "I'm enough to beat you on my own. I'll never give in to the Fire Nation or anyone who works for them." "So idealistic," Sasuke said. "It vaguely reminds me of someone." Suddenly, flames engulfed the shinobi. He cried out as he fell to the ground, his robe still smoldering and his skin scorched. "Sasuke!" A voice familiar to Aang shouted in a tone doubly familiar. However, he was more used to seething anger in that voice being directed toward him. The shinobi rolled to his feet, his eyes darting to the sound of the voice. He hadn't expected any interruptions. However, here he was, that young man he and Azula had left in the harbor before they had gathered their team. Prince Zuko. He was back already, and he looked out for blood. "I didn't realize you'd have such bad timing." He saw over the prince's shoulder as the young man stepped into the dusty main street. There was a familiar blonde with him. "Zuko?" Aang asked, confused. His former pursuer looked a bit different. He was leaner, and missing the queue, while he had also let some short hair grow in. But he still had that familiar homicidal gleam in his eye. The air bender was just happy it wasn't directed at him for a change. "I'm not interested in you right now," Zuko growled at the boy. "Get out of here and leave him to me." "Hey, wait a sec," Naruto said. They've been searching for Sasuke longer than you. I have first dibs." "It has been a long time, Naruto," Sasuke said, "but make no mistake, I didn't kill you last time on a whim. I have no bonds with you, and, on a whim, I would take your life happily. However, I really don't have time to deal with your idiocy, dunce." He signaled to the ninja. "Keep them busy." The sound ninja converged on the two travelers and they engaged. At the same time, Sasuke advanced on Aang, Sharingan at the ready. However, Aang proved again to be adept at evasion, and his swift dodging proved a frustrating obstacle to Sasuke. However, he was resolute. He knew now that his illusions wouldn't work on an avatar, but he still had his many ninjutsu complements of the snake ninja. He summoned a few snakes to distract the airbender, and then struck with yellow flames using the firebending techniques he had picked up from watching Azula fight. Meanwhile, Naruto and Zuko fought against the 10 ninja bravely, but were losing ground. These weren't just tender-footed genin, they had to be at least high-level chunin. "We're really getting our butts handed to us," Naruto observed as he deflected an oncoming punch, only to be dizzied by the high-frequency sound wave coming from the sound ninja's bracers. "Yeah," Zuko admitted, before finding one of his broadswords kicked out of his hand. "Hog feathers," he growled, switching to a single blade style to fend off the ninja he was fighting. One of the ninja got rather excited that the 10 of them, though it was actually 7, now, as 3 of their number had been knocked out by chance, were taking so long beating 2 novices, and he decided to pull out his big guns. "All right, get out of my way," he shouted. "Time for my special technique." "Wait, we're not supposed to," one of his comrades started. But another cut him off and pulled him away from the action. "Lord Sasuke only said we weren't supposed to use lethal techniques on the Avatar or his friends. He never said anything about these guys." The ninja who had shouted tossed off his shirt and 3 orifices opened up in his torso, 1 at the collarbone and 2 on his back. His stomach and ribs expanded and his face turned red. It looked as if he was holding his breath. When he had puffed up to a ridiculous size, an incredibly loud, deep sound emanated from the collar orifice. The sound hit the 2 travelers like an avalanche, and they found themselves launched half a mile through what would have been buildings if the sound cannon hadn't blown them out of their way, first. The 2 young men struggled to sit up. Their hearing wasn't too great at the moment, so as the sound ninja discussed their fates, they didn't quite know what was being said. Blood was pouring out of their ears, noses, and mouths. But they struggled to their knees. "What do you know?" one of the ninja commented. "It didn't kill them in the first hit. They must have a lot of stamina." "Doesn't matter," another said. "They won't be fighting for a while in that condition." "And no," Naruto said as he stood shakily. "We're not going to give up without a fight," Zuko challenged them. "This is impossible," the attacking shinobi growled. "No one can stand after an attack like that, let alone live." He began puffing himself up again. "Well, I'll kill you once and for all, this time." "That won't happen," a black-cloaked fig Yor suddenly stood between the two travelers and the seven shinobi. "I was a bit late using last time, but this time I won't hesitate to use Agni to silence you mewling mutants." Suddenly the Sea King shinobi burst into a black flame which, as if it had a mind of its own, jumped to the other 6 ninja of sound. It was only seconds before their bodies were burned to the core, and they remained still. However, the flames would burn until they were nothing but unidentifiable dust. "Itachi," Naruto stammered, cold fear chilling him. He had saved them, but that was most likely only so the Akatsuki could take the Ninetales out of him, which would leave him just as dead. The stony assassin turned toward them and opened his mouth as if to say something to them, but then his left arm shot up, 2 fingers extended. And he caught a bolt of lightning. His right hand pointed the other way into the sky, and the electricity traveled out his fingertips and into the atmosphere. "Itachi," Azula's voice came from the top of one of the few buildings still standing. "Come out and play." Impasse. The Avatar disengaged from the crimson-eyed shinobi after they heard the roar of Azula's lightning. He turned to see a familiar black-cloaked ninja facing the princess. Behind them, his old enemy, Zuko, and the unknown blonde stood shakily, looking as if they were unsure of whether to attack his friend or run. Aang decided to take the decision out of their hands. Taking advantage of Sasuke's distracted state upon seeing his detested older brother, the airbender shot toward Zuko and Naruto. Wind whipping about his limbs with dangerous speed. "Back off, Zuko," he shouted, kicking at the banished prince with gale force gusts. "You back off," Naruto countered, defending his fallen fellow traveler. He gave the airbender a right cross, but Aang shifted his head back, dodging the blow. He then exchanged a swift set of punches with the older boy. Naruto circled around his punches so easily. But he wasn't a master of airbending for nothing. He could see the pattern behind the ninja's dodges, and simply feinted to the right to bring the boy right in the way of his right hurricane punch. "The way you dodge," Aang commented as Naruto rolled across the ground. "It reminds me of an air." He was cut off as an angry shout and a wave of hot flame washed over him. He bent the current of wind around him, deflecting the flames. But he felt his skin prickle painfully with the heat of it. Zuko charged Aang, his double-bladed swords drawn. He may have sworn vengeance against Sasuke, and he may be regarded as a traitor to his nation, but this was the Avatar. If he happened to capture him in the course of accomplishing his main objective, who was to say his father wouldn't welcome him back as a hero? Besides, the rotten brat had kicked him in the face before he even attacked him. That was just uncalled for. However, he quickly found his face embedded in a black-cloaked elbow, as the old Uchiha clotheslined him as an afterthought before facing his sister, who was now leaping to engage the red-eyed demon. Itachi caught Azula's wrist and flipped her about. She grasped his wrists herself, and as she landed feet first, bent backward, she shot her right foot over her left and twisted Itachi about. The Akatsuki member adjusted his stance, catching himself before losing balance. The princess's foot blossomed with cerulean light as it advanced on him, but he twisted his spine in a most unhealthy manner, dodging the flame that would have otherwise burned the flesh from his face. Azula, however, quickly recoiled her foot and struck bluntly at Itachi's weight-bearing leg, which toppled him. She moved forward to deliver a decisive blow to the falling figure, but his hands had already formed a pattern for a ninja technique which caused his body to become engulfed in flames. The princess flipped backward from the flaming Uchiha, declaring, "Hey! No fair lighting yourself on fire." Sasuke watched the exchange with morbid fascination. Azula wouldn't be able to beat his brother. She might be a fair match for him physically and mentally, but Itachi's Sharingan eye tipped the balance in his favor. Only countering with the same eyes could balance the stage. His feet began to subconsciously draw him toward the conflict. He had been waiting a long time for this. He would kill his brother this time. He wouldn't allow any more distractions. Sasuke's sword crossed Zuko's centimeters before the broadsword cleaved his head. The Uchiha delivered a swift sidekick to the scarred exile. "Don't distract me," he said coldly. "Even with your hatred, you're too weak." He continued forward. "Come back for me when you've destroyed everything you hold dear." "It's too late for that," Zuko snarled, his memories of his uncle's beheading flashing through his mind. "You've done that for me." He charged the Uchiha again, this time wary of his opponent's skill. The young man was honorable enough this time to look him in the eyes as he attacked him. Those damned eyes, as red as the day he'd killed the only man who'd been for him through his banishment. Zuko's blades danced off Sasuke's with savage grace. Both skillful and enraged at the same time, while the shinobi merely parried and blocked each drive with that annoying passively arrogant look his sister always graced him with when they sparred in the past. His anger drove him onward, through the pain and vertigo of the dispatched sound ninja's attack. Sasuke's face began to sag, as if he had been an inflated balloon, and now the breath of life had been released. Collapsing his body, then his wrinkling face expanded and reformed. As the body fell to its back, Zuko looked in horror as Sasuke became the perfect image of the retired general, Iroh. "Uncle," he wheezed. "Uncle, how unfortunate," Sasuke said from behind him. "I had thought I could reunite you with your poor uncle, and now you've gone and killed him." "And no," Zuko growled. "It's a lie. That was you. But I'm right here," Sasuke explained calmly. "And your uncle is right there. Dead. You killed him." Zuko shouted angrily. "No, I didn't," Sasuke said. "I captured him and let you believe I had killed him. But then I thought perhaps he would be a good puppet for capturing you. So I gave him my features and sent him here to retrieve you. It's unfortunate that you were so rash. You're a monster." Zuko howled as he spun his blades about, advancing on his foe. He was stopped suddenly, however, when a bright flash of light and a loud roar passed inches from his head. He felt like hot pins were piercing every part of his body, and his stomach turned sour. Itachi lowered his smoking fingers. He had redirected another lightning strike from Azula. But this time he had decided to kill two birds with one stone, in a strictly metaphorical sense. He saw that the electric pulse from the close lightning strike had disrupted Zuko's flow of energy enough to snap him out of the illusion technique his little brother had put him under. Speaking of his little brother, he was heading in Itachi's direction. Itachi realized fighting the Fire Nadio Princess and Sasuke from either side would be a bit much, even for him. "Azula, back off, he's mine." Azula hesitated momentarily. Wait, I have a score to settle, too. If you interfere with my vengeance, I'll kill you," he said. Shooting a hard glare at her momentarily, striking a chill down her spine. Itachi weaved to the side of Sasuke's sword swipe, the tip drawing a shallow line across his cheek. He grabbed his little brother by the back of the hair and pushed him down, extending his other hand out. And catching Zuko's blade in his hand. "Foolish little brother," he quipped. He kicked Sasuke back and pushed Zuko away. Naruto and Aang, meanwhile, had disengaged, heaving from the exertion of their fight. Naruto had yet to land a truly solid punch on the airbender while he had been getting knocked around quite thoroughly. However, his stamina was greater than Aang's, and he was already recovering while he could see that the Avatar was still panting. He glanced over and saw Asuke kneeling on the ground with Itachi and Zuko's face behind him. While Aang noticed this shift in attention, when he attacked, all he met was empty air as Naruto bolted away from him. Aang followed in hot pursuit. Seeing that he was going toward Itachi, Azula also spotted Naruto coming right toward her and Sasuke. She leapt out and kicked his arm as it struck toward her, and then she punished him with a barrage of fiery fists to the gut. Sasuke, meanwhile, got to his feet, his eyes peaked with annoyance. As he moved to incapacitate his nuisance of a former ally, Aang intercepted, not being one to allow even an enemy to be ambushed. Itachi disarmed Zuko quickly, and they exchanged blows, Zuko's fists blazing with flame while the older Uchiha merely moved his strikes out of the way with a hand. His casual attitude seemed to enrage the prince more. "Why don't you fight me for real? Rage blinds you," Itachi said. "Your moves are unfocused and easy to dismiss, though they are powerful." He grabbed Zuko's hand and twisted underneath his arm, bringing the boy's hand up to his ribs in an imitation of a chicken wing. He twisted up on the wrist, causing the prince to grunt in pain. "You lack hate. Hatred is cold and focused. That is what gives your sister her power." "I'm not my sister," Zuko protested. "Shall I tell you whom it is she hates most of all?" Itachi asked. "Shish. All I tell you who gives her all that strength." The prince scoffed. "I don't really care. That's her business. She hates you, Prince Zuko," Itachi said. "She hates you because you are loved while she is feared." Zuko stopped struggling and took a deep breath. What are you, some kind of ninja family counselor?" Azula raked her nails across Naruto's face, causing him to stumble backward. She pressed her attack, sapphire flames dancing from her limbs, but Naruto wasn't as brash as he was when he was young. He leapt into a dilapidated building, forcing her to pursue him. The foxy boy barreled through the building, leading Azula through several hazards, which she was clever and perceptive enough to avoid, while attacking her from a distance with wind-enhanced shuriken. Sasuke, meanwhile, fought blade to staff against the Avatar. The fight was as expected from their last encounter. The Avatar was much faster than he, and he was forced to strain his Sharingan eyes to predict his blows in time to counter. His genjutsu wouldn't help as the boy had proven the ability to break illusions, and it would be doubly ineffective in such close-quarters combat. "No problem," Sasuke said. "You may be faster than me, but you're still predictable." He charged the boy. The Avatar was still an airbender at heart, and he could not simply stand there to be knocked over. It wasn't in his nature. Even if he had learned some waterbending techniques, at best he might simply toss Sasuke, and the shinobi was prepared in that eventuality. Aang stomped into a horse stance, and a boulder ripped out of the earth. He struck the stone and it hurtled toward Sasuke. In shock, the shinobi rolled to the side. He had not expected the boy to have learned earthbending. "How?" he asked. The Avatar didn't respond, but instead moved his arms to the side, creating a wave of earth that surrounded and overwhelmed the young man. He burst from the dirt a moment later and belted a series of conflagrations, around which the boy slithered before leaping to engage the ninja hand-to-hand. Itachi brought the Fire Nation prince to his knees with a knee to the gut. He lowered himself to his own right knee and grasped Zuko's chin in a potent grasp. He forced the young man to look into his eyes. "Your uncle," he began. Zuko spat angrily at Itachi. "Don't mention my uncle. Trash like you isn't worthy." The UCHIHA ignored Zuko's defiance and continued. "He's alive, Zuko. He's waiting for you in the Fire Nation." "What?" Zuko asked incredulously. "He's alive. My brother cast an illusion on you to make you believe he had killed your uncle. He ensured that you would come after him, and thus would be all the easier to capture," Itachi explained. "But he has escaped from his captors and is now in hiding in the Fire Nation." How do you know this?" Zuko asked, still skeptical. The Uchiha released the prince. "I am a shinobi," he said. "I know many things. You think I'll accept that?" Zuko asked. "I know about you. You're a part of a criminal organization." Itachi smirked at that. "You are a criminal and a traitor to your nation. How different are we?" "I never killed my family," Zuko retorted. "You may have too," Itachi responded. "They want to kill you." Naruto, meanwhile, had been caught by the distressing damsel in red. She had blown him out of the front of a building and was now punishing him with a furious barrage of azure missiles. Out in the open and dazed, the shinobi had little recourse. His only long-range techniques were airbending, and the princess was rather good at defending his amateur air blasts. The Fire Princess was rather perturbed, however, that no matter how many of her blasts struck the ninja would not go down. In fact, it almost seemed as if his burns were healing right in front of her eyes. But perhaps that was just a trick of the light and smoke. The blonde was male, so would naturally have more stamina, though that hadn't helped any of her other opponents. Naruto broke free of the firestorm and created more clones. They shielded him as he attempted to blitz toward the princess. He attacked with shuriken along the way, forcing the girl to defend. Leaping and flipping about like her acrobatic friend, Naruto's clones converged on Azula, a few gathering around Naruto as a spinning sphere of raw force coalesced in his hands. The bubble grew larger, and larger until it had become the size of a kickball. Naruto's cadre of clones closed the gap between themselves and Azula, striking at her. Azula was agile and ruthless in her dispatching of the weaker shadow clones. Sharp claws raked at them, blazing fire scorched them, and the sickening sound of crackling bone barked in the dry air as she twisted their limbs in unnatural directions. She finis. Head off the last one just in time to turn to see the true Naruto barreling toward her, his arm outstretched and swirling chakra energy flying centimeters from his palm. The shinobi gasped as the girl's hands grasped the wrist of his striking arm. She spun underneath his arm, twisting it around and driving his hand into his ribcage. The Ultima Rasengan dug into his side, and he grunted in pain as he felt his ribs snap. Azula threw the young man to the ground, and he rolled across the dirt. She fired fierce fuchsia flashes of flame after the foxy fellow. Azula, sweating profusely from the exertion, waited for the smoke to clear. Attentive for any movement as she panted heavily. The dark soot began to clear in the air, and she could see a red glow within. The shinobi crouched within the glow. His skin burned and clothes in tatters. However, before her eyes, it seemed as if his burns were healing, leaving fresh, healthy skin. And, were those fangs? Who interrupts a guy in the middle of his finishing move? The shinobi complained as he stood. His demon fox cloak had enveloped him just in time, and he could already feel his strength increasing, even as he could see his opponent's was beginning to wane. He began to walk toward her, a lopsided grin on his face. All right. You ready for the final round? Not far away, Sasuke's body was covered in the marks of the Heaven's Seal. His curse-powered speed had allowed him to punish the Avatar, but Aang's skills were quite good, as well. He was bruised and bleeding, finding himself on the receiving end of a strike more often than he'd like.